want to say it was a Benelli or maybe a Beretta. I can't remember which brand it is.
Okay. So the audio's working. Let's just start.
Good morning. For the jury?
Just start say this. Your Honor, can I just make one brief comment?
Yes.
And I've talked to all of us over here. We want to thank the Clerk of Court for her assistance every time we need something. She has been there for us. The Colleton County Sheriff's Department is providing security, has given us total access to our client. We feel like we've been treated extraordinarily well by all court personnel. And I want to put on the record, since there seems to be a national media interest here, I've tried many cases in many jurisdictions, and I've never been treated at this level of courtesy and understanding. Thank you.
Okay.
Absolutely echo those. Everybody's been great. Absolutely.
Yeah,
Okay,
bootlicking.
well.
Everybody's great.
Very
Amazing.
good.
Yeah, let's suck each other's dicks.
Bring the jury.
Come on now.
Good morning. Day number 7. State's case. We'll have our witness back.
This is day 7, but day 5 of the actual trial. Opening statements took place 5 days ago.
Yeah, remind you, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination. Mr. Griffin.
Good morning, Agent Cross. Good morning, sir. On June 8th, I understood that was your first involvement in this case. Is that correct? Yes, sir, that is correct. And you went to Moselle on the morning of the June 8th? I was en route to Moselle, got rerouted to the office, and then went and conducted an interview, and then back to Moselle. That's right. You interviewed Rogan Gibson and then went to Moselle. That is correct. And what time did you get to Moselle? I was around lunchtime when I got there. And as I understood from your testimony, that your role primarily is because in this case is that because you know a lot about guns and ammunition. Did I understand that correctly? That was not my sole role. I was at the search of the residence because of my familiarity with firearms. Yes, sir. And you went and searched the residence with other agents, and we saw those agents, some of them, on the body cam video that played yesterday. Yes, sir. I was in the gun room. Okay. And this search was a consent search, correct? That is correct, yes, sir. And you weren't there executing a search warrant, right? No, sir, I was not.
They had one, but they didn't need it.
Though, that there was a search warrant that had been obtained the night before?
I mean, sure, you're gonna want a search warrant. But I mean, consent hypothetically should be able to be revoked at any time. So at any point during the search, the man, if it's a consent search, could be able to say, "Hey guys, okay, enough. I'm busy now. Go home." And at that point, they should be required to kind of leave his home. But if they have a search warrant, either way, they'll be allowed to search everything. So, yeah, they got a search warrant. They didn't need it, though.
Aware of the consent, the search at the incident location, it's common practice that they get a search warrant to process the scene. Yes, sir. Were there any limitations that you were aware of on the scope of the consent?
Oh, no.
Search? No, sir. And so, as far as you knew and understood then and understand today, you or other agents at SLED
Carte blanche.
that house from top to bottom.
Carte blanche
Yeah,
to
is that
do
correct?
whatever they want.
Other agents went through the residence with family members.
And there were no limitations on what the other agents could have looked for, right?
Again, I can't say what limitations was placed on them as they walked through the house. I was in the gun room.
Well, to your knowledge, did anyone look for bloody clothes or dirty clothes in the house while you were there on the 8th?
I was in the gun room and I was collecting guns and ammunition, sir.
Dude, you testified for like 4 hours yesterday about all kinds of shit. Now you're trying to pretend like, oh no, I was only in the gun room. I don't know anything. Who? What crime is this? What am I doing here?
Now you mentioned that you had been provided some information about the type of ammunition that was used down at the crime scene where Maggie and Paul were murdered. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you and one one ammunition was a .300 blackout shell casing. Were you aware of that?
That's what type.
Yes, sir, I was.
And who relayed the information to you as the type of ammo that was used for the murder of Maggie and Paul?
It came from the investigative team. I don't recall exactly who called me or who told me the information, but I was relayed the information through our investigative team that was at the scene.
All right, so you were informed that, look out, see what you can find in the gun room related to .300 blackout. Is that correct?
It wasn't limited to specifically .300 blackout. That was a round of interest.
Okay. And then the other round of interest was 12 gauge, correct?
That is correct.
And were you given any information as to what specific type of 12 gauge ammunition was used at the crime scene?
I knew we had a 12 gauge, what believed to be a turkey load or BB load, and then a buckshot.
Okay. And let me talk to you a little bit about the .300 blackout ammunition. You testified yesterday that the grains, the weight of the ammunition found at the house was 147 grains. Is that right?
That is correct. That's what's on the empty box which I located. And
Is this the empty box, State's Exhibit 213 that you're referring to?
that is correct.
And this, I recall this pack of ammo on this exhibit has a label of Woody's Pawn and Jewelry and $11.99. You couldn't buy this ammunition in June of 2021 for $11.99, could you?
I don't know what the ammunition cost.
Oh, aren't you an
It was
expert?
a lot more than $11.99.
I don't know the price of the ammunition at that
Such a
time.
great expert.
Right.
Holy shit.
And are you familiar? There's basically two types of ammunition for the .300 blackout. There's the supersonic and subsonic.
I am. Sir.
Interesting.
And the subsonic is the heavier of the two, correct?
That is correct.
Makes
That would
sense.
be a 220 grain.
Thereabouts, yes, sir.
Yes. And the most popular ammunition for hunting is the supersonic, the 147 grain ammunition.
Which also
Aware of
makes
that?
sense.
I can't say the most popular would be, but I am aware that
I mean, come on now. If it's subsonic, then the animals would hear the shot and run away before it hits. But if it's supersonic, then the shot would hit before the sound wave would be able to reach the animal, and therefore it would be hit before it even realized that a gun was fired. So it's way more effective. It would not surprise me at all if it's actually more popular.
147 grain is used for hunting.
And you're aware that the .300 blackout has not a rare gun in that area of Hampton and Colleton County, is it?
It's not as common as the General 223 or the AR-15, 308.
Oh, you know which guns are common and which guns are not common, but you don't know the price of ammo? You fucking liar.
Different caliber rifles. It's not as common.
But there are plenty out there, correct?
I can't testify as to how many's out there, sir.
I understand, but it's not the first time you'd seen a 300 blackout on June 8, 2021, was it?
I had seen one before, yes, sir.
And and then the 12 gauge, you didn't know what type, you weren't given any type 12 gauge you were looking for. You just, from the information from the crime scene, right?
They literally took
Type
every...
of weapon I was looking for? No,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
No, sir.
And then were you given information as to the size of the 12 gauge shell? 2.5 inch, 3 inch?
It was, I was given, 3-inch Magnum was what I was given.
And that was on the buckshot?
I was given 3-inch Magnum of shotgun capable of shooting a 3-inch Magnum.
Okay. Now, and we're going to get to some of these shotguns here in a minute, but that
You better.
the Browning Light doesn't even shoot a 3-inch shell, does it?
It does not. 2 3/4 what it shoots.
Right. And yet you seized it.
I
He
secured
seized it.
Yes, sir.
And you
Of course
brought it
they
to
did.
your courtroom and introduced it in this case.
I did, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Gun
for
that
no fucking
Didn't
reason.
even fire the bullet that killed Paul, right?
It did not fire the.
It
round
could
of
not,
the
not it
agents.
did not.
Right. In fact, none of the shotguns that you brought yesterday, according to the ballistic report, your lab analysis, fired the shots that killed Paul, correct?
I do not have the lab report in front
Oh,
of me.
that wasn't the question.
Well, you certainly know that after June 8th, SLED was diving in ponds and waterways looking for the murder weapons. Isn't that correct?
We were diving looking for potential evidence from the scene.
Have you ever found the murder weapons, to your knowledge?
Objection, Your Honor.
What? What's the objection?
Outside the scope of his knowledge.
Come on now.
Objections overruled.
That is... Oh.
Not that I'm aware of.
That is a spicy question. Got him. Thank you.
And are you familiar with what ballistics tests were done on Buster's 300 block?
Now, just pay attention to what happened here. The prosecution objected to the question of whether or not the ballistic team, the crime scene investigation team, have found the murder weapon. That is the most basic question in any fucking murder trial ever, and yet they're trying to avoid this question. They're trying to object to it. They're trying to obscure this information from the jury. They don't want the jury to know the answer to this question, which is obviously no, they did not find the murder weapon. Oh, that's amazing. So they had free reign to look for whatever the hell they wanted, and they could not find the murder weapon.
Blackout. And whether that was excluded as a weapon
Amazing.
to kill his mother.
Again, I don't have the report in front of me, and I'm not able to testify to that, sir.
Aren't you the weapons expert? Isn't that the only thing you're qualified to actually talk about, contrary to all that tons of bullshit you talked about yesterday?
And you brought these empty turkey load, exhibit 214, I believe. Brought these into evidence, the box of turkey shells.
These were not fired at Paul at all, right?
That is the boxes I collected, yes, sir.
And these were empty.
Yes, sir, they were.
And these were
Dug up from the trash, right?
found in the trash can.
Yes, sir, they were
Woo, this cross is gonna be sexy.
found in a trash bag, yes, sir.
Okay. And you
They dug up the trash for empty boxes and a Gucci receipt. That's their evidence.
let's see. Exhibit. The other end has a.
Ask him about the fucking Gucci receipt. I want to know why they kept that. It's not even really a Gucci receipt. It's a receipt for something that had a Gucci bag or something circled on it.
Exhibit number. Exhibit 90 is the Browning Auto 5 Light, 12 gauge, which we already talked about wouldn't even hold a 3-inch shell, but there was no shells, no ammo in the Browning weapon, which is Exhibit 90 you brought to court, right?
There was no rounds in that weapon.
When you seized it on the 8th, no rounds in it, right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. The Mossberg model Ulti-Mag, which is Exhibit 89, you have a 12 gauge shot shell written on the outside. So there was one shot shell in this, loaded in this gun, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And do you remember if it was buckshot or birdshot?
It was black. I don't remember what it was.
Will you be able to look at it and tell us?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to hand you Exhibit 89 and ask if you can pull out the ammo in there and tell this jury if that's birdshot or buckshot first.
All of his testimony yesterday was an entire waste of time. It's about all the weapons that he confiscated that have nothing to do with that day, that weren't used that day, had nothing to do with the crime, are not the murder weapons. They're just weapons of his that they decided to confiscate for no reason at all.
It is
Birdshot?
Browning 12 gauge, 3.5-inch Magnum, 2 1/4, number 7 and 9.
And that's for hunting turkeys, right?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
Birdshot.
Put it back in there. This end closely. This in here.
They bought what is essentially BB guns
No, sir.
as evidence in court.
Thank you. Yes, sir. So
That are
in the Mossberg,
unrelated.
There's one birdshot. Now the other, the Benelli Super Black Eagle 3, had 2 unfired shot shells according to your notes on the box. And this is Exhibit 91. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall whether any of these was birdshot, buckshot? Do you remember?
I would have to look at them again, sir.
All right.
Go look at them. We got time. You spent all day yesterday. I'm guessing birdshot again. I mean, we know that they were using ammo that could kill boars. So that must have been
Exhibit
buckshot.
91 for the record.
There's a black round in here that's a 3-inch number 4 pellet, and then there's a 7 2 1/4 ounce 3.5-inch with an 89 millimeter.
And those are both turkey loads, right?
It could be used for turkey, yes, sir.
Well, let's just be clear. Neither one of those are buckshot, correct?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I don't like grammatically what just happened. It's like neither of these are buckshot, correct? And he answered, "No, sir." So it's kind of the fault of the lawyer, but also it's kind of the fault of the witness, because if he asked correct, so the correct answer would be yes, sir, that's correct. But he answered no, sir, to the question correct. But what he thought he was answering no to was neither of these are buckshot. So yeah, that's just a problem, because when it comes to the record, it could be completely clear what he just answered, unclear what he just answered.
And again, these were ruled out as having any involvement in the murder of Paul, right?
Yes.
Exhibit 91.
I can't testify to any lab reports. I don't have the lab reports, and it's out of the scope of what
You sneaky motherfucker. So you just took the weapons, wrote down all of these notes about every single weapon, every single piece of ammo, every single shell, every single casing, and you didn't do anything to help anybody that day, because as you just testified, you were stuck all day near the gun room, and you were just at the gun room all day. Okay. And that's it, and you don't know still. But when the defense question you, you all of a sudden know absolutely nothing about the guns. You know nothing about anything. You're not qualified to talk about anything related to the guns. Very interesting.
I did.
Was it correct to say, Agent Croft, that you did not find any guns loaded in the gun room or anywhere at Moselle that had a birdshot and a buckshot loaded at the same time?
The only weapons I've recovered are the weapons that are there.
That's not what he asked.
Rounds that we have just looked at, yes, sir.
That's not what he asked, though.
And if you or another agent in your presence made a representation that we found in the gun room a gun with similar loads as that we found at the crime scene, that would be an incorrect statement.
Ooh,
I don't
nice.
think it would be incorrect to say that there was guns were loaded in a similar fashion using two different types of ammunition, two different loads.
But you just said.
Well, there's no buckshot in any of the two guns.
You're looking like an idiot
Not
now.
when we collected them, no, sir.
You're looking like a fucking idiot
And
now. Answer honestly.
The turkey loads or the bird loads that we just looked at, those the pellets in those are lead, are they not?
I would have to look at the actual...
You don't even know what kind of pellets they are. You wrote every single thing about them except what they are.
box that it came in or the pellets that are in it. Some of them are steel. I'm not sure.
My God,
So
the
you
weapons
know the difference
expert.
between steel and lead.
That's
Do I
some
know the
expert.
Yeah. What's the difference? Why would you have
You were brought here as a weapons expert. Why don't you know shit about weapons?
steel versus lead?
Steel shot is used a lot in waterfowl hunting, that type of stuff. Lead shot is used for normal everyday
Killing people.
rabbit, squirrel, dove.
Well, we do have some boxes here. 214. Can you tell us whether this is lead or steel?
My God. Anything. And now on cross, when he's asking him about these weapons, he's saying he's not qualified to answer whether or not these weapons are the actual murder weapons? Excuse me? That's kind of ridiculous that the defense is not going to be able to get answers out of this guy related to the relevance of 4 hours of testimony yesterday.
Winchester, 12 gauge, shot lock, lead is a turkey load, number 4. The Browning box, I do not see it indicated on the box what the ball is or the pellets are.
Well, let me ask you, is there a turkey on the face of that box?
There is a turkey on the face of the box, yes.
turkey a waterfowl bird or land bird?
Turkey is a land bird, sir.
Okay, cool.
And the other box is the same on federal. It's got a turkey on the front.
All right. So those 3 boxes look like they're turkey loads, right?
That's what it appears.
Okay.
I mean, you only had the fucking boxes.
Did you find any waterfowl shell boxes at Moselle on June 8th?
I did not collect any waterfowl shell boxes from Moselle.
Did you collect any waterfowl unfired shotgun, 12-gauge shotgun shells at Moselle on June the 8th?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Have you ever collected unfired shotgun shells from waterfowl
Is that the type that was used on Paul?
at Moselle in part of this investigation?
I do not recall collecting any waterfowl shot.
Are you aware, sir, that the shot that blew Paul Murdaugh's head off was Winchester dry lock, steel waterfowl, 12-gauge ammunition?
Not guilty. There you go. Oh, I mean, fuck it. His entire testimony yesterday, the entire huge, gigantic, irrelevant waste of time for everybody, has just been rendered moot by this question. Everything they confiscated, none of it was relevant to the actual shot that killed Paul whatsoever.
I was aware that
And he was aware of it.
Steel.
And he was aware of it.
Well, you can look at the outside of the spent shell casing and see that it's Winchester dry lock, correct?
If I had the shell casing, yes, sir, I could see it.
And you know that to be a waterfowl, a duck load, correct?
I know that it's primarily used for duck load, yes, sir.
And you know that's what killed Paul Murdaugh.
I do know that it was steel shot.
And you didn't find any similar ammunition at Moselle on June the 8th or any time
Wow.
I did not, sir.
So he didn't find any similar ammunition. Why is he even here?
Now, you were showing pictures of the gun room and
Fuck off! You had a warrant and consent to search the entire property, and you couldn't even pick up shell casings like that were used on the property. Just general. They had 20 guns, and you still couldn't find any ammunition similar to the one that killed Paul. Are you telling me that from the time of the murder, he went and with a metal detector and painstakingly picked up every single casing that had any similarity to the shot that killed Paul to make sure that the property had none, just to clear his name, in addition to taking brand new clothing from the laundry and putting some stains on them on purpose, and cleaning all of his shoes so that there's no blood on him, and cleaning every spot of DNA traces of his from anywhere that it's not supposed to be. And he did all of that in the time between the shootings and when the cops showed up. Jesus Christ.
a lot of, and I think you testified there were some 25 guns and gun racks.
It's roughly 20 to 25 guns.
And this is 1,700 acres of hunting land?
That's
Yes, sir.
exactly what I just said.
And, I mean, did it shock you to see that many guns? And they were all hunting guns, were they not?
It did not shock me to see that many hunting guns.
And a lot of people in Hampton, Colleton, this part of Low Country, when they hunt with those types of guns. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
And nothing, you didn't find anything unusual about the number of guns they had in their house, right?
I did not, sir.
Thank you.
It's probably common as fuck. I know that if I could afford it, I could have
Now,
that.
you
I would have
mentioned,
that many.
But you know something about the injection pattern of the 300 blackout. You remember testifying about that?
I remember testifying that it ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
And I'm going to let you take it out. I'm a city boy.
May I stand?
Actually, guns eject, like most weapons ejecting to the right, is a serious problem for me. I'm left-handed, so when I fire a weapon that's not specifically inverted for left-handed people, which I didn't get to use in the military, I mean, they just didn't have any. When I fire a weapon, they might eject right into my face, and they often did. Because if you're right-handed, they eject away from your face, but if you're left-handed, outside the chamber, and it deflects the casings away from your face as they get ejected, and that's all it is. It's just like a little curve that the casings hit it, and then they get bounced away from your face, and that's all it is. That's a novel solution for left-handed people that I didn't get the privilege of being able to use at the time.
Yes, sir, please. Do you mind, y'all? Go down. Thank you. So if you could, while you're standing, if you could just step down and point the gun at that door, and hopefully no one comes through, and show the jury the direction that the shells would go.
Can I point it up further?
Point it up
than
would
the
be
door?
great. That's probably safe. Told you I was a city boy.
Unless there's somebody upstairs.
The rounds would be ejected from this side across.
Automatic mean you have to pull the trigger each time, is that right?
Yes.
That is correct, sir.
And every time you pull the trigger, it shoots a shell, ejects off toward your right shoulder.
Every single time? No, the first bullet doesn't. It's the second bullet that ejects the first bullet.
Or the rear, right?
As long as there's ammunition in the magazine.
And how far does it go before it lands? Roughly.
I can't answer that, sir.
Foot, 2 feet, 3 feet?
I can't testify to how far an ejected shell is going to expend from the
Okay.
weapon.
That's fine. Can you put it back, please?
Yes, sir.
What way you have it up? When you point to the jury, I think they saw it before, but let's just be clear. The thermal scope, can you point that out?
This would be this item here.
I still don't get why anybody would use a thermal scope for a close range shot to the head.
And you've got to charge that, right? That's sort of you've got to plug it in, battery operated of some sort?
It would have some sort of power. I don't know if it's a rechargeable battery or batteries that has to be replaced.
Okay. And the thermal scope is for hunting at night, is that right?
It could be used for hunting at night, yes, sir.
It actually would be a hindrance to hunting at day using a thermal scope.
A regular scope
To pick up infrared, it's heat sensitive.
kind of hard to hunt at night with a regular scope. Doesn't pick up.
Depend-
The light would work, but
It depends on lighting
also
conditions.
Yeah. Okay. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Agent Croft, I'm going to show you what went into evidence yesterday is Defendant's Exhibit 29. And can you see it from up there?
Yes, sir, I can.
And these, like marker 7, 5, 6, I'll just, it's identified in the legend over here, but these are 300 blackout shell casings. Do you understand that to be the case?
I don't see marker 5 on the printout on the left-hand side there.
Well, you're right, it's not on. 1, 2. Well, let's just follow along. If these are in fact shell casings, from what you just described to the jury, the ejection path of the 300 blackout, where would the person shooting the gun be standing in relation to these markers?
Forward and to the left.
Your Honor,
6,
out of
5, 6, and 7.
objection, not qualified as an expert.
What?
Objection's overruled.
He's a weapons expert, you idiot. He's your weapons expert. What are you talking about, you fucking moron?
If 7, 5, and 6 are shell casings, that it would be likely that the shooter would be to the upper side of those rounds.
Somewhere near this line in that area?
I can't testify to that line or any kind of angle of that line. No.
God damn it. And what the prosecution did here is pretty dirty. They objected. The objection got overruled, but now the witness basically got the message. So it's basically a way to communicate with your witness when you're not allowed to, by making improper objections and signaling him to be on the defense or something. It's really, really stupid, and I feel that that's what they're doing here.
Understand, but it would be on the side of the line.
Because they literally said he's not an expert in this. He's not qualified as an expert in this. And his answer was, "Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm not qualified in this." So come on now, guys. This is dirty prosecution.
It'd be up in here somewhere, right?
Inside of where those numbers are, it would be likely that the shooter would be on the left-hand side of where those numbers are if you're looking at it from where I'm sitting.
The shooter be on the left-hand side of these numbers and a little forward of these numbers.
Forward and to the left, yes.
I
A
can't
little
say,
bit.
'cause I'm not sure if the
Honestly, way more left than forward, but yeah.
ejection hit something on the way out, or if
That's also true.
if there was an obstruction on the ejection. I don't know. I can't testify to how far they would go. I just know that a normal 300 ejects to the right and slightly backwards.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Honestly, but to his credit, it's not really an exact science to tell where a person was standing and firing his weapon from just based on where the casings landed. Because when the casings fly out, they fly out with a semi-random spin. So they can have weird trajectories just flying out of the weapon. And if you sit in the same place and fire an entire magazine, you're not going to find all of the cases just clustered in one spot. They're going to be spread all over the place.
You were at Moselle on the 8th. I think we've established that. And did you go back on the 13th?
I did, sir.
And you went to the house on the 13th as well?
I did, sir.
Okay. And we saw body cam from where you're picking up shell casings around the side door, 300 blackout shell casings around the side door. And I think, was that the 8th when you got the shell casing next to the...
That was around 2 o'clock on the 8th, a little after 2.
Now, jury will have the video if they want to see it, but as you're standing out there, you can see the rooftops of the shed building and some other structures down at the kennels where the murders took place. You remember you could see the rooftops?
I would think you could see the rooftops.
But that's all you could see, correct? You couldn't see sled agents working around down there by the dog kennels.
No, sir. There's planted pines between the residence and the kennels.
So the fact of the matter is you can't see people at the dog kennels from the house based on your personal observations. Is that correct?
From where I was standing, no, sir.
Now, you also testified about the location of Maggie's phone, how it was found.
Yes, sir.
Did you go out there when it was located?
Yes, sir, I did.
You recall how it was located?
Yes, sir, I do.
How was it located?
We sent information to the phone company for a ping. The ping was actually 20-something hundred meters, which is a long ways. We then learned that she had Find My iPhone on her phone. One of the family members assisted with locating that phone, getting a better location on the phone, and we were ultimately able to find it.
That is one of the reasons why I have location disabled on my phone by default at all times, and I disabled Find My Device, especially since the location service is disabled. And the reason for that is it's nobody's business where the fuck I am. Yep.
So you found the phone, Maggie's phone, by family member using Find My iPhone.
And I think it was John Marvin is the one that assisted us with that.
And do you think John Marvin was using Buster's phone to do that?
I don't have a clue what he was using.
And then when the phone was collected, you provided the password. You remember you testified the password was provided.
We were provided the PIN to open the phone. Yes, sir.
Are you aware that Alec Murdaugh provided the PIN to SLED so they could open Maggie's phone?
Again, I don't know where the passcode or PIN came from, but we were provided a PIN.
Do you know what a Faraday bag is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Did anyone have a Faraday bag?
I did not have a Faraday bag that day.
What's the purpose of a Faraday bag?
To prevent any tampering from outside sources once a cell phone is collected.
And you can put the cell phone inside a Faraday bag so it can't hit Wi-Fi, cell phone towers.
Again, it prevents any tampering from outside.
I don't know if tampering from the outside is the correct way to put it. What it does is it traps all electromagnetic radiation so signals can't go through. And it prevents static electricity from your fingers to cross through and stuff like that.
To prevent anybody from being able to communicate with the phone.
It
from any
helps.
outside sources.
It's a tool to secure the evidence to prevent tampering.
It is
inadvertent or intentional tampering, right?
Yes, sir. It is one tool that can be used.
And with Maggie's phone put in a Faraday bag when it was seized on the side of Moselle Road?
No, it was not.
Did anyone ask or bring up the fact that, hey, maybe we should get a Faraday bag before we move this phone?
I did not ask.
Anybody ask in your presence?
Not that I'm aware of.
The problem is that tampering could only be done by people who have access to unlock the phone or to access her Apple accounts and stuff like that. And that wouldn't just be anybody. That, if anybody, would be your client, Alex, or one of her sons, or somebody like that. It wouldn't be some random murderer trying to get revenge for what Paul did.
Now, on June 8th, you were briefed, and you were advised that Alec found his wife and son murdered. He was the one that discovered them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And on June 8th, you knew that he was Maggie's husband, Paul's father, immediate family, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as part of your long-time experience investigating crimes, murders in particular, someone who finds the bodies and is related to the victims is always going to be
A suspect.
looked at. Is that fair?
That would be a fair statement, sir.
Yeah.
And y'all were looking at Alex on the 8th. SLED was.
Barely.
Yes, sir.
And would you have a label? Was he person of interest or suspect on the 8th?
No,
We were looking
he
at
was not a
Alec
suspect.
being the one that found the deceased, being the husband, the father. in an attempt to get Mr. Alec out of that immediate circle.
And you
What circle?
described this investigative circle. So you draw a circle around potential persons of interest, and Alex was in that circle, correct?
We don't draw a circle around any individual person. We work with the crime scene, which is what we consider the circle, and we work from our way inside out in order to find any potential suspects.
What are you
identify
talking about?
Suspects, clear individuals. So we start with
Why are we talking geometry? Explain the process.
the small circle.
So when you started with the small circle, although you don't draw it, I mean, it's a sort of investigative mental tool. Who was the person in the small circle?
We had Miss Maggie was in the crime scene, Paul was in the crime scene, and Alec was in the crime scene.
And
Or any number of other assailants that you didn't catch.
you remember that on the morning of the 8th, there were media reports that Alec was a person of interest in the murder of his wife and son. Do you remember that being public knowledge?
I try to avoid the media in any investigation because I don't want to be influenced by anything that's said.
Bullshit.
And the, what do you recall SLED putting out a press release on the morning of the 8th that the public need not be alarmed?
I do not recall any press release being put out by SLED.
It's interesting. I mean, all of the officers so far testified that they have no idea about this press release. Nobody knows anything about the sheriff's office giving a press release. And he's claiming that SLED gave a press release. Nobody knows anything about it. Very curious. And I don't know. Are you going to show us that press release? Because I'm damn curious about it now.
Never. Well, the point being, on the 8th, there was a circle, and it was only around Alec. He was the only living and breathing person in the circle. Is that correct?
That is the only person that we could place in the circle at that time.
And I suppose what this lawyer is going with is, and you just didn't have anybody else, that's why we're here. You're literally just stuck to the little amount of evidence that you had based on your own incompetence because you destroyed, supposedly, a bunch of other evidence that might have found the actual killer, and now you're stuck with only Alex as your only suspect, and therefore that's why you're prosecuting him for murder and nobody else, with no evidence.
And on the 8th, SLED knew that, from what interviews with Alec, that he said he left Moselle shortly after 9 p.m., went to visit his mother in Alameda, stayed for a while, and came back. SLED, and you were aware of that fact.
I am aware of that, yes, sir.
And that is also corroborated with cell data, from what I understand.
Anybody at SLED ever, on the morning of the 8th, hightail it over to Alameda and search the house for any evidence whatsoever.
There was that blue blanket thing.
I did not go to Alameda and search the house on the 8th.
Are you aware of anyone ever going to Alameda to search the house until sometime in September of 2021?
There was a number of agents out working. I'm not sure what the other agents did.
Wouldn't it have been a good idea to go to Alameda on the morning of the 8th?
It sure
where
would
the guy
be.
in the circle says he was, right?
I did not go, and I can't testify to what other agents did.
Well, you've been working this investigation. Are you the lead case agent?
No, sir, I'm not.
Who's the lead case agent?
David Owen.
Right. Now, every interview that Alec Murdaugh gave, you participated in, right?
I did, sir.
So were you working, sort of Agent Owen's right-hand man in this investigation?
I was assigned by the captain to assist Agent Owen.
Oh, okay. So you should have the answers then, shouldn't you?
So it's fair that you knew daily developments as the investigation progressed, right?
We had brief.
He's trying to dodge out of accountability so hard. so hard. What now? It's leaving me with the impression that he's actually hiding something. What's with this avoidance of responsibility all of a sudden, and this meekness of? I have no idea. I wasn't informed about anything. I don't know anything about what was taken, what wasn't taken, what was found, what wasn't found, if there are murder weapons, if there aren't murder weapons, or anything like that. All I did was collect guns. I'm useless. I don't know anything.
Briefings with each other on the case. Yes, sir.
And you knew that at no point in time, in June, July, August, anyone went over to Alameda, searched the house, searched the property for any dirty clothes or any murder weapons.
I know that I did not go, and I'm not sure what the other agents in the investigation.
Yeah, why aren't you sure though? You were his right-hand man. You admitted it yourself just now, and you got daily developments about what was going on. You admitted this just now.
Circle had done.
Well, if you went over there, if you had gone over there on the morning of the 8th, scoured the place and not find anything, that would sort of help nudge Alec outside this investigative circle, would it not?
Interesting.
I can't testify to what ifs, sir.
Oh, you can't testify to anything. Yeah, we get you. That's actually... I didn't think he was going there, but that's genius, because... let's just keep playing.
I did not go.
I mean, it is exculpatory evidence that the police just decided that they're not going to bother checking. I didn't think about it in terms of exculpatory evidence, but goddamn, that is exculpatory evidence if they would have gone there and found nothing. Now, the prosecution are going to argue that he went there with some sort of blanket, but with this testimony now, it's like, well, why are you pinning this, like, him going there with a blanket or something now, when you could have investigated it at the time and you decided not to? But it's very convenient now to use something you didn't investigate against him, while simultaneously saying, oh yeah, we just don't know why we didn't investigate that. We have no idea. Oh, but we are going to use this against him, the fact that we didn't go to investigate.
Okay. On the 8th, you were asked to point out, who's that person? Who's that person? Who's that person? That's Ronnie Crosby. He's a lawyer. That's Mark Ball. He's a lawyer. That's Lee Cope. He's a lawyer. You remember that testimony?
Yeah, he knew a whole lot about stuff that isn't weapons yesterday, but now he's just completely ignorant. He doesn't know anything about anybody.
I do, sir.
Okay. Now, Alec wasn't lawyering up on the 8th. Those were his friends who came over to help him. Correct?
They
They
were given counsel to Alec as far as what we were doing. They were making phone calls to his counsel. That was the instruction which we gave.
What? What are you talking about?
We were given.
And they were assisting you, as you saw on the body cam, go through the evidence that you ended up seizing in the gun room, right?
They pointed out some items that they had concerns about.
Did you find that their efforts were obstructing your investigation?
No.
They didn't obstruct our search within that gun room, no, sir.
I bet the prosecution was going to imply that.
Now, you went back, I think, on June 13th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we did.
And remind me, what was the purpose of the search on June 13th?
Search on June 13th was a follow-up search of the residence. I would have to see the search warrant, actual search warrant, to see what items was being sought at that time.
Did he need a search warrant, or did it?
Are you testifying that you had to get a search warrant on the 13th?
Search warrant or consent? I'm not sure. I don't know what exactly.
So he consented on the 13th as well. They didn't need a search warrant. This is fucking stupid.
Thing that was being looked for at that time.
He's been doing everything right so far.
Murdaugh gave consent anytime he was asked
That is hugely in his favor.
if they could go on the property.
Hugely in his
My
favor.
understanding is consent was obtained each time.
Amazing.
And so,
Even if I was innocent, I would not be so quick to give full consent to the police to search my entire apartment. Who the fuck knows what's gonna result of that search that I don't have to and I'm not obligated to give them without a search warrant. Now they're gonna get a search warrant, that's another story. But search warrants have limits, while full consent seems to have no limits. They could literally carte blanche do whatever they want.
There was no search warrant on the 13th, was there, Agent Kroll?
Ew.
I would
Wow.
have to see our
Wait a minute. Okay, his reaction just now seems to. Okay, wait a minute. I'll show it again.
On the 13th, was there, Agent?
Ooh. Yeah.
Kroll?
I would have to see our legal grounds for being there, as far, whether it was consent or search warrant. I do not know.
Right. And you
Either
don't need a
case, you
search
don't need
warrant
one.
if there's consent.
Yeah, you don't need one.
No, sir, you do not.
And in this interview, excuse me, this search, you've seized Exhibit 151, which is, hand it to you. That's 300 blackout clip. Is that right?
It's a magazine with 300 blackout ammunition, yes, sir.
And that was found where?
Collected from a black Ford F-150.
On the property. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
And I think you testified it was found on the floorboard of the truck. Is that right?
I didn't testify to where it was found, no, sir.
Do you know where it was found?
No, sir.
Did
Just
you
a black
find
Ford F-150.
Did you find it?
No, sir, I did not.
Oh, it was just provided to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the jury heard this videotape interview of Alec on June 10th, where he told you that Paul left everything everywhere.
Guns all over the place, boats all over the place.
I do remember that, yes, sir.
And does this evidence support what Alec told you, that Paul left everything everywhere if you found a clip?
The way he put that question is, don't you think that supports his story? I mean, not really, because that story could have been a post hoc explanation of why there would be these bullets all over the place, rather than it being the other way around, where the stories predate the actual bullets being in the vehicles. So yeah, I mean, I don't know how strong this question is.
I can't testify to who had the magazine in the F-150.
I mean,
You know who left?
it would be a lot better to have actual evidence that he left stuff all over the place, rather than it just being Alex talking about how Paul would have behaved.
Drove that F-150.
I do not, sir.
Was any analysis done of that clip?
The way it's packaged there, it does not appear that there's been any analysis done.
Were any fingerprints taken of that clip?
Again, sir, the way it's packaged, it does not appear that there was any analysis done.
Why are the cops so incompetent in this
I think
case?
There was another clip that was seized from the shelf in the gun room. I don't have that pulled up, but I think it's 150 perhaps. Did you remember seizing another clip from the gun room?
Yes, sir, there was another magazine with 300 blackout.
And any fingerprints taken from the clip seized from the shelf in the gun room?
I don't think so, sir.
Was there any analysis done of the clip taken from the shelf in the gun room?
The way I recall it being packaged yesterday, it would appear that there was no analysis performed.
Yet you brought it to court. You want this jury to have it. Why is that?
Interesting. Why? What's the objection?
I believe that's outside the scope of this witness
Come on, he testified about it yesterday.
offered in court.
Response to the objection.
He testified about it yesterday.
Asking his knowledge, not anything beyond his knowledge. He can say, I don't know, or if he has a reason.
He testified about it.
Can you repeat the question,
Yeah.
please, sir?
Do you know why you were asked to bring those clips here to court and put them in evidence before this jury?
I do not, sir.
That's a good admission to have in front of the jury.
Now, you also did a search of the shooting range. I couldn't go through my notes, and I can't.
Literally, this looks like the most corrupt prosecution I've ever seen in my life. They're bringing unrelated guns that are not the actual murder weapon. They're demonstrably not the murder weapon. They cannot have been the murder weapon. There's been analysis on it that he doesn't know what the result of it was, but obviously that none of it was the murder weapon. Otherwise, the prosecution would say, you see, this here is the murder weapon. They don't have that. They don't have the murder weapon. They have maybe 12 guns of his that are completely unrelated whatsoever. But they're trying to imply to the jury, look how many guns he has. And some of these guns are capable of firing the rounds that went into his wife and kid, despite the fact that no rounds like that have been found on the property whatsoever, apparently. Yeah, this is the prosecution's case is starting to crumble every second, and they have nothing. They're trying to just leave implications like, well, he could have done it. He has all these guns. Isn't he evil having all these guns? Like, don't you want him to be guilty just on the basis that he has lots of guns?
I don't have a date. Was that on the 13th or a different day?
I'm not sure if it's the 13th or the 16th.
16th? I think you may be right. Either way, again, that was a consent search, right? You didn't have a search warrant for that.
We did get consent for that, yes, sir.
Every single time.
And the jury saw the video. We're not going to belabor that again, but there was
Thank you.
Shooting house, if you will, with a chair and a thing you would rest a gun on. And we saw you picking up a lot of shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
And the shell casings you were picking up were the 300 blackout spent shell casings, cartridges, right?
That is correct, sir.
But there was a lot of brass in there that were not 300 blackout cartridges.
It's a shooting range.
There was additional brass that was not 300, yes, sir.
It's a shooting range, of course.
We didn't get a good look. If you're sitting in that chair in that shooting house, downrange, do you remember what was on the other end?
A bottle?
100 yards or so away? Remember what?
At least they were shooting at a bottle.
I do not recall what's back on that end, no, sir. Target of some sort.
A bottle was the target.
Where there's a big dirt mound there?
A berm, too.
The safe, right?
Oh, he means behind the target.
Just going down without something to stop it. So there's a berm there to stop it.
It was
right?
going into a wooded area, yes, sir.
But there was a
dirt
berm.
mound. There was a dirt mound.
That was the answer.
There was a target and then a dirt mound behind it.
Yeah, to stop the bullets. That's how you're supposed to do it.
Now, we saw you picking up brass. Who went down to the other end and started digging in that dirt?
Did anybody?
To find fire projectiles.
I did not go down to the other end, no, sir.
In fact, nobody at SLED went to that other end to dig out 300 blackout fire projectiles, did they?
I mean,
I
what
did
would be
not.
the point? They by definition didn't hit
You're assisting Agent
Paul
Owen.
or his wife.
You're going to briefings. You didn't hear at any point in time while we
dig that mound.
should have, or we did dig out projectiles from the dirt mound.
I never heard of anyone digging out a dirt mound.
And it should be super
Digging
easy
out
also.
brass from the dirt mound.
If you had dug out projectiles from the dirt mound, that could have been sent to the ballistics lab at SLED and done a comparison to projectiles found at the crime scene.
Interesting. Again,
There are a
interesting
lot of
where he
elements
went with
that
this.
would, go into whether it could actually be looked at or not.
Come on, that's stupid.
Certainly compare it to what was
In the bodies.
take a 300 blackout, shoot it out of Buster's gun right there leaning next to you, and compare it to the projectiles. You're aware that could be done.
That could be done.
Yes, sir, I am.
But it wasn't, was it?
No.
I'm not sure what testing was done. on
Oh,
this
yeah.
particular rifle.
I don't know. I don't qualify to talk about anything. Yeah, idiot. He's getting shredded.
Now let's go to the June 10th interview. Owens interviewed Alec in Agent Owens' SUV, sled issued vehicle on June 10th, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
And that was at Brother John Marvin's hunting lodge in Barnville or somewhere close by, right?
Yes, sir.
Not yet. Not yet. A lot of people were interviewed that day, right?
There was a number of interviews going on at the same time, yes, sir.
And that was consent, correct? The interviews were consensual.
Yes, sir.
And you interviewed, the folks being interviewed that day not only included Alec, but they included John Marvin,
Alec?
his brother, his son Buster, and his other brother Randy. Is that correct?
To my recollection, yes, sir.
And when you pulled up on June the 10th, it's about, was it early afternoon it seemed like?
The timestamp should be on the video. I don't recall what time it was.
But it was a little bit like the cavalry coming, wasn't it? Because there were a lot of cars that pulled up at one time, right?
They were aware we were coming.
That wasn't the question.
They were, how many agents went?
We took agents to interview each person that was there.
You took 2 agents for each interview, right?
I think there was 2 agents for each interview, yes, sir.
And each agent came in their own car, right?
I think I may have rode with Special Agent Owen. I'm not sure if the others drove their own cars or not.
Well, and so there's at least 4, could have been more than that, cars, right?
There was probably full cars, yes, sir.
And you put each person, Randy, John Marvin, Buster, and Alec, in a separate car all at one time.
Pretty close to the same time, yes, sir. Each one got in a car with agents.
And that's a law enforcement investigative technique so that you don't want witnesses to be comparing notes, and you want to interview them in separate places, same time, and to get what's fresh on their mind without learning of what another witness has said, right?
We wanted to interview them individually, yes, sir.
And you said they knew that they were coming, but did you alert anyone that we're all going to be coming in, at least 4 cars, and we're going to interview you separately at the same time?
There was some other things that was going to take place while we were conducting the interviews, so it was arranged that they would all be at that location, and we were going to meet them there and conduct the interviews.
And you also had a guy there to do the phone extraction.
Yes, sir. Those are the other things I'm talking about.
Now, that wasn't told to Alec or John Marvin or Buster or Randy before SLED rolled in on the 8th at John Marvin's
Interesting.
lodge, right?
It's my understanding that they knew we were coming and that we were going to request the phone analysis be done.
Oh, wait.
You think-
So they told you exactly what other people knew about what you were going to ask them about, but you don't know nothing about the results of any investigations that pertain to exactly the stuff that you confiscated. Give me a fucking break. This is a clear hostile witness that's just trying on purpose to mess with the defense. God damn.
Someone when SLED would have told Alec ahead of time, told John Marvin ahead
Exactly?
of time that we're going to
Look your phones. We're
Be
gonna.
sure not to erase anything off your phone because we're going to download it.
Oh no, I don't
didn't
know.
Set the meeting up. I went with Agent Owen to conduct the interview.
Yeah, so what you just said is bullshit.
One of the first things you did in the interview was you and Agent Owen was ask Alec if he would give over his phone so that it could be extracted, correct?
That was one of the first things we asked for.
And that extraction was done, by another agent who came in a separate vehicle, I assume. Is that right?
He's not an agent with the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, no, sir.
Okay. he was investigator with 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office?
That's my understanding of his job title, yes, sir.
And that would be Investigator Hightower, is that who did that?
That is my understanding.
Hightower, that's a cool family name. Relates to Game of Thrones
And
or Song of
during
Ice and
the,
Fire.
interview, you also, at the end of the interview, you got a buccal swab from Alec, right?
I did, sir.
And you got a buccal swab from, not you, but everybody who was interviewed gave buccal swabs, meaning John Marvin, Randy, Buster, and Alec, correct?
I know that Alec, we secured a buckle from Alec. I'm pretty sure that there was one collected from Buster. I'm not sure about John Marvin and Randy.
Now, yesterday, we listened to the entire video interview with Alec, and it ran for almost an hour, could have been longer, but you sat on the stand and heard that, right?
Yes, sir, I did.
And at various points in time, you were asked, what did he just tell you? Did he just tell you this? Do you remember that?
I do, sir.
And then you get to one point in the interview where you're asked, what did he just say after you said it must be tormenting? And you testified that Alex said on the video, captured by audio, that it was so bad, I did him so bad.
Right, that was kind of curious, but
Yes, sir, that is what I
he
testified.
wasn't making sense when he was saying that. He was
Now,
just full of grief and he
Are you
wasn't really
100%
clear.
confident that Alex said, I did him so bad?
Yeah, he wasn't really
They
clear.
did
He
so
was
bad.
grieving and crying and
I'm
mucus
100%
and everything.
confident in what I heard and I interpreted him as saying.
Yeah, I'm 100% confident in what I
You would agree
interpreted
that
him
the
as
jury can
saying.
hear the same thing?
That's a meaningless statement. Of course, you're 100% confident in your interpretation of what he said. It's not 100% confidence that your interpretation is exactly what he said. What you're sure about is that you made an interpretation.
Thing you heard on June the 10th by playing what was captured on the body cam or the recording equipment in Agent Owen's car, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you heard what you said, you're confident that you heard that he said, I did him so bad. What'd you do in response to that?
I made a mental note of it. Again, we were
Interesting.
still
So
in
on
the
that
early
basis
stages
already.
of investigation. It was more of an information gathering from Mr. Alec. And we did not have information at that point, to my opinion, to challenge Mr. Alec on any of his statements.
That is an important admission from this witness. He was they had teams of people there and they couldn't find anything suspicious to base
So,
any kind of investigation on.
Alec Murdaugh was the one and only in this circle on June the 10th. You're in the car with him, and according to your testimony, he says, I did him so bad.
That is what I understood him to say, yes, sir.
And yet, you just said you took a mental note of it.
Yes, sir, I did.
I mean, if the guy in the middle of the circle, the only one in the circle, says, I did him so bad, isn't that a significant statement if he actually said that?
It's definitely something we would follow up with.
You never followed up with it, did you?
There was
Interesting
a third interview
question.
conducted with Mr. Alex.
There was a third interview. There was a third interview.
But was he asked
conducted
about
on
that?
August the 11th, 2021, right?
Was he asked about what he meant by
I don't
that?
recall the exact date.
We hear about it, but you were there, right?
Yes, sir, I was.
So now we can't escape
Tell the
by
jury
using
if you
ignorance.
asked Alec Murdaugh on August 11th, 2021, what did you mean back on June 10th when you
Exactly.
said, I did him so bad?
Nobody asked him
We
that,
didn't
I'm
make it to
guessing.
that point, sir.
Lol. Hilarious. These guys are, it seems, purposely incompetent.
In fact, back on June 10th,
They wanted to get
after
this
you
guy, I
had
think.
this, what you heard him say, I did him so bad, you went on to talk about funeral arrangements, whether they're going to be public or private. Isn't that right?
There was questions concerning funeral arrangements, yes, sir.
And Agent Owen says, well, Alex said he's trying to make arrangements so it wouldn't be, a lot of media there or any media there. And, the guy who just said, I did him so bad, the response to that was, they don't deserve to be there. You recall that?
Repeat that again, sir.
Do you recall
If you don't
Agent
mind.
Owen saying in your presence to Alec, the media did not deserve to be at Maggie and Paul's funeral?
I do recall Agent Owens saying something about the media not being there. Yes, sir.
And that was after, according to you, he said, I did him so bad.
Yes, sir.
Did you consider that to be some sort of confession on June the 10th?
Again, it was something that we were definitely going to follow up on. Yes, sir.
Getting ready for your testimony yesterday,
Excuse me.
did you review a transcript that was prepared by SLED of that interview of June 10th with Alec?
No, sir. I have never seen a transcript that was prepared for that.
Are you aware the transcript was prepared at SLED?
No, sir. I am not.
Are you hearing that the first time?
Yes, sir. I am.
Well, let me ask you back on June 10th. Why didn't you ask him right then and there when he said, I did him so bad? Why didn't you ask him, what do you mean by that, Alec?
Again, it was early in the investigation. It was more of an information gathering interview.
But you said you followed up on that. You're the one who brought up this whole third interview thing, but apparently this third interview didn't ask him about it, so now you're coming up with excuses why you didn't ask him about it. Well, why did you bring up the third interview then? Then the lawyer was right the whole time. You did not raise this. You did not follow up on it whatsoever, did you? You're so full of shit. You said, oh no, there was a third investigation. Of course we followed up on it. Well,
You would call it an interview with Mr. Alec.
no, it's an interview. It's not an investigation. Who gives a fuck? But did you ask him about it or not?
And we did not, at that particular time in the investigation, we did not have
Did you ever?
evidence to challenge anything that Mr. Alec would have told us. It was decided that we would not.
It was decided that we would not question him about what he meant by I did him so bad, despite him making a mental note of it and putting him in a circle, very likely on that basis, almost alone, it seems like. It seems like that's the only piece of evidence they have against him, a kind of mental slip-up while he was half crying, half whining, and half mumbling to the police.
Crossed that at that time.
I mean, my question wasn't, why didn't you challenge him? My question is, why didn't you ask for clarification? Like, what are you talking about? You did him so bad.
You said you followed up on it.
Asking for clarification of I did him so bad would ultimately be a challenge of what he said.
Yeah, so?
What were the things going through your mind when you...
Am I the only one who's picking up that this guy is so full of shit right now and he's almost practically lying on the stand?
heard or misheard, I did him so bad, I mean, like, I wasn't a good dad? I spoiled him? Or I killed him? I mean, what was going through your mental note?
There was a mental note that it was definitely something that we needed to follow up on and ask at a later time.
Which you didn't. You just admitted you didn't.
Now, from the video, it appears you're back there taking some
But it's smart that he's leaving it at that. Just leave it at that. You don't have to go into it any further.
notes.
Yes, sir.
Did you take notes?
I was writing specific
Now,
stuff
you
down.
mentioned you made a mental note of this, what you heard or misheard, I did him so bad, but did you make a written note of him saying that?
I don't recall if I wrote it or not, sir.
So it's possible that you're sitting there with a guy who's now been charged with murder on June 10th in the interview, the father, the only one in the circle, and he says, I did him so bad, and you can't tell the jury you even wrote it down on a piece of paper.
I don't recall if I actually made a physical.
But is it a good strategy to keep reminding the jury that he said, I did him so bad, I did him so bad, I did him so bad. Sure, if the jury are doing their job, it would mean absolutely nothing towards his guilt. But if there are already jurors that are convinced that he's guilty, then this is gonna be just the final nail in the coffin. But despite there being literally no evidence, for them this is just evidence.
Physical note of it or not, sir?
I don't know if it's smart to keep talking about him saying that over and over again.
I'm going to play that clip from State's Exhibit 243, which is in evidence. I want you to listen again with the jury. Hang on, Your Honor.
I'll be right back. This cross is pretty great.
243. Let's play it. Please, Doug. Exhibit 243 in evidence.
It's tough.
It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
All right. Back it up and play it in real time again, Doug. Real time.
Or not easy. I know it's hard. And sitting here talking today is tough.
It was just so bad. They did it so bad.
I did it so bad. I did it so bad. It doesn't sound like he says
Here
him.
now, they or I?
I will still testify that my hearing, I hear I.
Your Honor, we'd like to play it again at 1/3 speed to slow it down. It's just the same. Thank you.
Third speed, with no foundation laid for who's manipulating.
Wait, why do you care if he plays it at 1/3 speed, Mr. Prosecutor? I mean, again, this could be exculpatory evidence. Your witness testified to something. You made him testify about what he heard there. You paused it at that particular part so that the jury hear him speak unclearly, and now he wants to put some added clarification. He played it at normal speed several times. Now he wants to also play it at slower speed because your witness has just said, "Oh no, I hear something that the." So he's basically, there's a matter of debate between what the lawyer says is clearly heard from the audio to what he hears. Now, I personally didn't hear I, but I also didn't hear him say him either.
It, how it's being manipulated. I think obviously we have it in real time, but there would have to be some additional foundation.
Overruled, thank you.
1/3 speed.
Yeah, Mr. Prosecutor, this seems like you have issues with evidence that could be exculpatory. That's not the job of the prosecutor. The job of the prosecutor is to after all exculpatory evidence, then decide if you want to bring the case or not. It's not to try and bury all exculpatory evidence.
Sitting here talking today is tough. It's just so bad.
It's just so bad.
So bad.
It's so bad. It's just so bad, it's so bad. That's what he said.
Did you hear they then?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay.
It's just so bad. It's just so bad.
You would agree
It's
the
so
jury
bad.
gets to decide what he said on that tape.
Nice.
That's
It's
the best
good that they slowed.
I-
It's good that they slowed it because I mean, despite I think maybe they should have played it at half speed, not a third speed, because a third speed is a little bit too slow for most people to pick it up. But I heard pretty clearly that he said it's just so bad. It's so bad.
I agree that they get to hear the tape and make their own mind up as to what he said. Yes, sir.
Good.
Thank you. That's all I have on that.
And now the prosecutor just looks like an asshole because
Well-
he made his witness testify that he said, I did him so bad, which is basically an almost nonsensical statement grammatically. But it's like, could be interpreted as like hick speak for, I have killed him so bad, which is still grammatically awful. But again, implications, that's all these fucking assholes have. It's like implications that could maybe possibly be interpreted as him maybe being guilty or feeling any kind of weird feelings of guilt if you misinterpret what you hear. And then he's fighting over the jury being able to hear it at a speed that would allow them more clarity or not. I don't like this prosecutor fighting and objecting so much to stuff that he has no business objecting to if his business was finding out the truth, finding out who's really behind this, and not if his job is just trying to put this innocent man in prison. I mean, if what he was trying to do here was put this man in prison no matter what, whether or not he actually did it, then that would be consistent with the way he's actually prosecuting this case.
I said the date August 11th. You said you weren't sure, but there was another interview with Alec Murdaugh came to the SLED Low Country office, and you and Agent Owen sat down and interviewed him, correct?
That is correct.
Now,
Oh, so there was a fourth interview that he didn't talk about.
on all these interviews that were conducted and that have been played somewhat, or body cam conversations, except for Alec, when you're doing them, do you tell the person that you're interviewing, hey, I'm going to turn the audio recorder on, you're now being recorded? Is that
Is it a one-party consent state or a two-party consent state?
standard operating procedure?
We normally don't advise that we're recording, no, sir.
Okay. And you certainly didn't advise Alec that you're recording him on any of the interviews that you conducted with Agent Owen, correct?
I never advised anyone that I was being.
But as a lawyer, of course, he knew that it's the
And-
case.
And this meeting that you had, were you aware that Alec was asking for the meeting so that he could get an update on whether you made any progress? in
That's
the
interesting.
Investigation of the murder of his wife and son?
I was aware that Alec had requested a meeting to raise some questions as to what was going on.
So he's the one that
You wanted
arranged the
information
meeting.
as to what was going on, right?
Not only was he not hesitant in letting the cops do whatever they want, gave them a carte blanche to search his entire property, let them do whatever they want, interviewed whenever they wanted. He actually engaged and looked for extra interviews and extra opportunities to talk to him. Yeah, he was not avoiding any kind of responsibility for his actions, so to speak, if he indeed did it. And I'm slowly becoming more and more convinced in his innocence.
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
But y'all had other plans for that meeting, correct?
No, sir, I'm not going to say we had other plans for that meeting. It was an interview.
Yeah, I mean, he came there he didn't go to that meeting thinking, I'm going to be interviewed,
Investigated.
to your knowledge, did he?
To my knowledge, I don't know what his thinking was. He knew he was coming there to meet with myself and Agent Owen.
And ask questions.
And during that
Get
interview,
updates.
pretty much you made it known to him that, well, I mean, you asked him point blank, did you kill your wife and son?
He was asked that.
That must have been shocking. Given that they just let him walk free and they didn't do anything for all this time.
Made it pretty clear that, well, let me ask you, at that point in time, was he
I want to hear it.
full bore suspect in your murder investigation?
Yes?
He was still a person of interest.
Yes, he was the
There
primary
some
suspect.
questions that we had
Ask him
regarding
if he was the primary suspect.
that only he could answer.
And did he answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, sir.
And then at the end of that interview,
Not
he
even a
asked you to
lawyer
meet with
present.
Maggie's mom and dad, Mr. and Ms. Brandstetter, and her family, correct?
I think that was the end of the second interview, not the third interview.
All right. Well,
My-
shortly after that, shortly after that third interview with Alec, which we'll get the date in the record eventually, a few days later, you and Agent Owen went and met with Maggie's mom and dad, sister and brother-in-law, and nieces, correct?
That is correct.
And part of that interview, well, that interview was recorded, right?
The interview with
With the
Brandstetters?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It was audio recorded.
Did you tell them you were recording it?
We did not.
And
I don't think. I did not tell them.
and part of the interview was the interview was conducted as part of your investigation to get information to assist you in
Yes?
next steps. Correct?
Is it gonna...
The
Weasel
interview
out of
was a
that too?
Combination interview. It was to share information. Then
Yeah, he's
also
weaseling
gather
out of every fucking
exactly
question.
that
Come on, bro.
In that interview, you and or Agent Owen told the Brandstetters and the Proctors that Alec is in this circle of investigation, correct?
It was no secret that Alec was in that circle at that point. No, sir.
And that you also told them he's the only one that you've identified in the circle.
Interesting.
I don't recall saying he's the only one in that circle.
Well, did you identify for the Brandstetters or the Proctors any other people in the circle?
No.
They particularly asked about Alec, so I don't recall giving them any other names that was being looked at.
In early August of
Were-
2021?
Why wasn't the follow-up questions, were there any other names that you were looking at? Because I don't think he said anything so far about other suspects at all. It seems like what the lawyer's trying to get out of him is that he was the only suspect, and he could just flat out ask him that. Were there other people that were suspects for murder? I mean, was he the primary suspect? Was he the only suspect? And forget about this terminology of person of interest. That's just a weasel word trying to get out of who you suspect being the murderer.
Anybody else in the circle that your SLED was focused on?
Again, sir, at that
There you go.
particular date, I'm not sure who all was still within that circle.
I'm not sure who was. You're an investigator. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about your circle. How can you not be sure? Oh my god.
And during this interview, Maggie's mother, Ms. Kennedy Brandstetter, her father, Mr. Terry Brandstetter, her sister, Marion Proctor, and brother-in-law, Bart, and their children described for y'all their observations of Alec's relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
From their observation of their relationship, yes, sir.
And that was, you were asking that as part of your investigative tool and getting
Yes, sir,
information.
that's correct.
And they reported to you that Alec had a loving relationship with Maggie and Paul, correct?
Rule 801 and 802.
Pardon?
Objection, Rule 801 and 802.
What's that?
It's not being offered for the matter asserted, Your Honors. What
Oh.
you said in response to that?
Objection sustained.
hearsay.
Were you given information in that interview? Did they identify other people who had warned Maggie that word on the street in Hampton that there was some risk to her family's safety resulting from the boat accident?
I don't recall any specific information concerning warning of threats or of any nature. No, sir, I don't recall that.
You don't recall being provided the name Barbara Mixon?
I do recall being provided names of those that may have information, but as far as specific information, I do not recall any specific information that was shared by the Branstetters.
That's very
You know
convenient.
whether Ms. Mixon was ever interviewed following your meeting with the Branstetters?
I know I never interviewed Ms. Mixon.
Were you given information about Ms. Keena Traherne of a similar nature?
Again, I never interviewed Ms. Traherne, if her name was given, no, sir.
Suspicious.
1 minute, Your Honor. May I check to see what I left?
They investigate anybody except him. Seems they kind of just arrived at the conclusion that it's him, pretended that it's him this whole time, and just said case closed, didn't bother checking a single goddamn thing.
Excuse me.
Even though at first he wasn't a suspect.
That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Senior Special Agent Croft, a couple things. When you went back, or you went and searched that house, your focus was searching for guns. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And to your knowledge, when other agents walked through the house with the family members, and this is on June 8th, fundamentally they were looking for firearms. Is that correct?
That is my understanding, yes, sir.
You were asked about these weapons that you seized that are put into evidence, and you were looking for any potential weapon that could fire rounds consistent with those that were used at the scene. Is that right?
That is correct.
I'm going to redirect, Your Honor. That's for a little bit.
Don't lead the witness.
Yes, sir, Your Honor. What is the point of gathering as much evidence as you can when you have that opportunity? What are you trying to do there?
But this isn't gathering evidence. You provided it at court yesterday for no fucking reason. That's the shitty thing here. It's not like it's not like the problem is that he looked at these weapons and investigated them. The problem is that you provided them to the court as if they have anything to do with killing the people that this whole case is about. This isn't an illegal weapons possession case.
Trying to gather as much evidence that could be tested as potential weapons for the scene to be able to include.
I would recross and say none of the weapons showed in court yesterday are confirmed as the murder weapon, correct? Yes, that's it. You're done.
Or to exclude Mr. Alex or these weapons from being the person responsible for the murders.
You were asked a little bit about this right here, and this was June of 2021, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
I'm sorry?
Had COVID had any effect generally on the availability of ammunition?
Not
Yes.
just COVID.
Tell the jury what, if any, effect that was.
Ammunition was difficult to get during that time because of the shutdowns during COVID.
Right, so their price was way higher, not $11 per box.
Did you find a lot of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
There was quite a bit of ammunition.
Did you
inside.
find a lot of different types of ammunition inside the defendant's residence?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you find a lot of S&B 300 blackout in the defendant's residence?
That was mostly what we found.
Why aren't you
were asked
focusing
about
on the shotgun
commonality of
shells,
various
though?
rounds blackout through others, and you mentioned .308 .223 and .556. Can you tell the jury a little bit about those rounds and why they tend to be a bit more common as you testified to, please?
I'm sorry, can you mind repeating?
Yeah, sure. You testified.
Objects beyond the scope. I didn't ask anything about 223s and whatever he said.
He asked about the commonality of blackout, and he answered about those
The
other
witness
calibers.
asked for you to repeat the question. I would like to hear it as well.
Yes, sir. You were asked earlier about the commonality of blackout, and you mentioned it was not as common as 308, 223, and 556. I was asking you to explain a little bit about those calibers and why they were more common.
What?
223 is a very common round. It's utilized in law enforcement. 556 is utilized within law enforcement, and also.
So that means they're not common.
Prior to COVID, it was easily found, fairly cheap ammunition to go out and shoot as far as
For
rifle
law
goes.
enforcement.
308 is a hunting rifle, which can be used for larger game such as whitetail and stuff like that. 308 is also a common round that's used within law enforcement and the military side.
Yeah, but
very
we're
common
not
round.
talking about law enforcement or the
300
military, you
million is-
dumbass. We're talking about
It's
common
just at
for
that particular time,
just
300,
citizens to buy.
Rounds.
Ooh,
were-
this is so
weapons
dishonest.
were just not that common.
How many criminal investigations have you worked where 300 blackout was the murder round?
I have none.
None. You were asked earlier about the boxes and what has been admitted into evidence as states 214. And are there multiple exhibits in that particular bag that was not opened?
Yes, sir, it is.
Right. And aside from the boxes, what, if any, other exhibit is in that particular bag?
It is what appears to be a credit card receipt.
Going back to
one
the
particular
Gucci
item
shit.
circled.
Oh, and the defense avoided that Gucci shit. I wonder why. Maybe there were arguments over finances between him and his wife that the prosecution want to get into as for his motive to kill her. But are the prosecution really going to argue that he did it over her buying an expensive Gucci bag? Is that really the theory that they're going with? Because if that's the case, again, he's not guilty. The prosecution are just fucking douchebags.
Item circled was what?
Gucci.
Why are we talking about the fucking receipt for Gucci and the trash bag that contained boxes from months ago, if not years ago? For what date was the receipt? I don't remember. Was it recent till before the shooting, or is it not even relevant at all? Did he ask him about the date shown on the receipt? Because if not, then that's a red flag. What the hell are we doing?
You were asked something about a few questions about the what the lab report found, and where your experience is in general firearms knowledge. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes,
Are
sir.
you a firearm marks and tool mark examiner?
No, sir, I'm not.
Is it your role to do that specific analysis?
It is not, sir.
Is that analysis for others to do?
That is, sir.
But you were also the right-hand man of the main investigator of this case, you fucking liar.
That is correct, sir.
Others who will testify later?
That is correct, sir.
But it's not your capacity of a weapons examiner. It's your capacity as one of
You were
the
asked a
lead
number of
people in this
questions about the
investigation.
various loads in some of these shotguns.
Again, the prosecution being really dishonest.
Did you find weapons that had mixed loads, that had different types of ammunition in them?
Yes, sir, I did.
You were asked a couple of questions about the board that Mr. Harpootlian put into evidence yesterday. You recall those?
Yes, sir, I do.
Are you aware that both victims had stippling on them from their gunshot injuries?
Yes, sir, I am.
And what is stippling?
Stippling is
Gunshot,
a
gunfire, gunpowder
burn
residue.
pattern which is left on an individual due to a close range shot.
To a close range shot.
That is correct.
Thank you. You were asked some questions about the location of where shell casings land when they're ejected out of the weapon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Are there a number of factors that go into where a shell casing might
That
actually
is
land?
true. Yes.
Yes, sir, it is.
Can people move?
That's a
sorry,
stupid.
sir.
That's
People
stupid.
move?
People can move, yes, sir.
Not you're not moving when you're aiming down sights firing a weapon. And no, you don't move when you fire at somebody at close range because you are already at close range.
You were asked a couple questions about the cell phone and whether or not it was put in the Faraday bag. Do you know if that phone was put in airplane mode?
I think it was, yes, sir.
Why is that relevant? I mean, assuming that the cops have no way... Well, okay, if it was put in airplane mode, then it would have blocked some communication. I'm not even sure that all of it. And I'm not even sure if you can't remotely... Nope, you can't. Even so, that's not proper procedure anyway. Maybe that's why you use Faraday bags, because airplane mode isn't absolute.
You've been asked a number of questions about the defendant and the investigation. Do you recall during the course of the interview on June 10th, did Agent Owen mention that y'all had talked to 100 people at that point?
I do, yes, sir.
All right. And was the investigation just focused on Alec Murdaugh, or was it focused on anyone and everyone it could focus on?
It was absolutely not just focused on Alex Murdaugh.
Then why couldn't you name a single goddamn person that was in the circle except him?
In that particular interview, did Agent Owen mention victim advocates or any sort of grief counseling to Alec Murdaugh? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, he did.
When you're that early in an interview and you are interviewing someone who might be in the circle, as Mr. Griffin describes
No,
it,
okay,
are
it's
you
not
trying to
as he
keep your
describes
ears
it.
open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you trying to keep the lines of communication open?
Yes, sir, I am.
Are you going to confront somebody that early on, or are you going to try to keep the dialogue going?
Action leading, Your Honor.
Now lead the witness.
What is your goal when you're that early in an investigation?
And besides, never mind, wait a minute.
And interviewing witnesses or potential subjects.
Again, based on what we had in this particular case, the interviews conducted with Mr. Alec was more of an information gathering type of interview.
But it is the same interview where, like, the one apparently, at least from what I understand from what this prosecutor is saying, the interview in which he told him, suggested him to go see victim counseling, is also the interview during which they confronted him, asking him if he killed them. So why is he trying to play it as if they care about him or that he wasn't a primary suspect? Instead, they were just trying to cheer him on and make sure he's okay. No, he was the primary suspect still, because it was at the same fucking interview where they asked him if he killed his son and wife. Okay, this is stupid, and this prosecutor is asking questions in an attempt to obfuscate the truth as much as possible.
It wasn't an interrogation by no means.
Using semantics, using as much manipulation as possible to avoid the truth.
You were asked about whether or not anyone dug some potential projectiles out of a mound of dirt.
Which could have been exculpatory.
Were you aware that there were 300 blackout cases found around Maggie's body at the scene?
But we're not talking about the fucking cases. We're talking about the actual projectiles.
Yes, I was.
And what was your goal as finding similar evidence in other parts of the property?
Similar casings to the shell casings that were located at Miss Maggie's body.
Why not the projectile? Why only the casings?
Did you know that casings can be compared to casings which had been recovered already at the murder scene?
Yes, sir, I did.
That was a hell of a leading question.
Did you find cases outside of the side door?
Yes, sir, I did.
300 blackout cases?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you find 300 blackout cases at the range across the street?
Yes, sir, I did.
But again, why not also dig out the dirt mound? It should be super easy. You know how I know that it should be super easy? Because people do this. People recycle their actual bullets all the time. They just go through the dirt mound, they sift it, and they gather all the lead that went into the dirt mound, they melt it, and then they recast the bullets again. I've seen it plenty of times, and people do it all the time, and it's just insane how much lead you can get out of one of those things very, very easily, because it's basically just a mountain of sand. So all you have to do is just, again, put it in a giant sift, and you just get lead right out of there. The easiest type of mining you could ever imagine.
You were asked about interviewing a number of witnesses on that day on June the 10th. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is it common standard operating procedure to interview witnesses separately?
Yes, sir.
Is there anything different or unusual about that being done?
No, sir, it's not.
Would you do that in any case?
Yes, sir, I would.
The June 10th interview with Alec Murdaugh, who all was in that car?
It was myself, Senior Special Agent David Owen, Mr. Alec Murdaugh, and counsel.
Jim Griffin was there.
That is correct.
His lawyer was there.
That is correct.
Remind
Okay.
the jury what Alec Murdaugh did for a living.
He was a trial lawyer and a prosecutor for the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
He was a prosecutor? Disgusting.
Interview aggressive in any way?
Not at all, sir.
I think this prosecutor should ask the witness, aren't prosecutors like the most evil people on the planet, just completely unreliable? You can't trust a word coming out of their mouth, isn't that correct?
You asked a number of questions about various firearms evidence that was seized in this particular case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Did you personally seize every single piece of evidence, firearms-related evidence in this case?
Not personally, no, sir.
And describe just generally what the SOP is. When you have multiple agents working a scene and they find evidence, what do they do with it?
They generally will mark it or locate it, and one particular person actually does the collection to package and make sure that it gets to our lab.
All right. And there could be multiple individuals doing that collection?
Yes, sir.
And then where does it go from there? What happens to sync it all back together?
It's generally packaged, turned over to a crime scene or an analyst at our lab. Chain of custody is provided to track that particular piece of evidence as to where it went.
Are efforts made by those collecting it to avoid tampering with the evidence?
Absolutely.
Is the evidence collected in a manner to preserve it as much as possible in its form?
Except in the case of the cell phone and some other exceptions.
Yes, sir.
Is that standard operating procedure for all of SLED?
Yes, sir.
I mean, we already have it on the record that SLED didn't do their job, the cops didn't do their job.
May I have 1 minute to locate an exhibit that's in evidence?
Let's all stand for a moment.
Out the bottom. Appreciate everyone's indulgence while we have those out the bottom. right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 145 in the evidence. And can you publish what the crime scene notes reflect about where that was recovered?
It's one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf and gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
Can I ask you to take these scissors and carefully cut that open, please? Could I have the Elmo up, please? If I could?
Didn't he earlier testify that the Winchester 12 gauge in this case was turkey shot, and that was not the type of ammo that was used on Paul? I believe he literally testified that that wasn't the type of ammo used on Paul.
Can you describe?
And that they couldn't recover any of the type of ammo used on Paul anywhere on the premises.
What that is to the jury, please.
It's a 12 gauge shotgun shell, head stamp Winchester 12 gauge.
All right. And does the plastic part of the shell have any identifying information?
It's got dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
Can I hold that real quick?
Why are we talking about types of ammo that weren't used?
Yes, sir. It appears to be, yes, sir. That's if the glare's on it, you can't hardly see it.
All right. Can you put that back in that bag for me, please?
Why are we talking about irrelevant items?
All right. I'm going to hand you what's been marked and entered into evidence of State 149. And
No, we're going through yesterday all over again. No, fuck you, prosecutor. Don't do this again. This has nothing to do with what was said during cross. Why the fuck are you talking to him about this shit?
Publish again what the crime scene notes say about that particular round.
Just one unfired shot shell from a state box on bookshelf in gun room, head stamped Winchester 12 gauge.
All right, and if you could please again carefully open that bag and pull out what's inside and describe it for the jury, please.
So black in color, Winchester 12 gauge. On the side, the writing is dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
This is the unfired 12 gauge shell that you were just describing?
Yes, sir, it is.
Dude. Why are we talking about this? Like, the prosecutor is just literally telling him to identify items of evidence that have no business being in evidence, and not explaining why we're seeing this.
And again, what's written on this particular round?
Dry lock, 3-inch, number 2.
If you could return that to that packaging, please, and let's do the next one.
Why? Why are we doing this? This is literally a repeat of yesterday.
I'll hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 146. And again, if you could tell us what the crime scene notes say on that.
Okay.
The jury.
So I locked it in.
You'll put that one back.
Winchester. That's the answer. Exhibit tag is over the.
Wasting 4 hours of everybody's time again today, Mr. Prosecutor?
This was found where?
Oh, this is a red one, and he's showcasing it. Let's see.
Yes, sir.
All right, if you would, carefully open that and then describe what you find to the jury, please.
Is there a point to this?
So red in color, federal 12 gauge shotgun shell. On the side is federal premium double aught buck 3-inch mag, 76 millimeter maximum, 1050 bar.
Federal buckshot?
Federal buckshot, yes, sir.
All right, can I see that?
Yes, sir. on the workbench from the red bin on the workbench.
I can't tell if that helps or not, but I'm gonna try it.
Was it also found near Paul's corpse?
You can't read it on there, sir.
Why are we doing this? What is the fucking point?
All right, if you could secure that back.
No reason. No, just no reason for him to show us these types of ammo. Just no reason. Here's the evidence we picked up for no reason.
I'm gonna show you now what's been marked as States 144.
Motherfucker. Oops. What?
That we had obtained. Head stamped Winchester 12. Shot shell. Head.
More ammo, more ammo, more ammo.
And we'll do one more. Got about its location, please.
Says one unfired shot shell, head stamp, 12 gauge Federal from red bin on workshop bin.
What's inside?
12 gauge Federal.
Same.
They're black in color. Yes, sir.
The draw locks are what? Brand?
They're black in color. They are Winchester.
And the buckshots are what?
Federal.
Any reason why we're seeing this?
Just got a couple more questions for you.
That wasn't, none of that was actually a question. None of that was questions. It's just, can you tell us what this says?
You were asked whether or not you took down any notes at any point in the interview or at a particular point in the interview.
Yes,
About, no, he was asked if he took notes about a very particular thing, about a very particular statement that Alex said.
The interview's being recorded, is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Was Alec Murdaugh
Did the recorder also record your mental notes? Because that's what you were asked.
in custody at that interview?
He was not, sir.
Was that interview voluntary?
It was, sir.
Was that interview aggressive?
It was not, sir.
Was his lawyer present?
His attorney was present, sir.
And he's a lawyer too? Or
Yes.
was a lawyer?
Yes, sir.
Further
Yes,
recross.
Just very briefly, Your Honor.
I sure goddamn hope so.
Agent Croft, you mentioned stippling with regard to the injuries of Maggie. Do you know how many bullet wounds she had that had stippling?
I know at least one bullet wound had stippling. Yes,
Just
sir.
one. That's all you remember?
Yes, sir.
All right, and then talking about on the June 10th, y'all had interviewed 100 people or more, broad investigation, but did you have anybody else in the circle on June 10th besides Alec Murdaugh?
I don't know, I don't
We had
remember.
names of interest that we were interviewing. Yes, sir.
But were they in that circle?
And then you were asked about projectiles versus
Casings.
shell cartridges. Are you aware that that projectiles were found? 300 blackout projectiles were found in the dog house and the dog bed?
I am aware of that now. Yes, sir.
And that there's a 300 blackout projectile found in the dirt by
Yeah, why didn't you dig that dirt mound and recover the projectiles? It's super fucking easy to do.
the tire trap?
Yes, sir.
So there were projectiles that were found.
That's correct, sir.
Then why didn't you dig up the dirt mound?
The range, you don't look for projectiles, right?
I was collecting the
Casings.
300 blackout spent shell casings from the gun room.
Yeah, but that wasn't what he asked you.
The shoot house.
Now you showed a number of shot shells, buckshot, and apparently dry lock. What date were those seized?
Interesting question. You could have bought them after.
Looks like 9/13 of 2021.
So that's a few
Those were
months after.
seized 3 months after the murders?
Jesus Christ, Mr. Prosecutor. You could have at least notified the jury that you're talking about stuff that you found 3 months afterwards.
Hang on a second.
Hang on a second. What do you need to look at it to figure out if 9 is 3 months after 6?
9/13/2021 is the date that's written on
Yeah,
it.
but what he asked you was, isn't that months after the murder?
Okay, June, July, August, September,
3-4 months?
4 months after the murders.
That's correct, sir.
And do you know whether that property had been secured during that period of time?
It had not been secured by law enforcement during that period of time.
You know if any of that in front of you was on the property on June 7th or before?
It was there the day we collected it. I can't answer that other question.
And I understand you didn't collect any of that, correct?
No, sir.
And you don't know where it was collected from other than what you're reading on the envelope, right?
Because you didn't collect it.
I mean, you're reading someone else's
He,
evidence.
he's now got his hearsay objection in the form of a question on recross.
Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay, you messed up now.
God damn, get rid of this fucker.
And we'll take a break now, about 10 minutes or so.
Great. I'll make myself some coffee and we'll see each other again afterwards.
You may call in.
Be right back.
Thank you. You may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Turn it over to Mr. Conrad.
Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Pleading witnessing, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Michael Anthony Knitch. Great, how are you?
Am I pronouncing that correctly?
Knitch.
All right. And where are you employed, sir?
Verizon Wireless.
And what are your duties there?
In this capacity, I'm a custodian of records.
Now we're getting to the
So,
phone
in its
stuff.
normal course of business, does Verizon keep records?
That is correct.
And does it keep call records?
That is correct.
Just generally speaking, what kind of records does Verizon keep in relation to phone accounts and call records?
That's an interesting
Subscriber
question.
information, cellular data, which could be telephone calls, text message, data sessions.
Okay.
They keep your data sessions. Okay. Use VPNs,
And
guys.
These have been previously shown to counsel. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 268. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 268 is Alex Murdaugh's telephone number 803-942-1227.
Okay. And have you reviewed the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of on that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information, text messages, anything related to billing purposes of Verizon Wireless.
Okay. And was that were those records previously turned over to law enforcement?
In request to a search warrant, they were.
All right. And you've reviewed those records, correct?
I have.
After reviewing them, are those true and authentic copies of the records that are kept by Verizon?
They are.
And those are related to Alex Murdaugh's Verizon account, sir?
That is correct.
With a number ending in 1227?
That is correct.
All right. At this time, State moves to enter Exhibit 268 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
I'm going to approach and hand you State's Exhibit 269.
Come on, you've made so
Do
much
you recognize that, sir?
fuss about this
I do.
phone.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 269, Paul, cell phone 803-842-7845.
And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Cellular information, subscriber information, in response to a search warrant.
Okay. And are the contents of that CD accurate, true and accurate copies of records kept by Verizon in normal course of business?
They are.
Authentication.
And at this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 269 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
And I'm going to hand you, this is Exhibit 265, so a little bit out of order. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 265, Maggie, cell phone 803-842-9041.
This is stupid. The jury don't know what's on it, though. They're just seeing a
I
CD.
have.
What are the contents of the CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And that's in relation to the number associated with Paul, is that correct?
Maggie,
Oh, excuse me, yes, Maggie. And what's the last four digits of that number?
9041.
All right. And that's Exhibit 265, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And at this time, State will move to enter Exhibit 265 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to approach, and I'm going to hand you what's labeled as State's Exhibit 262. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And without reading any phone number, full phone number, what is that?
State's Exhibit 262, Plod Row Records.
All right. And have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, salary data information in response to a search warrant.
And those are related to the account associated with Claude Road, correct?
That is correct.
And there is a phone number associated. We're just not going to read it in the record. Is that correct?
That is correct.
At this time, and what number is that?
State's Exhibit 262.
This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 262 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
They appear to be completely comfortable with these phone evidences, so
Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 263, Marty Cook.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that without reading it?
There is.
And that's a Verizon phone number, correct?
That is correct.
What are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search
And
warrant.
you've had an opportunity to review that, correct?
I have.
And those are a copy of the same records that were provided to law enforcement pursuant to a search warrant. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. And what number was that again?
State's Exhibit 263.
All right. This time, state will need to enter Exhibit 263 into evidence.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Whose number is that?
State's Exhibit 263. What's the name on that account?
Marty Cook.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
All right. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 264. And do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
And what is that, sir?
State's Exhibit 264, Rogan.
All right. And is there a phone number associated with that?
There is.
All right. And we're not going to read that into the record, but if you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD.
I have.
And what are the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
All right. And the contents of that CD are a accurate copy of the original records provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
They are.
Okay. All right. And that's Exhibit 264, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 264 into evidence.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
I hand you is marked as State's Exhibit 266. And you recognize that, sir?
I do.
another CD, more data.
And what is that?
State's Exhibit 266, Connor Cook Records.
And is there a Verizon associate and account associated with those with Connor Cook?
There is.
Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information in response to a search warrant.
Wow, this is so repetitive.
That's a
Jesus.
copy of the records originally provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant.
That is correct.
All right. And what's that number you have again?
State's Exhibit 266.
All right. This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 266 into.
Can't you just do...
Say a defense attorney may
What the
try to make
fuck?
evidence
Did the
in
stream
one
end already or something? Why did it jump?
And where are you employed, sir?
Verizon Wireless. In response
I couldn't. Whose number is that?
Accurate copy of the original records provided by.
Couldn't he have just said pieces of evidence 260 through 268? Are these all original copies, blah, 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 blah? Did you watch all of these? And he could say yes. They don't have to do it for every single one in particular. They could just group them together, save everybody's time.
Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search warrant?
they are.
Okay. All right. And that's Exhibit 264, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. At this time, state will move to enter Exhibit 264 into
My God.
evidence.
No objection.
Let's admit it.
I hand you is marked as State's Exhibit 266. What is that?
State's Exhibit 266, Connor Cook Records.
And is there a Verizon associate and account associated with those with Connor Cook?
There is.
Have you had an opportunity to review the contents of that CD?
I have.
And what is the contents of that CD?
Subscriber information, cellular data information.
Provided by Verizon to law enforcement pursuant to search.
266.
All right. This time, state will move to enter Exhibit 266 into evidence.
No objection.
Admit it.
And Last one, this is State's Exhibit 267.
States Exhibit 267, Buster's cellular information.
And there's a number and a Verizon account associated with Buster's phone records.
That is correct.
We're not going to read that number to the record, but have you had an opportunity
So-
is that so sort of
States Exhibit 260.
evidence?
No objection.
Submitted.
Finally, can we get to something interesting? The questions? Something?
I'm going to hand you, this is marked as on the back, as State's Exhibit 270.
My God,
You
more
recognize that?
exhibits.
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
This would be a key that is used to explain the VoLTE call detail with cell site explanation.
And is that originally come from a PDF provided with each of these search warrant returns?
That is correct.
And so that
What the fuck
document
is...
will be found on each of those CDs, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and this is just a printed out version.
That is correct.
But
What
it's
are-
exactly similar to the explainer on contained on those CDs, correct?
I have no idea what he's talking about.
And at this time, State would move to Exhibit 270 into evidence.
No objection.
Submitted.
All right, told us kind of what it is, but can you give us a little more detail? What does that do, and how does that help someone looking at these records?
In response to a search warrant, Verizon provides a key to be able to read the records that were provided. So this particular record is a VoLTE call detail record key.
Okay, all right. I'm going to take this to you, and I think the Elmo is still up. We need the Elmo up, please.
Is Elmo some sort of acronym or something? For the light projector? Is it just the brand?
Okay. So looking at Exhibit 270, State's Exhibit 270, we see several columns of information across that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you read from your screen there, sir? Can you read some of that information?
Yes, sir. The first column is record open date and time. The second, would you like me to read up?
I'm falling asleep. What the fuck, dude?
Let's lay a little more foundation. The records that are provided on those CDs, and they're in digital format, correct?
That is correct.
And what program are they sent in?
PDFs?
Excel.
Okay, Excel format.
Oh,
spreadsheet,
come on.
correct?
That is correct.
And so when we look at these records, they're all provided in columns in Excel spreadsheet, correct?
That is correct.
And each column going left to right is a different sort of information that is on the records, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so we'll look at an example in a few minutes, but this is the key to look at to understand what each column is in reference to, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So let's look at the far left column, and I believe that says record open date time. What does that mean, sir?
That would be the date and time the call record transpired in local time.
In local time, okay. And what's the second column from the left?
That would be the date and time the call transpired in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. In Greenwich Mean Time, is that also known as universal time?
That is correct.
And on June 7th of 2021, do you know the approximate offset for local time and Eastern time with?
Was it qualified as an expert in the various time zones and stuff?
Greenwich Mean Time? Would it surprise you if I said it was 4 hours difference?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay. Going to the third from the left column, what is that?
That is the serving system ID.
And what does that mean?
That's a network name on Verizon from which the call transpired.
Okay. And what is the column next to that? I believe it's labeled NID.
That would be the switch number that Verizon uses to route.
Okay. And what is a switch, generally speaking?
It would be what's considered a hub for multi-cell towers.
Okay. So multiple cell towers be connected to one switch.
That is
Yes.
correct.
And then going next, cell ID. What is that column?
That would be the specific cell
Tower.
tower that the target number used to make the cellular data connection.
Okay. And that's the actual tower that a particular call was routed to, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says cell face. What is that? What does
That
it mean?
would be the cell face that the cellular data connection transpired over. There's typically 3 faces on each cell tower.
Okay. And next we see market ID. What is that?
That's fair. That is the switch number. So in some records it'll have that listed. So it's the same thing as the NID, but depending on the specific record, which column will be used.
Okay. And then next column says ENB. What is that?
It's a 6-digit cell tower number. The first 3 digits is the market ID, and the last 3 digits is the tower identification.
This is basically a sleeping potion for the jury right now.
Okay. Next column says DIR. What does that show for, and what does it mean?
That's the direction that the call transpired over the Verizon network.
And when you say direction, you mean incoming call or outgoing call? That
That's
sort of
correct.
direction, not north, south, east, or west, right?
That is correct.
All right. The next column says NSISDN. What does that mean, sir?
That is the Verizon subscriber number that the record is for.
Okay. And it says this is your target number, and that's in reference to the search warrant, correct?
That is correct.
And so when a search warrant asks for records for a certain number, that's the target number, correct?
That is correct.
And that's what that column identifies, correct?
That is correct.
And the
Target.
next column says called number. What does that mean?
This is the number dialed to initiate the call. For inbound calls, this number will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN column, and the out calls, this is the number your target dialed.
Okay. So simplifying it, it's simply the number that was called when someone placed a phone call, correct?
That is correct.
Next column is CPN. What is that, sir?
This is the calling party number that initiated the call. If the call is outbound, this column will be the same as the mobile directory number, MSISDN. If the call is inbound, this is a number that dialed your target.
Okay. And the next column says SOU. What is that, sir?
Seconds of duration.
Okay, and that's how long the call lasted, correct?
That is correct.
And the next column says RAT. What does that mean, sir?
That is the type of cellular connection that the data session or call transpired over.
And so we see several different categories underneath that. I see a 3G voice, 4G voice, and some others. What does that stuff mean?
The Verizon wireless technology that's used to allow that call to take place.
Okay. So 3G and 4G are different types of technology Verizon uses?
That is correct.
And depending on which tower and where the phone is located, a call could be routed over 3G or 4G. Is that
Or depending on a manual setting. Sorry, guys. It could also depend on a manual setting on your phone, or reception, or the model of your phone. A bunch of other stuff too.
correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Getting pretty close to the end here. The next column says VICE endpoints. What does that mean, sir?
It's a VoLTE connection with an endpoint, so that's a type of device that can boost the Verizon signal. It's an indicator if that was used or not.
Okay. And VO, you call it VoLTE. What is that?
Voice over LTE is a type of technology similar to the 4G.
Okay. And that's a voice call that's routed over
It's
the
4G,
digital network,
basically.
correct?
That is correct.
And finally, we see VZWNE, network extender. What is that column, sir?
That is a device that allows consumers to connect to a network extender to boost their indoor coverage. So there'd be a difference in the call type listed in the records.
So Verizon provides to certain customers network extenders for them to use in buildings to help them connect calls in buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't know how correct that
And
is.
if all routed through such a connector, it would be listed in that column.
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like to switch over to the laptop, please. I'm going to hand you back Exhibit 270 in case you need to look at it here. All right. And I'm going to pull up some of the records that were provided that we just talked about on those CDs. And the first one I'm going to pull up is the one associated with Maggie Murdaugh, and her number ends in 9041. And I believe that comes from exhibit.
But
That's State's Exhibit 265.
he's spending all this time just going about what the records are. I mean, what showing the records, not telling us how they relate to anything
Okay.
implying his
So we're going to
guilt.
scroll down, and we're going to talk about a couple of these calls just so
Finally.
the jury understands or can understand some of these records. And I went too far. Bear with me, please. Okay, I've highlighted column 1846 on this spreadsheet. Can you see that, sir?
I can.
Okay. So let's walk through this particular call. All right. The far left column, column A, we see a number there. What is that number, sir?
That's the phone number that was associated with the search warrant.
Okay. And that's the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And column B, I see a date. It says May 1st of 21. What is that date, sir?
That was the date that the search warrant started the request for the search warrant.
Okay. So when law enforcement sent a search warrant to Verizon, they requested a record starting on May 1st. Is that correct?
That is correct.
May 1st, 2021. And then the next column says June 10th of 2021. What is that date, sir?
That is the last day that was requested on the search warrant.
Okay. All right. So in this case, June 10th was the last date from that search warrant.
That is correct.
All right. Okay. So let's look at column D. And what is column D in this record?
Why are we talking about the columns and not what the calls actually are about?
That is the time that the actual call took place and local time.
Okay. And what time is that?
1950 and 20 seconds.
All right. Can you convert military to
7:50.
civilian time? Are you good at it?
I am not good at it.
Okay. So generally you subtract 12, is that correct?
That is correct.
That's
So
kind of
that
funny
is
how
7:50.
everybody in the court was laughing, probably because everybody in the court could do that minus 12 calculation in their head super easily, but putting him on the spot, doing like, yeah, I mean, subtraction could be hard sometimes if you're on the witness stand, I suppose.
PM.
That is correct.
Not very nice that people were
All right,
laughing at him,
and
but
in the
hey.
next column, we see it says June 7, 2021 at 23:50. What is that column?
That's the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
All right. And so that's in the universal time, correct?
That is correct.
And can you convert that to local time? Well, subtracting 12, would it be 11?
It would be 11:50
p.m.?
Dude,
p.m.
he's a cellular network expert. He
Next
doesn't
column,
know about
digit
time
says
zones. Why do you
13.
keep
What is that
asking him
digit,
these
sir?
stupid questions?
Can you scroll to the top where I can see the header on that.
And we're looking at column I.
That is the cell face number.
All right, and so that is the direction based off what you previously testified, that is the direction the call is in the sector from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
Do they mean the physical faces of the tower because they're triangular? They have 3 faces?
Bear with me, please.
That's a tough order. Pick up the pace a little bit, dude.
Okay, we're back on June 7th, and we're back at column 1846. So we just said the 13 was the direction from the tower, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so we see a number next to that that says 459. What is that number, sir?
That is the market ID.
Okay. And market ID, again, what does that mean?
That would be the switch on Verizon Wireless Network.
Okay. All right. And then next to that is column K, and that says, there's a digit that says 459240. What is that, sir?
That is the ENID. The first 3 digits are the switch. The second 3 digits are the cell tower information.
Okay. And so that identifies the actual tower that call was routed through, correct?
That is correct.
And then next to that, in column L, we see MO. What does that mean, sir?
Mobile originated.
All right. And what does that mean?
The cell phone in question to the search warrant originated the call.
So this means this call is placed with Maggie's phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then next to that, we see a phone number in column M, and it ends in 9041. Is that the target a phone number?
That is correct.
And next to that, we see a number that ends in 0853. What is that in column M?
That was the number that 9041 dialed.
Okay. And then column O, and we see that 9041 number again. And remind us why that number's there again?
That was the number that dialed the 0853.
Okay. And then next column.
Dude, do you think the jury are following any of this? I'm completely lost and I'm trying to pay attention.
Column P, we see 165, a digit of 165. What does that mean?
That is time in seconds.
Okay, so that's how long the call lasted?
That is correct.
And then column Q, it says LTE. What does that mean?
That's the Verizon technology type that was used to make the call.
Okay, so this call is routed over LTE, correct?
That is correct.
And that's a 4G technology?
That
Yes.
is correct.
Okay. So let's look at the column below that, and that's column 1847. And let's just go ahead and look directly at column D, and that's the date where it says 2021-680104 24. Remind us again what that column means.
Which column?
Column D, and we see the date of June 8th of 2021, and there's a time that says 01-04-24.
That is the time in Greenwich Mean Time.
Okay. Now, you previously testified that in column D, that time's normally provided in local time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But in this particular record, we see a time in Greenwich Mean Time, correct?
That is correct.
Why is this, in this particular call, why is it in Greenwich Mean Time?
Because this call connected to Verizon, but the call was not answered on the cellular connection and routed to voicemail.
Okay. So, because this call was not picked up the call is routed to Verizon server, right?
That is correct.
And because of that, Verizon records the record in Greenwich Mean Time.
That is correct.
But I hate to do this. Let's convert that back into local time. So
My
subtract
God.
4 from
I mean, subtract 4 is basically leading because clearly the witness has no idea how to do any of this. You're basically telling him what to do on the stand right now. You're basically telling him, okay, take this number, subtract 4, blah, blah, blah. Why don't you just swap places and go on the witness stand and testify yourself? That's clearly what you're doing right now. This guy has no fucking idea what you're talking about with all these time zone mathematics.
010424. And with that, yield a time of 9:04:24 in Eastern Time, sir.
That would be correct.
I would keep answering if you say so. If you say so, because apparently he's the one who's saying so, not the witness.
Okay. PM, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Clarification that again he made.
Let's skip over column I, column J, and column K. I believe you said previously column K was the digit associated with the particular power I calls routed through, correct?
That is correct.
Well, here we see in this one NA. Is that what that says?
That is correct.
What does that mean? Why does it say NA?
Well, the call didn't actually connect to a cell tower. When the call didn't answer and it routed to voicemail, it's an internal routing, so there would be no cellular data as far as cell tower information provided.
Okay.
Interesting.
So a call was placed to the 9041 number, correct?
That is correct.
And the 901 phone most likely rang, correct?
That is correct.
But no one answered.
That is correct.
But there's different types of answering machines now. Now, you can either have your phone answer or your cellular network provider answer. But the one who intercepts the call first is your phone. So if your phone answers uses its internal answering machine, like based on the Android or Apple operating system, then it would not then continue on to the answering machine of Verizon later on. That's, I think, what they're saying here.
And so Verizon did not record a particular cell tower associated with that call. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, let's finish up with this record. Column M, again, that's the target number, correct? 9041.
That is correct.
All right, and then we see in column N, as in November, 9041 again, the same number. And what does that mean?
That means the 1227 number dialed the 9041.
Okay. All right, and no one answered, correct?
That is correct.
I skipped over column L. It says MT, and what does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
Okay, and so that call was not in fact completed, correct?
It was forwarded to voicemail.
Okay, all right. And after that
Wow.
9:04 p.m. phone call, we see multiple more calls to Maggie's phone, correct? Or correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Okay.
Are any of those calls answered according to the records that Verizon keeps?
They are not.
He tried multiple times to reach his wife.
All right,
Okay.
I'm going to shift to pulling up the call records for the number ending in 1227. And that is State's Exhibit.
Wasn't this supposed to be the overwhelming evidence of guilt? Their star evidence, basically their the peak evidence that they have, the cell phone data.
268, and that's the number associated with Alex Murdaugh's phone, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
All right, bear with me.
I'm trying.
Okay, and let's look at column 2371. All right, you see that on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, and we see a time, and column D, and that says June 7th, 2021, 21:04:24. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this time is in local time, is that correct?
That is correct.
And a quick conversion on that, or excuse me, so no conversion is necessary on that. So that's 9:04 p.m. and 24 seconds, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
And that is in fact the same time that we just saw Maggie's records that we just reviewed, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And so we see, if we look over in column I, J, and K, we do have cell tower information for the outgoing call from Alex's phone, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then we see that this is code MO. And what does MO mean again?
Mobile originated.
All right. So that means this account is placing the call, correct?
That is correct.
The account ending in 1227. All right. And it was placed to the number ending in 9041, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And then looking below that, we're not going to review this line by line, but we see a number of other calls starting at about 9:04 p.m. And onward over the next hour or two.
I wonder why we're not going to go through it line by line, because it doesn't seem like this lawyer has any qualms about wasting tons of time for everybody. And the prosecution in general, they seem to be going over item after item individually, one by one, painstakingly. So if he's skipping over shit, you know that that's stuff that he feels uncomfortable about and wants to hide from the jury for sure.
Correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Now I'm curious about what's in who were those calls to? What was the content of those
No
calls?
further questions from the state, please, please.
Thank God.
By the defense.
So he was just here to authenticate the data? But isn't there supposed to be like something implicating about all of this? I mean, is there anything that we're supposed to draw from anything that he just said? Except that he placed phone calls to people, and that people placed phone calls to him and her.
Well, he's looking for, I apologize, the technology's about with me here. So you work for Verizon,
That is correct.
and are you just deliver records to different people, or do you have a more, I say the word functional, but do you have a
I suppose
duty
he
beyond
testifies on their behalf.
delivering records?
Yes, sir. I work in executive relations, and I respond to subpoenas, other court records, and other type of cases that are associated with the executive relations team.
And
I could tell that he testifies a lot about phone records and stuff like that based on how he adds at the end of every single answer of his the caveat as requested by search order or whatever it's called. So so yeah, he's trying to distance Verizon's basically distance Verizon from wanting to give any records, but rather that they have to give records, so that he's adding that caveat to every answer to, I suppose, make Verizon customers less uncomfortable with the amount of records that Verizon actually holds about them. I don't know if that's very successful, because that small caveat that if the police do request the records, you're going to provide them, but that otherwise you won't provide them, isn't really reassuring if people are worried about the cops getting that information. But there you have it.
And obviously you have to have some understanding of what you're delivering, what these things mean, right?
That is correct.
And as I understand it, I'm going to ask you in a minute what some things mean. So do you see, is this on? Is it up? Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you look down, any way to put that up there? No. Okay, never mind. So if you look down at 6, 7, and if you look at, I'm trying to find some consistency here, those NAs in lines I and J on several calls above that, you see those?
I do.
What does that mean?
That means that the call was routed to voicemail.
So these are voicemails to Alec.
This record is for 1227. So basically,
Can't you just answer yes or no question? He was trying to make it easy for the jury to understand what the fuck he's asking. So he's asking in layman terms, like who, like from where to what type of call, from where to who, and you're now going to numbers and columns. God damn it!
this record 1227.
So like that call that
Dialed the 9041, but it was routed to voicemail.
okay, that's him dialing out. But what about if you go up to 6-7 at 2208? Is that another? Is that a call out or a call in?
Is that the line that you have highlighted?
No, it's. I'm talking about go up to 6-7. Maybe go highlight. Okay.
Which one is this?
6. This one. Either one of these right here.
Here?
Right, yeah, that's fine. Is that an outgoing or ingoing call? Incoming call?
That was mobile forwarded, so it was forwarded to voicemail.
I get it's forwarded to voicemail. Was Alec making it, or somebody else was making it?
That's the
Who
question.
initiated the call?
The 7845.
That doesn't answer if it's Alex or not.
7845.
Come on,
So
man.
that was a call into Alec,
That is
and it went
correct.
to his voicemail.
That is correct.
And tell me where I look on this to see what's outgoing and what's incoming.
That's a good question.
Row L or column L, M, O, M, T, and M, F.
Okay.
MF.
Okay. So, MO means what?
Mobile originated.
He's the originating call.
That is correct.
Okay. What was the other one? MT. What does that mean?
Mobile terminated.
So he was getting an incoming call.
That is correct.
And MF.
Mobile forwarded.
What does that mean?
Routed to voicemail.
So there's two of them mean all of them mean voicemail, but what's the difference between MT, MO, and MF?
The direction of the call on Verizon's network.
Okay. Mobile terminated is he was making a call and it went to voicemail. MO is whoever called them initiated the call and went to voicemail.
No, MO means the cellular subscriber in response to this search warrant made a phone call out.
MO. So that would be Alex calling somebody went to voicemail.
Correct.
MT is somebody called him and it went to voicemail.
Mobile terminated means that our subscriber in response to the search warrant is the one that the call placed to and could have answered.
And so
Here's a pretty dangerous drinking game for you guys. Take a shot every time, he says, in response to a search warrant.
one of them's coming in, goes to voicemail. Another one's going out, goes to voicemail. And MF is what?
No, sir. MO means mobile originated, a phone call transpired over our network. So we could have answered the phone call. It would show up as MO.
We being who? Yeah, on this, if
This is
Alec had
confusing
answered
as
the phone
fuck.
call, it would have.
It would be mobile terminated because our subscriber answered the phone call.
Oh, okay. So MO, he answers it. Am I losing my? Are you losing me or am I losing?
Everybody's losing.
MO is mobile originated. So that means subscriber 1227 dialed out on Verizon's network.
Okay, and it was answered.
Why can this guy only
Could've been
talk in
answered,
terms
yeah,
of numbers and not literally there can't be that many phone calls. It's a limited time frame. Could be at most like 20 or 30 calls that we're talking about here in total. Couldn't he just simplify it and saying this call was from person A to person B, specifying their names, and this went to voicemail. Call number 2 was from Alex to Paul, and there was no answer, and it was forwarded to voicemail. Call 3, somebody called Alex, and he answered and hung up, or stuff like that. He could go through all of them. It would be way easier than the jury trying to figure out subscriber 7102 did an MO to subscriber 9273. Like, what? Do you think the jury's going to follow any of this? This is ridiculous.
It was a call that transpired, and it would create a cellular connection, which would connect to a cell tower.
Okay. And it wasn't answered by voicemail.
Which record?
The MO.
Oh my God.
MO is mobile originated, which
I got
means
that. I got that part. I just want to know how you differentiate between these calls as one's going out, one's coming in, one's going to voicemail, either way.
MF is mobile forwarding, so
Right.
that call would have went to voicemail.
Whether he was getting it or giving it. Whether he
Well,
was
if
making-
someone were calling him
Right.
and he didn't answer, then it would be forwarded to voicemail.
That's MF.
That is correct.
Okay, I got it. I finally get it. Took me a while. But again, I'm not a technological expert here.
And he
So,
doesn't know how to speak human.
As you look at his calls, to the extent that they are made at certain times, you can figure out whether it was coming, going, or went to voicemail based on these records.
That is correct.
Now, could I see Maggie's phone just a second, please?
Is there any time yours?
Yeah, let's look at 6, 7. Put 6, 7 up high. So we went below 6, 7.
Okay, so these are all calls.
And these are her phone calls starting at 7:02. And when we get down to so tell me after that 7:02 p.m., 23:02, that's when is everything after that? Well, does she? When is the first time her phone goes to voicemail?
That's the question. Why didn't the prosecution ask like this? When is the first time that her phone went to voicemail, meaning the last time she was known to be alive?
The 2340 call went to voicemail. Then the next call
2340 is 1140.
log after that is a mobile originated, which means there were 2 outbound calls made. And then after those 2 calls,
Outbound calls made by who? By Alex? Okay.
the rest of the calls were routed to mobile telephone number 9041's voicemail.
What's the last time she made a call out?
Interesting question again. That's the way you should ask this stuff. All this cold data nonsense.
1950,
750.
What time was that in non-military time? 1950 is
Don't ask him. Don't ask him military time. He's bad at subtraction. Come on now.
7 p.m. 7:50 p.m.
My
That's the last
God.
call she makes out. Right?
that is correct.
What about the last call she?
Lawyers. I mean, I've never known this to be a fact, but over the time getting to listen to lawyers talk a lot, I've noticed that practically all of them are terrible at math, and even very basic math. And it's becoming kind of funny how they could pass law school, but they can't subtract 12.
He received and answered.
Well, the 2 calls that were mobile originated. After that, the rest of them were routed to voicemail.
Yeah, but what are the 2 calls after that?
Could you please highlight?
It's complicated, I know, even for you.
Yeah, it's complicated for everybody.
Any,
And the jury are hearing how complicated this all is, and this is supposed to be the central piece of evidence for the prosecution, that despite them having putting no effort into asking these exact questions.
I don't know. So we were up here.
Like, if we're assuming, based on the fact that they use their cell phones all the time, which arguably you can't really take for granted if you want to actually follow reasonable doubt. So you have to give him the most reasonable doubt, meaning you need to look for the maximum time frame that would be toward that would basically coincide with his version of things. You basically need to look at things. How would I put it? In the light most favorable to Alex. So that's going to be pretty challenging. Of course, the prosecution are going to do no such thing.
702, right? And then from her. Yeah, and the last one is at 80.
Yeah, figure it out, guys. It's a little bit the prosecution's fault for not asking these specific questions that are the relevant ones.
That was answered after 750.
There were not.
Okay, and one other thing. Just take that 750 and put it up at the top. Scroll, in other words, I want to see the calls after that. Okay, and this end. No, okay, no, it's okay. So, now go back down a little bit. Matter of fact, let's start with 6-9.
That's great.
Okay, can you scroll that up to the top? So how about look at this for 6-9 and 6-10, and it stops at 6-10. Are there any outgoing or incoming or in other words, any outgoing call, first of all, from that phone after on 6-9?
Mobile telephone number 9041 did not place a call outgoing.
Okay, what about any incoming calls?
The rest of the records are incoming calls that were routed to voicemail.
What about texts? Did she text during that time that was supposed to that her phone went to voicemail? Like, it could very well be that she was still alive but not answering her phone or stuff like that. Again, these are all assumptions that you would have to make in his favor. So, again, were there any texts that happened during that time despite calls going to voicemail? That's going to be very relevant.
Voicemail. So the calls coming into her, it routed to voicemail. No calls after 6-9 or further. Okay.
That is
now,
correct.
let me ask you this: text messages, are they shown on these records? You charge for them, right?
They are in a separate record, yes.
Were you asked to produce those?
They are in the file.
They're in the file. It's just we're not looking at them here today.
That is correct.
And are they reflected on this kind of same format?
Very similar. They have a separate key to translate exactly what each column and row means.
Okay. But you've produced those text messages for all the phones we've talked about here today.
That is correct.
Were any other phone records subpoenaed from you other than the ones that have been put into evidence?
The only ones that I'm aware of is the ones that I have been, I received the records of.
Which
Did you
are?
ask for more records than these?
I did not.
Did the search warrant designate records other than these?
We would have to review the search warrant.
You don't have it with you?
No, sir.
Okay. Beg the court's indulgence for just a moment.
Okay, interesting. What exactly were the limits of the subpoena? How far are we behind? 2 hours. So I guess once they have like a 1 hour break, we're gonna have some.
The data retention policy for Verizon, how long do these records stick around?
Verizon
7 years usually.
maintains records for billing purposes
Oh, billing
for
purposes?
around 18 months. In response to a subpoena or search warrant, we do keep the detailed records on file for those search warrants.
But absent somebody serving a search warrant, after 18 months, they're purged.
We no longer have that information on file.
Interesting.
typically.
Does anybody have them?
I mean, the billing information
No,
would
we're
be
not-
available, like through My Verizon, where you could go and look at your
But
bill.
this-
No, we're talking about cell tower
That is
data.
correct.
Okay, and when you indicate these calls went to voicemail, how long does a phone ring before it kicks into voicemail?
Depends on the phone.
There's no set time.
Who sets it?
Well,
person
it depends on
that
how
owns the
long
phone?
it takes the network to locate the call. So when you hear a ring, when you're dialing someone, it's really just the network trying to locate. So the phone itself may never ring if the network can't find you.
And that may take 2 or 3 or 4.
But in that case, it would go to specifically the network's voicemail directly, and it will bypass the phone's built-in voicemail, which could also intercept calls if the phone is on.
rings.
It could take 2, 3, up to 6.
Which actually is interesting because you could compare which calls, like once the police eventually get the phone, they could check which calls went to the to Verizon's voicemail and compare and contrast that with which calls went to the phone's built-in voicemail, if indeed she uses it. She doesn't necessarily have to. A lot of people don't, and they just forward everything to the same voicemail box that's their networks. But in any case, if she does have it active, then you could tell which voicemails happened when the phone was on and which voicemails happened when the phone was off.
So when my wife accuses me of being impatient and hanging up on her before she gets to answer the phone, you just told me it's because the network, in many instances, has not connected with her phone yet.
The network is locating your phone. When you hear the ringing, the network is locating where you are on the network.
And that could take a while. And so if I'm hearing
Or it could never happen if the phone on that you're trying to reach has no reception. He could simplify this by saying if there's no reception, for example, and you're trying to reach the phone and the phone doesn't answer because, of course, the phone is outside of any kind of communication range, then it goes to voicemail. And sure, your wife would not be able to be pissed off at you per se for you being outside of reception range so that you could not physically receive her calls.
5 rings and figure she's not going to answer, I don't want to leave a voicemail, I hang up. And so there's no voicemail, it's just an incomplete call on your records.
Well, I mean, if she didn't answer your phone call and let it go to voicemail, then it would ring out if the network
Maybe I
found
don't
you.
want to leave a voicemail. It's rang 4 or 5 times. And I hang up before she can get to the phone.
Sure.
That solves a mystery. Thank you.
All right.
One quick question, Your Honor. Just to clarify, when the Verizon records indicate that a call is routed to voicemail, I believe you previously testified that could mean the phone itself rang, correct?
That is correct.
But there's another condition the phone could be in as well. If the phone is turned off and someone dials that number, what would the Verizon record indicate?
That it went to the
It would
Verizon
route to
voicemail.
And it would look exactly the same, correct?
Yes.
And there's no way to look at these records and tell whether a phone is off, just not answering, or potentially shut off or otherwise not connected to the network, correct?
Ah. No, it's not correct, as I just explained. If you enable the built-in Android voicemail so that your phone itself serves as an answering machine, it could intercept the voicemail before it goes to voicemail. So as far as Verizon are concerned, it looks as if somebody answered on the other side. So to them, it looks as if it's a call that got routed and answered. But what answered is a built-in answering machine in the phone and not an actual person. So that kind of answering machine, if it goes to that answering machine, that necessarily means that the phone was on. But if the phone was off, of course the phone cannot be reached. So Verizon have their answering machine system, which eventually the call goes to automatically based on their own network if there's no answer at a given amount of time based on their network. And I'm going to be right back.
Correct. Okay. That's all for this evening. Thank you.
One further. What about if it's in airplane mode? Would the same thing happen?
It would go to
Like airplane
voicemail.
mode, it
Verizon's
doesn't
vote.
answer.
It would go to Verizon's
It would go to
voicemail.
The network would still try to find where you're located. So if you're in airplane mode, the network may not know where you are, so it would still attempt to ring.
And these records don't give you any GPS location on phones, correct? You can't get that GPS.
According to the records that I've seen, they have the cell tower information, but not the specific GPS.
That wasn't what he asked. He asked, can you or do they have the GPS stuff? You went back to, according to the records I see right now, you were kind of trying to dodge around the question of whether or not you actually hold that data.
Cell tower information, depending on how many cells are connecting it, sometimes, I mean, can be very, if you're in New York City and there are 5 cell towers, you can probably get it pretty close. But if you're in rural Colleton County or Hampton County,
This is
one
key.
over here and maybe one way back there, it's much more difficult to find a specific location, correct?
Your Honor, the state's going to object. This witness is not qualified and expert on cell tower location information.
You can say I'm not qualified to answer that.
Yes, sir.
I'm not qualified to answer that.
Information,
Comment. Response if you want.
Senator, he can answer whether he's able to answer the question. However, he's not qualified as an expert.
I don't.
All right. You may answer the question if you can.
I would have no way of knowing. I'm not qualified as far as the triangulation of the cell tower
Obviously.
information.
But the answer to that question, I mean, come on, dude. Are you telling me that you don't know the answer to the question, but I do when you're an expert and you're hired by a cell phone company? The answer is obviously, of course, that's the case, because if all of the traffic of a rural area, still, it could be a lot of traffic, goes through one tower, and that tower has an overload of incoming calls that are routed through it, then another caller, even if he's from farther away, even if there are closer towers to him, I mean, even if that tower is close to him, just the fact that that tower is super busy might route his phone to a different tower that's further away, meaning that in rural areas, of course, it's way more difficult to triangulate rather than if you're in a city where you have antennas all over the place, and then just the sheer amount of antennas, A, divide the traffic more evenly, and B, give you a more accurate picture because it's basically a higher resolution if you have more towers rather than just one tower. Because the point of triangulation, the reason why they call it triangulation, like triangle, is because triangulation is based on having 3 different coordinates. And with 3 different coordinates, then you're able to pinpoint pretty much accurately where the cell phone is or a source of a signal is, with 3 sources, with 3 inputs. If you have only 2 inputs, then you would know on a 2-dimensional, you would be limited to a line in which it could be, but not to a specific point where it could be. That's why it's called triangulation. So of course, if it's a rural area that has only 1 antenna covering it, there's no real triangulation that can take place, rather than if you have 5, 6, 10 antennas. The more, the better.
Is that what you were getting ready to say before he objected and said you weren't qualified, or is that something?
Interesting.
That would be a standard
You've never
response.
testified
That would be a standard response, my ass.
about location before.
Repeat the question.
You've never testified about what cell phone tower location means and how it's used.
I testified to the accuracy of the records that were provided.
Okay, thank you.
But again, the prosecution objected basically objected to signal the witness what to answer, which is, I'm not qualified. And again, they use the not qualified objection, which I can guarantee you that they told the witnesses beforehand. We're going to object to any question that is outside the scope of what we told the court that you're qualified to answer. And if we object, wait, is that an ink stain in his pocket? In any case, whenever we raise this specific objection that you're not qualified, answer, I'm not qualified. And notice that happened 2 out of 2 times, just that I paid attention to off the top of my head today.
Call your next witness.
You're not supposed to talk to the prosecution when you're not on cross.
Raise your right hand. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Proceeding with this one, please state your name for the record. Spell your last name loudly, please.
The next witness that shows up, like this guy, on cross, my first question would be, did the prosecution ever talk to you about objections of the type that you're not qualified, and what to do in case they use that objection, and what to say in case they raise that objection, or how to behave in case they raise that objection? Did they discuss that topic with you? Since he's on the stand and under oath, if they did talk with him about it, and he answers yes, that looks really, really, really bad for the prosecution. And if he answers no, it's no big deal for the defense, so it's pretty worth it to ask that question.
Paul David McManigal, MC, MANIGAL.
Good
Wow.
morning, Mr. McManigal.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Excuse me. Where are you currently employed, sir?
I am currently employed as a sergeant with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office.
All right. And what are your duties there entail?
I'm currently assigned to the United States Secret Service as a task force officer on the cyber fraud task force.
All right. And generally, in your work on the cybercrimes task force, what does that entail?
I'm a digital forensic examiner, so I'm responsible for gathering electronic data from computers, tablets, cell phones, DVRs, vehicle infotainment systems.
All right. And when you say task force officer for the state, for the Secret Service is a federal agency, is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. But you're actually paid and are still an officer with the Charleston County Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
That's also correct.
Okay. In this case, you provided some records in June of 2021 by an individual by the name of Dylan Hightower. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what did he provide you?
He provided me with a electronic extraction from a cell phone that was extracted as binary data and not yet processed by forensic software.
All right. And when he provided that to you, did he tell you which phone it was from?
I believe he said it was belonged to Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. And that's the one he extracted from Alex Murdaugh on June 10th of 2021?
That is correct.
And what role, what did you do with that information that he provided you, or that data?
I was asked to redact potential client lawyer privileged information.
Okay.
By reducing it down to a certain time frame that was more pertinent to the case and potentially reducing any privileged communication.
And did you make the decision of what to remove and what not to remove personally?
I did not. The decision of what to remove was made by Price Summer with the Ninth Circuit Solicitor's Office.
And she's an attorney?
She is an attorney.
All right. And you then produced a redacted copy of the digital evidence, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you provided that back to Dylan Hightower?
That is correct.
Did you provide any further analysis to the data itself?
I did not.
Did you redact any call logs from that data you're providing?
Call logs were not redacted at all.
All right. Let's move on. You've also been involved in one other aspect of this case.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's been marked as State's Exhibit 299. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do.
What is it?
This is a chain of custody form from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, which we commonly refer to as SLED.
All right. And do you see any handwriting on there that is yours?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that form?
June 9th, 2021.
Okay. And that form is related to what phone exactly?
There was a Apple iPhone 11 that was collected and brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly with SLED.
Okay. And was that phone locked when he provided it to you?
It was.
And did you, in your forensic investigation, did you attempt to unlock the phone?
I did.
Were you successful?
I was not.
And is that Paul's phone?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
Well, way to go. Apparently, there are ways to lock your phone in a way that the cops can't even get to it. Not even federal agents can get into it.
All right. And at this time, State would move to Exhibit 299 to evidence.
No objection, Your Honor. So move it.
And I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Excuse me. hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 274. This is going to be for ID purposes only. Well, let me ask you if you recognize that, sir.
I do.
All right, and what is that?
This is the iPhone 11 that was brought to me by Special Agent Ryan Kelly, the SLED.
Don't all iPhone 11s look identical?
Unsuccessful, correct?
That is correct.
All right, and I believe on that bag there's an orange sticker. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that orange sticker?
This is a sticker I place on devices that I have attempted to process or processed successfully.
Okay. And at this time, State's going to move to put this in as ID only. This time, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 298. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is also a chain of custody report from the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, SLED.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form, sir?
I do.
What time, what date, excuse me, did you sign that?
This is August 12th, 2021.
And what does that form signify?
This is the date I returned the phone to Special Agent Kelly.
And at this time, State would move to place Exhibit 298 in evidence.
Objection, no.
And so you attempted to unlock Paul's phone, correct?
That is correct.
And you were unsuccessful.
That is also correct.
Did you alter in any other way the data that was on Paul's phone during that time?
No, sir.
No further questions, Ms. State.
Cross-examination.
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Philip Barber. I'm one of the attorneys for Mr. Murdaugh.
Good afternoon.
I really just have one question. When you received this phone, was the battery completely dead?
The phone was powered off when I received it.
That wasn't the question.
Did you charge the phone after you received it?
I did.
But do you know whether or not it was completely dead?
Is it the first time we're seeing this guy? I think so.
Battery dead. when you
I
received
do not recall if the battery was completely drained.
it? No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing from the State.
Thank you. You may step
Okay.
down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What was the point of all of that? Come on. While authenticating.
Raise your right hand, left hand on top. You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat and you stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Jonathan Van Houten, V-A-N-H-O-U-T-E-N.
Mr. Van Houten, where are you employed, sir?
United States Secret Service.
All right. And how long have you been employed there?
This April will be 3 years.
All right. And are you currently a law enforcement agent?
I am not.
Okay. And you're a civilian employee of Secret Service?
I am.
All right. But you do have a background in law enforcement, correct?
Yes, I retired after 21 years with the Columbia Police Department as an investigator. For the last 10 years, I was assigned as a digital forensic examiner with the U.S. Secret Service.
Okay. And you were a task force officer
Correct.
during that time?
Yes.
And you retired from the Columbia Police Department when?
April 20th, 2020.
COVID?
And in this case, you were provided a phone by, I believe, Britt Dove. Is that correct?
Lieutenant Dove, correct.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 271. I want to see if you recognize this document, sir.
This is the SLED law enforcement, or South Carolina Law Enforcement Division chain of custody that was submitted to me by Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on that form?
I did sign this form.
What day did you sign that form?
March 21st, 2022.
Okay. All right. At this time, state would move Exhibit 271 as evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
Okay, I'm gonna hand you State's Exhibit 272. Let me see if you recognize that, sir.
This is an evidence photo that I acquired of the device that was submitted to me.
You took that picture?
I did.
And do we see a sticker on the back of that phone?
There is a yellow sticker on the phone.
What is it? Can you read that sticker, please?
It's, it appears to be some type of case number, evidence number, identified as an Apple iPhone, the model number with a SIM, and an agency case number.
And if you just read the case number and the item number.
7021-0204, item number 10.
Thank you, sir.
The prosecution, all they're doing is authenticating exhibits, doing no argumentation whatsoever. This is kind of pissing me off, actually.
Moves Exhibit 272 in evidence. All right.
Like, they show the jury a bunch of guns, a bunch of pieces of ammo, a bunch of collected cartridges, receipts for Gucci, without explaining at all how they're relevant for anything. I suppose what they're attempting to do is build up and then dump it all on the jury in one go towards the end of the trial and kind of overwhelm them with everything. But that's a weird strategy, and right now, again, they're doing no argumentation. They're doing nothing. So they throw a bunch of guns in front of the jury. Okay, these are exhibits. Just so you know, these are just exhibits. And then a bunch of cell phone data. Well, we're not going to tell you what they mean, but you should know that these are exhibits.
So I believe you said March 29th of 2022 is when Lieutenant Dove provided you that phone, sir?
March 21st.
Excuse me, yes, 21st. All right. And why did he bring it to you?
It's my understanding that the phone was locked, and SLED requested assistance of the Secret Service to unlock the device.
And at Secret Service, at that time, did you have tools available that could potentially unlock that phone?
Yes.
And did SLED have those tools, at least on
Interesting.
At that time, they did not.
Okay. All right. And what tool did you use to attempt to unlock that phone?
For this, for my unlock attempt, I used a tool called Celebrite Premium.
Okay. And Sell by Premium is a way to potentially break into, lock phones, correct?
That is the only use for that tool.
All right. And just generally speaking, how does Sell by Premium attempt to unlock a lock
Interesting
phone?
question.
It uses its proprietary software in an attempt to brute force the device.
Okay.
That's not an answer, but I suppose a brute force is the answer.
What does brute force mean?
Brute force is if we don't.
Regardless of what he's going to explain, I can explain it much more simply. Brute force is trying every single option. So let's say if it's a 3-digit pin, it's going to try 000, 001, 002, 003. That's it. It's going to try all the different combinations until it succeeds.
Don't have the code. We will attack the device, attack the data on the device to try to brute force the passcode to get the code for it to unlock the device.
So he just defined brute force using brute force, which is completely unuseful. So as I said, brute force is when you try every single possibility. If any of you have ever tried opening a bike lock with a 3-digit combination, you would all know how arbitrarily easy it is to open one of these things. That's why I never use any of them. They're absolutely terrible at protecting your device. At most, they can buy you a few minutes before anybody can actually successfully open them. And that's if your code is difficult. Brute force basically means trying every possibility, trying every combination.
And a device that's locked, why does it need to be unlocked for you to access the data? What underlying condition exists that prevents you from seeing the data?
Well, for Apple iPhone devices, there are two types of locks. There are before first unlock and after first unlock. Before first unlock is the phone is either powered down, it's been turned off and rebooted, or a code has been entered in too many times incorrectly. If you were to, an analogy for it, if you think of it as a bank vault, it is the before first unlock, at which we have to brute force the device, is like the big steel door.
Okay. And that underlying data is encrypted, correct? Otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. And you would not be able to read that data, correct?
I have to unlock the device to get to the data to decrypt it.
Okay. And so
Not entirely accurate, but
Subprime Premium, you said, attempted to do a brute force unlock, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was that attempt successful?
It was successful because I generated a predefined dictionary to attempt first prior to the tool using its own dictionary.
Okay.
interesting.
And what do you mean by that? What does that mean?
Well,
A dictionary, however he's going to explain it, what dictionary actually means is it's a list. It's basically a gigantic list full of likely combinations, because I suppose hypothetically, if you would take all of the known pin codes in the world and plot them on a graph, you'll see, like, eventually there will be patterns where some, let's say if they're numerical, then some numerical patterns are more likely than others. So it's basically the underlying thing that you would try in a brute force thing. Before you try every possible combination, you're going to try the likely combinations. So if it's a word-based thing, then a dictionary could very well likely be a literal dictionary that tries all of the words that are five letters long, and it's going to try all of the various combinations of popular passwords that are 5 digits long. And that process of brute forcing, of trying every combination, is much shorter than trying AAAAA, because you could succeed just by pure chance of their password being on that list.
humans are creatures of habit. They like to use numbers that are relevant to them. Most people will use their date of birth, an anniversary, a child's birth, the death of a parent as the access code. So what we do generally is we get as many social engineered codes or dates that are relevant to the particular phone that we will attempt first.
What he means by social engineered codes is codes or any kind of information gained by asking people. That's what social engineering means in this context. They're basically asking people that knew Paul, okay, what do you know Paul's the day that his dog died? Do you happen to know when he got laid for the first time? And they're going to ask his friends a bunch of these questions, and then all of these numbers are going to be compiled into a list, which they're going to try either this way or reversed or mirror image or whatever you want, but in various different ways. It's going to try numbers that might have meaning specifically for Paul. Now that's interesting, because I've never heard that approach before.
Once that attempt is no longer viable, the tool will use its own dictionary to start a hardcore brute force process.
And absent kind of getting lucky with a preceded number, if the subprime premium has to brute force its way through and unlock a phone, how long would that take?
So for a 4-digit phone, if you had a 4-digit numeric PIN,
how long it's going to take should be a direct function of how effective the software is. So whatever number he's going to give now is going to be how many attempts at wrong passwords it does per second, per minute, etc.
code. We're limited to an attempt of 146, maybe 145 attempts per day. So a 4-digit code has a maximum possible numeric value of 10,000 attempts. So at 146 attempts a day, it would roughly take a little over 2 months to 68 days to unlock that phone. Adding 2 extra numbers to a 6-digit, going from a 4-digit to a 6-digit, there are approximately 1 million possibilities now.
It's going to
At
take years.
146 attempts per day, it could take upwards 19 years.
All right. Now, you said that you can only do.
And that is if you use numerical codes. If you use, I've never owned an iPhone, so I don't know if this is particularly possible on the iPhone per se. But if you would use alphanumerical code, it would be even more difficult. And if you could add random characters to it, that would make it even more difficult, literally impossible. It would take them a literal lifetime to generate it. And if you use a completely randomly generated code, so let's say uppercase G, lowercase d, minus, %, 7A, stuff like that, randomly generated, so it's completely random. You didn't even come up with it. It's not that the human mind came up with it. It's an algorithm came up with it. It could be practically impossible for them to crack it, because then you just render all dictionaries useless. Because again, dictionaries try to target people's habits, people's patterns, and how they use passwords. And if you use a randomly generated code, you bypass all dictionaries. So again, that makes it even more difficult for them.
146 attempts a day, is that correct?
Based on technology at the time and current technology, technology is progressing, so it is getting faster.
Okay.
I think that answer was kind of weird. What he is limited by is not the technology, but how many attempts Apple allow him to attempt per given amount of time before he can reset and try 3 more times before the phone unlocks, 3 more times, and then the phone locks. So they have to keep trying, but timing it according to Apple's I believe at least, according to Apple's software that tells them how often they can try mistaken passwords.
Why is the software limited to just 146 attempts a day?
This is a security protocol chip built into Apple. It limits the time frame that somebody can attempt to brute force a device.
So again, it has nothing to do with technology. It's Apple's arbitrary decision to put it at that amount of time between uses. Attempts, I mean.
First, it's an average of 1 attempt every 15 minutes.
All right. But ultimately, you said you seeded several numbers into Cellbrite Premium to give it some potential guesses first before just start going through all the.
Did it work?
Correct?
Yes. Once I start the brute force process, there is an option for me to enter my own dictionary or numbers that are relevant, that I think is relevant to the user of the device. In this case, I entered a number that successfully unlocked the phone rather quickly.
Okay. And
really? What was
that
it?
number associated with?
I believe the number was associated with the date of birth of Paul Murdaugh.
Okay.
He used his own date of birth. Never do that. That's fucking terrible. Don't do that. That's stupid. That's so easy to unlock. It's ridiculous. Don't do that. That's bad. Wow. That's like one of the first things anybody would try to guess. So I don't even know why you had to send it to the Secret Service. That's like the first. That's like the oldest password in the book.
All right. And
Well, it's the second after 1, 2, 3, 4.
so once you successfully unlocked the phone, what did you do with it, sir?
I notified Lieutenant Dove that the phone successfully unlocked. I advised him that I was going to be getting a full file system extraction since I still had the phone in my possession. Lieutenant Dove provided me with an external hard drive to place the extraction on, and it was
Basically, they're cloning the phone.
this time I did.
So you did a full file extraction and placed it on a hard drive, correct?
Correct.
Now, did you examine the contents of that full file extraction?
I did not. SLED has their own examiners. We did the extraction for them, but they analyzed the phone.
So the only thing you did is put in his date of birth and unlock the phone using his date of birth. Good job, man.
And so the
I'm saying that unironically because nobody else managed to do that, so they gave it to the Secret Service guys to do it, and he just did it.
data you placed on a hard drive and provided to Murdaugh, is that substantially the exact same data that you extracted from Paul's phone?
It is.
It's a clone.
Changed in any significant manner?
It has not.
Well, I don't know if it's a clone. I know that it's very possible, very easy almost, to clone an entire phone once you've unlocked it. No problem.
I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 273. Do you recognize that document, sir?
This is the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division chain of custody where I returned the phone to Lieutenant Dove.
All right. And do you recognize your signature on it?
I do.
All right. And what date did you sign that?
March 24th, 2022.
All right. And you then provided Paul's phone back to Lieutenant Dove, correct?
Correct.
At this time, State would move to enter Exhibit 273 into evidence.
Submitted.
Okay, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as ID. I believe this is 274. Do you recognize that item, sir?
Yes, this is the phone I received.
Okay. And that sticker on the back?
It matches what a photograph that I took.
Okay. The photograph we put in evidence, the sticker on his phone matches that, correct?
It does.
Okay. All right, one last question, Mr. Van Houten.
Really? One last question, but I thought all of this was just to establish how he unlocked the phone. Well, he didn't look at the file, so it doesn't really matter, but why do we need to hear from him anyway? Isn't it just enough to know that they did it? Why do we need to authenticate him unlocking the phone?
There have been a couple questions about Faraday bags in this trial. What is a Faraday bag, sir?
Did they qualify him as an expert in Faraday bags or something? What the fuck is that question? I would object.
A Faraday bag is basically what it is a bag that shields electronic signals from entering or exiting the bag.
Okay. And what is the danger, by placing a phone in a Faraday bag, what is the danger you're trying to prevent?
We're attempting to prevent a remote wipe or remote destruction of the data on the device.
Once law enforcement takes a phone into evidence or custody, are there other ways to prevent a remote wipe?
Absolutely. Powering the phone down completely, not
That
leaving
works.
it plugged to a charger, removing the SIM card, or the easiest is to place the phone.
Now he's going to say probably he's going to say that as the last option, which would tell you that it's rehearsed in airplane mode, which is what they in fact did. So he's going to basically post hoc justify what the cops did, even though, no, they should have placed it in a Faraday bag, but he's trying to basically let him excuse the terrible protocol used by the police.
In the airplane mode, it'll disable the cellular data and the Wi-Fi signal.
That it was the last one on the list, therefore it was rehearsed. This guy rehearsed that answer. I guarantee you that. And I hope that the defense asked him if he had discussed this particular topic with the prosecution before, because this answer is clearly rehearsed very, very terribly.
And you said that the danger is the phone could be remote wiped.
Yes, somebody with the account username and password could log into the iCloud account and set a remote signal. That signal will remain on the tower or on the network.
And as soon as it's turned on, boom.
So, yes, somebody would have to have the username and the password to log in to commit that offense.
Okay. And was the phone that you did an extraction of, was it white when you received it?
It
No.
was not.
Of course not.
Nothing further for the state for this.
Cross-examination.
questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may step down.
Was kind of useless.
We will recess until till 2:15. Recess till 2:15. Please do not discuss the case.
So we're going to skip. There we go.
You may now be seated.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, before the jury brought in, I have a matter of law I'd like to deal with.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, we've been informed by the Attorney General's been very accommodating. He's telling him who he's going to call this afternoon or this morning. One of the witnesses would be Brett Dove, and Brett Dove, I think they'll agree, is the person that did retrieve the extract from, you heard the Secret Service agent this morning, and did some analysis on it. I'd like to show the court. Is this working? Can I have the Elmo on? State's Exhibit number 299. Where can I see that? Okay, and this is, I'm going to have you push it up in just a minute. You don't need to. That's a receipt of property for Paul Murdaugh's phone, and if you'll slide the thing down a little bit, no, the other way, you'll see that Bobby, what's his last name, Bancroft, received it from David Owens, who gave it to Bobby Bancroft, who then gave it to who? R. Kelly. Right. And then Paul McGonigal, we heard from this morning, gave it to, he was at the Charleston Sheriff's Office, gave it to, whose name is that?
What the hell, dude? You're trying to ask something from the court, aren't you? What's going on here, man?
Brian Heddick, who gave it to, well, it got to Brian Heddick at Computer Crimes, I guess by Ryan Kelly. The point I'm trying to make, Judge, let me show you the second page, is there are a number of people in the chain of custody on this phone who haven't testified yet. As a result, if Mr. Dove is allowed to testify about the contents of the phone, which he received from Secret Service, we believe that breaks, that would not complete the chain of custody. All we're saying is call these other
I don't get it.
And I mean, they're not going to be long witnesses to complete the chain to authenticate that what exactly came out of that phone was the phone that was found.
I think I see what he's saying.
On Paul Murdaugh's body.
So basically, he wants the entire chain of custody to testify to ensure that chain of custody was complete.
On and I'll take those. Thank you. On Paul's phone, and again, Mr. Conrad is going to call Lieutenant Dove here in a bit. We've had testimony from Jason Chapman about David Owen securing that phone. We've had introduction into evidence, Your Honor, without objection of both of these chain sheets. There was no qualification or objection to the information on these chain sheets, no hearsay objection or anything like that on both of these, which carried the chain all the way through. And then, of course, but we have testimony about the collection of that phone. We have testimony from multiple witnesses about the manner in which agents secure phones and the rest of that. And then we have testimony about that phone going essentially through a couple of couriers to Paul McManigal, who just testified as to his involvement with that phone as well.
Why are you trying to avoid chain of custody discussions, dude? You seem guilty, not Alex. You seem guilty, Mr. Prosecutor. What are you doing?
To his delivery of that back to Lieutenant
You sound like there's issues with the chain of custody and you're trying to cover for it right now.
Dove, and then you've had testimony from Agent Van Houten, who received that phone and analyzed it and then delivered that back to Lieutenant Dove. And Lieutenant Dove is going to be here to complete that chain. So if you look at the case law, and we do have some cases prepared if you need them. Where's the copies of those?
Wow, he even has case law prepared to defend him not needing to allow a full chain of custody to be shown to the jury. He was ready for this request. So for some reason, that means that there's problems with the chain of custody. That's good to know.
This is not fungible evidence, and the case law is very clear, Your Honor, that chain, you don't have to call every single person that touched the evidence throughout the way, that it only needs to be established as much as is practicable, and I think we've done that in great detail. In any
That's the critical question. Is it fungible or non-fungible? Is a cell phone fungible or non-fungible?
If you look at the exterior, it's fungible. You can't tell one iPhone 11 from any other one until you open it.
That's completely
But
true.
Is the phone that was found at Paul, is that the same phone? And that's why you have the chain. It was cracked open and they got the material from, they want Dove to analyze. This is an iPhone 11, Your Honor. It's not Paul's.
Is it not Paul's?
Your Honor, again,
Fungible or non-fungible?
I'd say that it's not fungible, Your Honor, and again, I think we've had, it's clearly not fungible, and there's been
Clearly not fungible. And you say clearly, what do you mean?
Interesting.
Well, generally when things are...
He was a little bit too hasty in his response there, maybe.
clear, then we don't have a debate.
Fair
That-
enough. That's kind of point. I strenuously object, Your Honor. I apologize. But anyway, Your Honor, when you look at something like cell phone evidence and you look at the class of types of evidence that are clearly fungible, those two are I think, different in the manner in which they exist and the manner in which they are. And I'm not aware of any case that's ever held a cell phone as to...
So basically, a non-answer he's giving. He's saying blah, 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 blah. I'm not saying anything, literally.
...be fungible. It is a physical item. Additionally, this particular one... I'm sorry, John, what does that say? And additionally, this particular cell phone has a serial number and an IMEI that is specifically identifiable. The cell phones are not fungible. They are specific. They have specific identifying information like that. And so, again, I think that given the weight of that and the weight of what we have established, we more than established the chain.
No. Chain of custody, I'm sorry. These, I'm sorry, I apologize. Your Honor, I note on this chain of custody, there's no serial number, there's no IME number, there's nothing on these documents. If you're happy, it's State's Exhibit 298 and 299. There's nothing on these indications. It's just matter of fact, the description is Paul's cell phone. There's no identifying.
Interesting.
And by the way, I think we've been sort of lax. We should have asked all these witnesses how they know it was this cell phone. They never testified to serial numbers. That's water over the dam, under the bridge. But perhaps I should have asked that.
Well, and again, Your Honor, these came in without objection associated with testimony about that specific phone that people like McMahon...
I'm not even sure it's true that it came without objection.
And Agent Van Houten have specifically identified as associated with these chain sheets and with that specific phone. So again, I think that's a specific identification, and they are not fungible in that regard.
Again,
Cases that you said you have...
Your Honor, and I've got a copy right here. This isn't specifically, may I hand it up to Your Honor?
This is pretty cool. This is probably the most interesting thing that happened so far in the trial, like an actual argument over factual matters.
About the case. State
So again, Your
fully
Honor,
State v. Pulley, yes, sir.
All right, and again, this is just a general, this isn't related to cell phones in specific, but it does talk about, establishing the chain of custody as far as practicable. And again, it talks about where the evidence establishes the identity of those who have handled the evidence and reasonably demonstrates the manner of handling of the evidence, which we've had testimony as to both of those. Our courts have been willing to fill in gaps in the chain of custody due to an absent witness. Proof of the chain of custody need not negate all possibility of tampering so long as the chain of possession is complete. It goes on, Your Honor, and that, I apologize, that was from Head Notes 5, 4, 5, and 6. It goes on to talk about a perfect chain of custody is not required. I think the evidence here on the whole...
A perfect chain of custody is not required. Says the person who's trying to prove without any reasonable doubt whatsoever this man's guilt. Does this sound like somebody who has absolute surefire evidence that this guy is the guy who committed the crime? I'll leave you with that question while I go pee. I'll be right back.
has been more than sufficient to establish the chain. And additionally, even beyond that, I think that none of that precludes Lieutenant Dove to testifying about, given the foundation that's been laid, to testifying about the contents of that extraction pending any additional witnesses that will come in. I don't think that's precluded at this time either. He can still go forward and testify as to the extent of his testimony about that extraction, and certainly understanding that any additional witnesses are still forthcoming. So I don't think that precludes him from testifying as to the contents of that extraction.
I feel something awfully suspicious about the way this prosecutor is behaving. He sounds super prepared for this and compensating for his misgivings, trying to play downplay basically how good the chain of custody established actually is.
Your Honor, with all due respect to the Attorney General, footnote says when establishing headnote 4, when establishing chain of custody of fungible, bolded evidence where multiple people have handled or analyzed the substance, the identity of the individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture. And there's nothing in any document we've heard or any witness that is specifically identified that I got cell phone M4381 and gave it to somebody else who says I got that same cell phone because it had the same serial number. If that's not conjecture, I don't know what is. And again,
if they get all of the phone stuff thrown out, what are the prosecution gonna do? It's not likely to happen, but this is a pretty interesting play on the part of the defense. I am going to be right back with some more coffee.
The big hurdle here. He's got 3 people he needs to call. Unless there's a problem with one of them, that signed this document that didn't have it. And I think that this is an important piece of evidence. And we ought to just require what's required by this case and every other case where there's a fungible item.
Your Honor, again, going back to Head Knight's 4 and 5, testimony from each custodian of fungible evidence, however, is not a prerequisite to establishing a chain of custody. Again, we've had testimony about collection, we've had testimony about the manner of collection, and we've had testimony from those who actually analyzed it in the interim to get to Lieutenant Dove, who will then complete that analysis. So we've got testimony about collection, we've got chain.
So you're basically begging the court to basically ignore everything the defense lawyer just said for no particular reason. You're saying, it's enough, we have enough, we have enough, we have enough. Yeah, but why don't you have everything the defense wanted?
Sheet supporting that, and then we'll have every person who actually analyzed it, and I think that's more than sufficient.
Well, yeah, why don't you have following the serial numbers along the chain of custody?
Chain to establish its admissibility at this time.
Anything further? Last word.
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
To the extent that this is a motion to exclude this testimony, the motion is denied. I do not believe that the portion of this case that State v. Pulley that says the identity of individuals who acquired the evidence and what was done with the evidence between the taking and the analysis must not be left to conjecture.
Yeah.
I believe that a cell phone is not a fungible item, but it is complicated to the degree that there was analysis done with the cell phone, but the testimony, particularly the testimony of Van Houten, sufficiently establishes that this phone was not tampered with, could not be tampered with, and I believe that the state has sufficiently established a chain.
I don't know if his testimony alone establishes that. Wait a second.
I believe the state has sufficiently established the chain of custody to the degree necessary that the next witness can testify. So I deny the motion, and the objection is noted for the record.
Your Honor, make sure the record, all due respect, we accept her from the rule.
I said it's noted for the record, yes.
From the old school, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Bring the jury.
Your Honor, to be clear, we do have one interim witness before that witness will testify.
How long are we behind? 1 hour.
Thank you. Your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state would call John Bettingfield.
I do. INGFIELD.
Mr. Bettingfield, how you doing today?
Doing good.
All right. Tell us where you live.
Barnwell.
All right. Tell us a little bit about yourself. You grow up there, or?
Grew up there, born and raised in Barnwell.
Barnwell.
Worked there my entire career, 28 years with the Department of Natural Resources.
Okay.
Still live in Barnwell.
Where do you work now?
I'm the Region 3 captain, which is the Midlands region, Lake Murray, Lake Marion.
Okay. And is that a law enforcement position?
Yes, sir, it is.
Are you a Class 1 officer?
I am.
And you said you've been with DNR how long?
28 years.
Has that been the extent of your law enforcement career?
Yes, sir.
Are you still employed there?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other businesses or any other economic stuff you're associated with?
I do. Back in 2016, I got a federal firearms license to sell and manufacture firearms.
All right. And tell me how you got into that. What led you to develop that? Is that like a side business?
Side business is just a passion I had of working on guns and building guns. Decided to turn it into business.
All right, and you mentioned federal firearms license. Is that what people know as an FFL?
Yes, sir.
All right, just tell me very quickly what it takes. What does it mean to have an FFL?
It means you can transfer firearms to individuals. You do a background check upon that sale or transfer.
Okay. If you're engaged in sort of the commercial sale of firearms or as a business, do you need an FFL to do that?
Yes, sir.
All right, and that's different from private sales back and forth. Is
Correct.
that correct? Okay. And with an FFL, does it come with an obligation to keep certain paperwork with regard to the firearms that you're involved in selling?
Yes, sir, it does.
And explain to me some of the paperwork that you have to get and some of the paperwork you have to keep when you're selling firearms with an FFL.
When a firearm comes in to me, it gets logged into a log. Upon its sale or transfer out, it gets logged out with the 4473 background check.
All right, and tell me what the 4473 is, please.
It's person's personal information, gun information. It gets called into the ATF, and it gets approved or disapproved for transfer to that individual.
Is that like a federal form?
Is there instant background check? Yes, sir.
Like every federal form's got a number on it?
Yeah.
And that's what's the number?
4473.
4473? Is that the one where you have to check the form saying I'm not a drug user and I'm not a part of a terrorist organization and all
Yes,
that
sir.
stuff? All right, but you have to ensure that those are filled out with people that you
Yes, sir.
sell firearms to. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm not a terrorist. It's like, okay. Would a terrorist say that he's a terrorist, though?
What type of firearms are you selling? I mean, are you manufacturing from scratch, or how do you do that?
Early on, I did. Wasn't lucrative enough, so I was just buying and selling.
Right.
So I would buy a gun, configure it, or buy parts, configure it as an individual wanted, and provide it to them.
Okay. And so where would you buy parts from? What's a big source of parts?
I've had numerous, but primarily Palmetto State Armory for AR-15 parts, but I've used 20 or 30 other vendors throughout the course of me having the license.
When people think about an AR-15 style weapon, can that just fire like one caliber of bullet? Or
Why are you saying AR-15 style weapon? Why can't you just say the name of the weapon or whatever you're talking about?
can multiple calibers of bullets be configured with an AR-15 style weapon?
As long as they're compatible with the magazine system and the bolt carrier, many different calibers can be configured.
Like what? What's the most common AR-15 calibers?
223, 5.56, which are more or less interchangeable. 300 blackout, 6.5 Grendel.
Okay. All right. And the most common one you said was 223 and 5.56?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then 300 blackout is one you mentioned.
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you this. Are you at all related to the defendant, Alec Murdaugh?
I am.
All right. And what's the relation?
Our grandmothers were sisters. We're grown up with the Murdaughs as cousins.
All right. So you've known him your entire life for a
Yes,
long
sir.
time? At any point in time, did the defendant, Alec Murdaugh, approach you about perhaps assembling or making some firearms?
Oh, he's the guy that made...
did.
Oh, he's the guy they talked about yesterday that sold him the... several weapons, actually, custom-made weapons. And I'm assuming he does a good job based on the fact that the Murdaugh family are... I mean, they seem to have a lot of money, and they would probably want very, very high quality products. I would assume.
And do you remember roughly when that was?
Would have been around Christmas of 16.
Okay. And what was your conversation with the defendant over there about what he wanted you to put together?
He was looking for a couple of guns for the boys to hunt pigs with.
Okay. And did y'all have a discussion about what type of gun, what caliber, and that sort of thing?
We did. I kind of steered him towards the 300 blackout just because of its effectiveness on hogs versus a 223 or 5.56.
All right. And just very quickly, between a blackout and a 223 or 5.56, why did you suggest a blackout as a more effective round than those?
Larger caliber, larger diameter bullet, a little more knockdown power for pigs. At 223 at that time, there weren't many larger or heavier grain bullets that were effective.
All right. So you suggested the blackout. Did he agree to that?
He did.
And again, he wanted these for the boys to hunt pigs.
That's right.
Or hogs.
We know that we had this weapon. Come on now. We know that he had a weapon or several of them capable of shooting this caliber. So what?
Was there a particular holiday coming up that he wanted them for?
It would have been Christmas of that 16 Christmas.
2016? Okay. Did you ultimately assemble some firearms for him?
I did.
All right. And describe those firearms for us, how they were configured, what was on them. Give us some detail about them, please.
Initial conversation, and part of why the 300 Blackout was chosen was its ability to shoot subsonic ammo, and we had talked about possibly some suppressors for the same guns.
Let me slow you down real quick. Tell the jury what a suppressor is.
God damn.
A silencer, or a sound suppression device for a firearm.
So a subsonic round, you have to have a subsonic round for the suppressor to work. Is that correct?
It makes it most efficient.
Okay. All right. Keep going if you would, please.
That was kind of where I steered that way, but it was a pair of Palmetto State Armory lowers that I built some 300 Blackout uppers for, and one was configured in all black as he requested, and the other was Cerakoted, which is a paint finish, a ceramic paint finish, in a tan.
Okay. And when you say Cerakote, is that a service or that you're providing?
It does. It is. Yes.
All right. And just very quickly, tell the jury what you mean by that. What is Cerakoting?
It's a refinishing. It's a paint job on a firearm. A lot of items can be Cerakoted, plastic, wood, whatever. But
It's a finish for the firearm. Come on
original
now.
finish, degrease it, put a 2-part finish on, and bake it on. It's a coloring.
So the black one you don't have to treat.
So I'm sorry.
The black one you didn't have to treat.
Correct.
But the tan one you had to Cerakote.
Yes, sir.
Did the defendant request any sort of optics or scope on these guns?
Did. We put a pair of ATN thermal scopes on the rifles.
And what specifically, why are the thermal scopes good for hunting hogs, or why were they put on there?
Because hogs come out at
In
night.
South Carolina, it's legal to hunt at night with the proper permitting, and it allows you.
In my city, there's a huge problem. You see them crossing the street at night, like a mommy hog with a bunch of her little hogs following after her. They turn over trash cans. They cause a whole lot of problems there. So, I mean, I wish I could hunt hogs also. I mean, I wish we would be allowed to own guns over here as you are in South Carolina.
You to night hunt the pigs.
Sounds fun, actually.
All right, Mr. Bedingfield, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 302 for identification at this time, and see if you recognize that image right there.
I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
Those are the two 300 Blackout rifles I sold out.
All right, those are the exact two in Christmas. Is that correct?
Yes.
Christmas of
Those would
2016?
be the original two, yes, sir.
Okay, and all right, let me, Your Honor, this time I would move Stakes 302 on the evidence, please.
Did it?
Let me put this on the Elmo real quick.
Why the fuck do they call that the Elmo? Sounds so dumb.
All right, can you see that on your screen there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and just real quick, if we look down at the end of the barrel on these, what are those things right there?
Those would be the suppressors.
All right, and tell me about this image. How do you recognize this image? What was going on when this image was taken?
That was the day I took the guns to Alec. I showed him, that's how I presented them to him. Again, the suppressors are still in my possession. We never did the paperwork on the suppressors.
And let's unpack that a little bit. Where did you take those guns to him? Do you recall?
His office.
All right, and they're in some sort of case. Do you recall that case?
Yes, sir. That's my hard case.
All right, so you brought them in that case?
Yes, sir.
Did you leave the case with him, or did you take that back with you?
I have the case.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that we see the suppressors are on there. Did you ever deliver those suppressors to Alec Murdaugh?
I did not.
All right. Now, explain that to the jury. Why were you unable to do that?
To possess an NFA item, a National Firearms Act restricted item, where the federal government restricted the possession of short-barreled rifles, machine guns, suppressors, and short-barrel shotguns, you have to apply for a tax stamp through the federal government. It's a background check system that allows for the possession once you pass the background check.
Okay. And had Alec completed that additional paperwork?
No, we never completed it.
Is that, for the suppressor, is that additional paperwork in addition to what it takes to normally get the
Yes.
rifle?
Yes.
Okay. What was y'all's discussion, if any, about that paperwork and completing it and all the rest of it?
We had some random discussions. I'd egg him from time to time, hey man, let's get the paperwork going, and he was going to put them in a trust, which is an entity which would own the items.
Until the kids are 18.
And we never got it all put together.
Or until I
Because of
suppose they
special
finish the
legality
paperwork.
about suppressors, is it common for people to set up a trust, a legal trust that actually owns those suppressors?
Yes, it is.
And that was the paperwork that needed to be completed?
That and the application side of it, but that was the biggest portion.
He was like, I'm gonna get back to you, I'll do it, and just never did. Did he pay for those suppressors?
He did.
What does it matter? Were they used in the murder?
They're in my inventory at my business.
Were they used in the fucking murder? Why are we talking about them?
At some point in time, did you ever have another conversation with Alec about making another blackout?
I did.
And when roughly was that? Do you recall?
It would have been around April of 2018.
April of 2018. All right. And what did Alec tell you? What was your conversation with him about making a third blackout?
That Paul had lost or misplaced his rifle and he wanted to replace it.
Okay. And did you ultimately make him a third blackout?
I did.
Did this particular rifle, did you put any optic on it?
I did not.
All right. Did Alex say, don't put an optic on it because they already lost the other one?
Yes.
Those optics are fairly expensive?
They can be, yes.
Don't put an optic on it because they already lost the other one?
Yes.
Those optics are fairly expensive?
They can be, yes, sir.
All right. And roughly how much were the thermal optics that we see on this particular picture that's on the screen, the exhibit I previously had admitted?
$1,500 to $1,800 each.
All right. So the third one did not have an optic on it?
Correct.
That's a fucking nice Christmas present. Especially the one with the ceramic finish. Hell yeah.
And did you ultimately provide that weapon?
I did.
All right. Well, tell me how you provided that. Did Alec pick it up or did somebody else pick it up?
He did not. When I let him know it was ready, he said he was unavailable and Maggie would come pick it up.
Okay. And is that what happened?
It is.
All right. And so tell me about that. Tell me about your interaction with Maggie when she picked that weapon up.
She came to town. We met, did some paperwork, and
she's the murderer.
She handed me a check and drove back to Hampton.
And you gave the weapon, the
yes,
third
sir.
weapon?
Yep. She would have completed the 4473 with me.
All right. So you made 3 blackouts, excluding the optic, roughly in the same configuration. Maggie picked up that third one, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me show you some exhibits real quick.
God damn it. Are we going to talk about completely unrelated things to the actual murder, like we've been doing this entire time? Please, for the love of God, let us go somewhere with all of this bullshit. We know he owned guns. So what?
Let me show you what's been marked, previously marked for identification as States 247, and I'm going to have you flip through those and just first tell me, Junior, if you recognize the documents in States 247.
I do.
All right, tell me what those are.
The first would be the original check from Alec for the first 2 firearms, cancel check to me. Second would have been the third from Maggie, cancel check to me. The third and fourth page would be the firearm log.
We'll talk more about that in a minute, but that's part of your firearm log, is that
Yes,
correct?
yes.
All right, and then I'm going to show you what's been marked as, hold on, I'm going to staple this. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 245 and see if you recognize this document.
I do.
All right, and tell me what that is.
It is the original 4473 from the first 2 firearms to Alec.
All right, let me see this back real quick. Your Honor, this time we would move states 245 and 247 into evidence.
Admitted.
All right. We'll put these up on the screen. All right, this is State's Exhibit 247, and we're looking now at the first page. Describe to the jury what that is, please.
That is the canceled check from Elliott for the original 2 firearms.
For the original 2?
Yes, sir.
And what's the price on that, please?
Probably like,
I can bring it to you if you can.
I got it. $9,188.
holy shit! That's a sweet weapon.
That, please.
I'm sorry?
What's the date on that?
12/23/16.
And is this a record that you kept in accordance with your FFL obligations?
The check, no, sir. We retrieved that from my bank.
Gotcha. All right. Go to the second page of this exhibit. Do you recognize that? Tell me what that is, please.
That is the check for the third replacement 300 blackout to Maggie.
How much did it cost without the sight?
All right. And what's the amount on that one?
$875.
Not bad.
So the first one for 2 of them was $9,188, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the second one is only $875. Is that right?
Yeah, but one of them had a
The
finish and
difference
they had 2
between
scopes.
those, that the second one didn't have the optic and didn't have the suppressor.
Oh,
That's part of the
and 2
difference.
suppressors, yes. And that probably didn't have the finish too.
All right. Before we get to the rest of that exhibit, let me go to 245, and I'm going to show you this. This is what now?
That is the 4473 for the first 2 300 blackouts.
All right. And if we see down here in little letters, it says Form 4473. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And these are all the questions that you have to answer to buy a firearm?
Correct.
Okay. And whose name do we have on this?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
All right. And then right here, what are these 2 things right there?
That would be the serial numbers from each of the firearms.
All right.
All of a sudden, serial numbers are super important.
And let me ask you this real quick. With an AR-style platform, is every part of it serialized, have a serial number, or if not, what parts are?
Only the lower receiver is serialized.
All right. And when you talk about the lower receiver, let me take this back up. Point to me what we're talking about on this picture.
This portion of the firearm.
Okay. And I'm going to put it back on the screen. I'm going to point to what you just did and tell me we got it right, okay? All right, so this portion right here is the lower receiver,
Yes, sir.
and that's the serialized portion, correct?
Correct.
All right. And finally down here, what do we have right there?
The date,
All right, and what's the date on that?
January 10th, 2017.
After these murders happened, did you ever get a call from SLED agent Jeff Croft?
I did.
Is that somebody you knew prior to this?
Yes.
Knowing him from growing up in Barnwell or living in Barnwell?
Through my law enforcement career, him at the county and our kids were in school together.
Did you have a conversation with Jeff Croft?
Yes,
Did Jeff Croft ask you to provide him anything?
he did.
And what did he ask you to provide him?
The paperwork you've just submitted, the 4473 and the canceled checks.
When you initially responded, did you send him the paperwork for all 3 blackouts that you made for the defendant? Or
Not,
just
not
the
initially, I don't think so. I don't recall exactly.
just the first
Just
2?
the first 2, yes, sir.
All right. And did you have a subsequent conversation with him some point later in time?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
There was a third, and through an audit, I was able to backtrack and provide what I did on the third.
All right. So there was an inquiry made as to where there was a third one, and you said, yes, there was a third one.
Correct.
Do you have all your paperwork for that third one?
No, sir. The 4473 is unaccounted for.
All right. So you went back looking and you couldn't find it?
Correct.
All right. Did you make any efforts, though, to determine which one that gun must have been?
Well, based on the canceled check, the date of it, and the only missing exit from my log, it would have been 111, I believe. Is that?
All right. I'm going to take you back Exhibit 247 and have you look at the last 2 pages of that exhibit and explain to me what you're talking about.
So each firearm that comes in is numbered and described. It's a receipt and disposition form.
Then what was different about 111?
It was blank.
Okay. So did you do some process of elimination here?
I did.
You looked at the date of that check in April of 2018 for the 3rd blackout?
Correct, yes, sir.
And looked in your log, and this was the one that didn't have any other information in it.
Only one of many years that it could have even been.
I'm going to put this up on the screen. And is this 111 right there that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then we go over to the second page, and if they were laying next to each other, it's like a logbook. Correct. And if these pages were laying next to each other, this was the blank one, correct?
Yes, sir.
After you received that second communication with Jeff Croft, did you provide him that log paperwork that we just looked at?
Yes, sir.
Have you amended your federal firearms license forms to reflect that now?
Yes. Yes. It was just a missing form. I reflected it that it was sold to Maggie Murdaugh on 4/14/2018.
All right. How many blackouts, AR-style rifles, did you make for Alec Murdaugh?
3.
And when was that last one made?
2018.
April?
April 2018.
Hold on for me 1 second.
He sounds like somebody who doesn't want to get screwed by any of this, but I don't see how he can be.
Thank you, Mr. Bedingfield. Answer any questions the defense may have, please.
Mr. Griffin.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bedingfield. My name is Jim Griffin. I represent Alec Murdaugh. Can I have Elmo back? Did I lose Elmo? No, I just need Elmo activated. No, I don't have Elmo. Did they turn Elmo on? Still on. Elmo's still on. Thank you. It is. Mr. Bedingfield, these were the 2 300 blackouts that were sold to Alec for Christmas in 2016. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And one was black and one was tan, right?
Correct.
And and do you know which gun went to which son?
I don't recall.
All right, and then you built a replacement 300 blackout sometime, I believe you said in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And was that a tan one or a black one?
It would have been black.
Excuse me?
It was black.
So
the second one was the third.
The most basic one.
The third one was black.
Yes, sir.
No scope, no silencer, no
So
finish.
If the tan one was lost in this, then Mr. Murdaugh would have had, or his boys would have had 2 black 300 blackouts.
Yes, sir. I assume so.
After 2018. Okay. Now, the original price was $9,188 for the 2 firearms that Buster and Paul got for Christmas in 2016, correct?
Yes.
And that included the cost of the basic weapon, the AR, modified AR to 300 blackout.
The 2 silencers, the 2 scopes, and the finish.
The cost of the thermal night scope.
Yes, sir.
And you said that's about $1,500 each?
I'm guessing at that, but yes, sir.
Okay. And then so that's like $3,000, but for 2 ballparking, right?
If a gun without anything costs around $950, let's round it up to 1,000, right? And keep in mind that we're rounding here. So we have 2 guns for 1,000 each, then 3,000 for the scopes. That's already 5,000. And now with the other 4,000, you get 2 silencers, and a paint job.
And then the suppressors, how much are the suppressors?
They typically, I don't remember on those, but they around 1,000 a piece.
So that's
So, okay, now we could narrow it down even further. 1,000 a piece. So that's 7,000. So the paint job was $2,000.
That's another 2,000. So, but Mr. Murdaugh never took possession of the suppressors because
That doesn't matter. He still paid for them.
More paperwork.
More paperwork. Okay. And but now the replacement that was purchased in 2018 was only $875. Did you build the replacement?
Yes, sir.
Did the price go down in 2018?
Well, the lack of accessories and the Cerakoting was included in that as well. Slings on this rifle, on the ones we're looking at here.
Oh, so they're
in the first one.
Okay.
So, the stripped down model of was the replacement 2018 just stripped down model as basic as you could buy?
Yeah.
Pretty much, yes, sir. Similar configuration. As far as I remember, it was a free-floated 16-inch.
Without any add-ons.
And you assembled the ones in 2016 and the one in 2018. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And did you get the component parts from Palmetto State Armory?
I'm not sure exactly where they would have come from. The lower receiver would have been, yes, sir, but the upper components, I would source those out from different vendors. I'm not sure where they would have come from.
And when you, let me ask you about the, I guess the ejector. Do you know what that is?
Ejector? Yes, sir.
And is that upper portion, lower portion?
Upper.
And is it housed in a, or do you put the ejectors in separately, or does that come?
In a bulk carrier group. They would be already pre-assembled in a bulk carrier group.
Okay, and do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2016?
No, sir.
Do you know where you bought the ejectors for the 2018?
No, sir.
No receipts from that time?
Do you keep ejectors in stock?
I wouldn't, no, sir. That they would typically be already pre-assembled in the bulk carrier groups on AR-15 style guns.
Right, but do you buy in
Those.
the pre-assembled?
No,
bulk
sir.
carrier?
As someone requests something, I'll source it out, see where I can find it, and build it. Order parts to put together.
Are 300 blackouts sold without having to have someone like yourself build it?
Yes.
Okay, and who carries 300 blackout if I wanted to leave here, go buy one this afternoon?
The most common in the state of South Carolina is Palmetto State Armory.
So they assemble
That's
them
where
themselves?
I was a dealer for them, and I was buying parts for them on a lot of builds as well.
And how long have you been selling or building 300 blackouts?
I've been in the business since 2016, so there's a lot of other guns I've built as well.
And this list that you had, I'm not going to go through it, but it is Exhibit 247. I'll just put it up on Elmo right quick so I don't mess it up. Thanks. And we don't need to publish anybody's name there, but are all those 300 blackouts or just various?
Various. 45 caliber 9mm multi for the lower, 410 shotguns, 243 rifles.
Okay, take that off. And you said these are used, and that you recommended that these 300 blackouts be used
Hunting
for
boars.
hunting?
Yes, sir.
And is that, in this part of the state, are wild hogs kind of a nuisance to game management, property management?
A severe nuisance, yes, sir.
And explain that, please, sir.
They do a tremendous amount of damage to property and crops in this part of the state.
How so?
Well, they do. As I said, I live in a in a pretty urban city, but an urban city that has some accessible forest area, and they just live there and multiply there in tremendous numbers, and they're a problem even in this urban environment.
They root, as pigs do, they root up crops and woodlands and yards. They're very destructive.
And is that a common problem throughout the Low Country?
Yes, sir.
And have you recommended to a number of customers to 300 Blackout to root out the nuisance
Yes,
pods?
I have.
Do you have any estimate how many 300 Blackouts you've sold over the last 4 or 5 years?
Good question.
No, sir. I wouldn't. I've a little over 600 firearm transfers. I wouldn't know.
Think it's more than 100?
I don't know. It's a lot, but I don't
It's
know.
a lot. That's the answer we wanted.
Okay. You mentioned that you and Alec Murdaugh are related, is that right?
Yes, sir.
How are you related?
Our
Grandmas or sisters.
Okay, and does that make, and your
I'll call us second cousins. We're cousins.
your fathers were first cousins, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you spend, over the years, you spend time with Alec and the boys?
I have. Not a lot with Alec, mostly with John Marvin.
And you go, have you been camping with Alec and the boys at, I think that a big, Dad used to host a big camp every year?
I have.
And you been fishing with them?
Not much.
Been hunting with them?
No, sir, not Alec.
Okay.
I have with John.
Right. You've known Alec for quite some time?
My entire life.
Are you, well, a gift of some $8,000 is a pretty nice gift for 2 boys, right?
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Do you ever observe Alec around his sons? What kind of relationship they have?
I have.
And how would you describe their relationship?
It was always good. When he called me, he was excited about getting these for his boys.
And it was a big Christmas for them, I
Yes,
take
sir.
it. Okay. All right.
I can guarantee you the boys loved them.
Second round.
Look like pretty sexy weapons to me.
Is it less expensive to buy a 300 Blackout directly from Palmetto State Armory?
Probably.
And have you build one?
It can be, depending on configuration.
And all the
Any accessories that get added. And
okay. All right, that's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Very quickly, Your Honor.
You mentioned that one of the services that you provide is the Cerakoting on the tin one. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's kind of a painting process, painting and then bake it. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And if someone has a gun, and is it just tan you Cerakote it, or are there multiple colors you could potentially
Multiple colors.
Multiple colors. So if you want to customize your firearm, you can take it to somebody and get them to Cerakote it.
Yes, sir.
And I can have a gun I've owned for 10 years, and I decide that I want to get it Cerakoted, and I can take it to somebody who can put it in the color that I desire.
Yes, sir.
But it's going to be a lot worse because the wear and tear on the gun itself is obviously going to have an impact on the final finish. Of course, you would want it to be as fresh out of the factory as possible when you coat it so that the coating is as uniform as possible without any kind of imperfections.
It doesn't have to happen right at the beginning.
No.
Okay. All right. And looking at right here on page, the 3rd page of State's Exhibit 247, we have right here multiple calibers of gauge. Is that correct? We have caliber of gauge listed. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have a number of different ones right here. That's 45.
Yes, sir.
Is that 45 ACP?
Colt 9. Yes, sir.
All right. 9, is that 9 millimeter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then we have, what does that say right there?
Multi. Yes, sir.
What does that mean?
The lower receivers are stamped multi-caliber when they're sold as bare receivers.
410, that's a shotgun round?
Yes, sir.
All right. 243, that would be?
A 243 center fire rifle.
All right. 223 right there?
Yes, sir.
And the 9 millimeter right there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you're in the business of assembling multiple different calibers. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but most of what is on this page are entire firearms that were shipped to me.
Gotcha. All right. Stand by for me 1 second. All right, nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything further? Thanks, sir. Call your next witness.
State calls Lieutenant Britt Dove for SLED.
Spell your last name for the record, please.
Britt Dove, D-O-V-E. I go by Britt. I'm known as David Britton Dove.
And Lieutenant Dove, where are you currently employed, sir?
For the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, known as SLED, in the Computer Crime Center.
And what's your rank?
I am a lieutenant in the unit.
So you're in a supervisory capacity over the computer crimes unit?
Yes, sir, I am.
And how long have you worked at SLED?
I began my career at SLED in June of 2008.
And did you have law enforcement experience prior to working at SLED?
Yes, sir, I did. I began my law enforcement career in December of 1999 with the West Columbia Police Department. I served as a patrol officer and a school resource officer with them. I also was with the Richland County Sheriff's Department for several years as a resource officer. And then I came back to West Columbia as an investigator, handling family violence, elder abuse, child abuse, sexual assault investigations before coming to SLED.
And since you've been in SLED, I believe did you just say it was 2008 when you started SLED?
Yes, sir.
What roles have you filled at SLED since 2008?
When I began at SLED, I began as the undercover chat specialist dealing with internet crimes against children and also doing digital forensics, whether it be computers.
Catching pedos, that's my kind of man.
Computers, cell phones, tablets, at the time GPS systems. From there, I moved into the role of working with file-to-file trading of child pornography and dealt with that. And then from there, I moved into the role of doing general investigations while continuing to do digital forensics before I became a supervisor.
All right. And you're a supervisor over computer crimes, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I am.
And just briefly, what exactly does computer crimes do at SLED?
Computer crimes at SLED, they do several things. One, when local agencies submit digital evidence to us, whether it be a laptop, a tower, tablet, DVR, cell phone, servers, we will go and try to extract the information to look for anything that's relevant to the investigation. We also do handle some investigations. We also do internet and other kind of investigations, along with doing intrusion investigations on servers and ransomware.
Okay. Now, you've talked a little bit about computer and phone forensics, and that's something you have experience in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Give the jury a brief description, and we'll get into more details later as we go through some of the evidence, but what is computer forensics and what is phone forensics, and how are they different?
Computer forensics, when we receive a computer, whether it be a laptop or a tower, it's going to be treated the same way. We're going to attempt to remove the hard drive from it, connect the hard drive to a physical write blocker, which is a piece of hardware that we connect it to. We also use a software write blocker. That way we can extract the information and get a bit-by-bit forensic copy of all the addressable area on the drive. And then that way, that's what we work off of, is that copy, so that we can then do not disturb the original evidence when we're looking to see what's on there.
A
Cell
clone.
phone forensics are a little bit different. You can't remove necessarily, especially with the newer ones, you can't go and remove a hard drive from the cell phone. So many times,
But you
what
could
we
still
have to do is
clone the
connect
entire
cell
phone
to hardware devices, whether it be Celebrite, Gray Key, Axiom, or one of the other ones out there. Once we connect it, then we will extract the information from that and then work off that information that's extracted from that in order to do the examinations.
Okay. All right. And have you had training over the years in computer and phone forensics?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right. Can you briefly describe to the jury some of the training you've had?
Yes, sir. If I may refer to my notes. I am currently a certified Celebrate operator.
Wait, you need your notes to tell the court what your qualifications are. Interesting.
Celebrate certified physical analyst. I'm certified in advanced smartphone analyst with Celebrate. I'm certified with used to be Black Bag Mobilize operator. I'm certified as a blacklight examiner, and I've also received
blacklight examiner,
Axon investigative certified operator.
Blacklight examiner. I'm assuming that's not a piece of software, but instead, it's literally like looking for cum stains using a blacklight.
An examiner. I'm currently a member of the Secret Service Task Force. I'm also a member of the FBI Cyber Working Task Force, and also the FBI InfraGuard, along with the South Carolina Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force. I've received training from Celebrate to receive these certifications and been tested on those. I've also received training with the National White Collar Crime Center for basic data recovery and acquisition, identifying and seizing electronic evidence, encryption, metadata and EXIF tags, electronic law enforcement seminars, basic computer skills for law enforcement, network intrusion response program.
Basic computer skills for law enforcement. He listed that as a qualification. Okay.
Introduction to cell phone investigations, virtual currency, blockchain tracing, and cryptocurrency anti-money laundering, and the future of preserving digital evidence. I've also attended the National Computer Forensic Institute with the Secret Service and received training in the basic computer evidence recovery, basic network investigative training, point of sale training, advanced forensics training, network intrusion response program, digital evidence investigations.
With all of these qualifications, did you have time to actually do anything, or are you just academically qualifying for all these things?
Mac forensics training. I've also received training from Access Data, also known as FTK, and Internet Forensics. I've received training from Texas A&M, their School of Engineering Extension Services, through FEMA for forensic or digital forensics basics, network assurance, information security for everyone, cyber incident analyst and response. Also received training from HIDA courses at Atlanta, Carolina.
I see why he needs his notes. Okay, I'll grant him that. I see why he needs his notes, but come on, man. I mean, most of these qualifications are kind of nothing burgers.
Carolina's the social media resource investigations. Black Bag as technology, where I received training to become a certified mobilized operator. Also with basic technology for autopsy 8-hour online training, which is a forensic tool to use for computers. Intro to DEFR, the divide and conquer process. I've attended magnet forensics virtual summits for pattern of life analysis, timeline user generated activities. Virtual summit, taking a bite out of a Chromebook analyst. Virtual summit, taking the first steps into Windows and memory forensics. Virtual summit, the evolution of ransomware, attack, investigation, response, and prevention services. That's just to name a few. I have several more pages of them if you'd like me to read them.
I think
no, the more qualifications you have, the less I actually believe you're very good at any of them.
For now, anyway.
That wasn't
have
funny.
You been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, sir, I have.
In what areas?
I've been qualified as a computer forensic expert and also as a cell phone forensic expert.
All right. Approximately how many times have you been qualified in court?
6 times total.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to introduce Lieutenant Dove as an expert in cell phone forensics.
Says the defense. He is so qualified as an expert in the field of cell phone forensics. You may proceed.
It's going to be hilarious if after all these qualifications, the defense are going to make a joke out of him. That's going to be hilarious. I doubt that's going to be the case, but it could be pretty good television.
All right, Lieutenant Dove, a few minutes ago you briefly kind of discussed the process of extracting data from cell phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, let's get into a little more detail of that process. first of all, when you receive a cell phone in a locked state, are you able to access the files on that phone?
No, sir. We're not able to access all the files on there.
Why is that?
Because with modern cell phones, when they are in a locked state, the files are encrypted on there. They usually use 256-bit encryption, and they're based with the Apple phone, for instance, they're based at a file level encryption so that you are not able to pull the file out and look at it until you decrypt it or unlock the file.
All right. And once the phone is unlocked, you're then able to access the data, correct?
Yes, sir, we are.
What is a phone extraction, first of all, and then what's a phone extraction?
A phone extraction would be us retrieving as much information, user information, off of that phone as possible. And then once we take that information, it's put into, depending on the software, a lot of times it's put into a zip file, and then we'll process that zip file with another piece of software to go through and decode and look at the information.
Okay. And what kinds of information can you get from a phone via an extraction?
There are several different types of extractions. One is an advanced logical extraction, which is kind of the surface level, what you would see on your phone if you looked at it. Then you have full file system extractions that go deeper, which will get hidden files that you may not see, like databases in there that will run in the background, which you won't see, but yet it contains information. And then the ultimate is a physical extraction. Now, physical extraction involves things whether you're going to root a phone or you're going to jailbreak a phone. And what that means is, basically, I'm going in and removing all security features from your phone.
And that is why earlier when one of the previous witnesses said that if a phone is locked, then I don't remember what exactly he said, so I don't want to misrepresent what he said. But he said something like, if your phone is unlocked, then you can't do anything to the phone whatsoever. You can't figure out anything whatsoever about the phone, which is not the case. The phone has several levels of operating system that it needs to load, and what's locked is maybe the last several layers of operating system, and you can still access a lot of the stuff from recovery before any kind of locking mechanism whatsoever. At least on Android, because again, I do not have an iPhone, but I'm assuming jailbreaking works very much in the same way that rooting does, and if so, then it's safe to assume that on Apple you could probably extract a bunch of information as well if you jailbreak it. But here's an interesting thing. Jailbreaking tampers with the actual phone. It completely, like he said, he bypasses several of the security features of the phone, but he does that by reprogramming the phone. Well, that is tampering with the data on the phone. You're basically taking the operating system of the phone as it is right now, and then you're manipulating it in a certain way to give you more access. That overwrites a bunch of different files for the phone. It's a procedure they have to go through, but that is literally tampering with evidence no matter how you look at it. So I don't know. If I was the defense, I would probably press him on this on this kind of point on is rooting or jailbreaking a phone tampering with it in any way, and if so, why not?
So that now it's wide open and something could happen to it, which we don't practice rooting or jailbreaking phones because it is
okay, so they don't do it.
And I think you kind of mentioned this, but there are different types of phone extractions, correct?
Yes, sir, there is.
And just name a few of them.
There's the advanced logical extraction, like I described, it's just kind of the surface level that you go through. It's what you see on your phone. If you look at it, you see the text messages, call logs, pictures, things like that. Then you have the file system, which are going to get you databases in there. They're going to get you things that you're not seeing, along with the surface level. And then, of course, you have the physical, which ultimately gives you programming ability to the phone.
So there's three general categories or types of extraction.
No, that's not correct. There's a lot more than three. He just simplified a single aspect of it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
No, it's not.
All right. And imagine in doing this in your computer lab, you have access to multiple types of software to help you extract and process this data off these phones. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what's some of the software you use to help you with these phones?
Some of the software we'll use Celebrite, whether it's their UFED Touch, which is a hardware device to extract information. They have a 4PC version, which is it sits on your laptop or your computer. We'll use that to extract. There's also Axon by Magnet Forensics that we'll use to extract stuff too. And then Celebrite also offers several other things. The one we'll use a lot is GrayKey, which we use to extract information from iOS devices or from Android devices.
Okay. And how do you decide?
Just for the record, my phone is rooted. It's one of the first things I did when I got it. It's a Chinese Android phone, and without rooting it, this device had ads on every single app possible. So I have just rooted it purely to get rid of all the ads on the phone. I've replaced the operating system that the phone came with a completely different one that has no built-in ads into the operating system like the phone came with. And now I'm basically able to access all of the system files and everything that I want and program the phone at whatever level I want. That's basically what root access gives you, or jailbreaking your phone gives you. It allows you to basically be the administrator for your own phone rather than letting Apple software only give you limited access to what you're capable of doing with your own phone. But essentially what you have to do is rewrite a bunch of the files of the phone to do that. So yeah, as long as they're not actually jailbreaking or doing that kind of tampering, then he's kind of safe. But if they actually do jailbreak, I wonder what the tools that he uses, what kind of stuff they entail. Because all of, even what I did to my phone involves the use of course, software. So I wonder if the software that they use to gain access to the phone and bypass securities without rooting or without jailbreaking, in this case because it's an Apple phone, if that software also overwrites files to allow him to have access, because if it does, it's again tampering. I wonder what these programs actually do to a phone and if it then renders it inadmissible in court.
Decide what software to use on what device?
It really depends on what we're looking for and the state of the device when we receive it. If we receive a phone that we have a passcode to they're just looking for call logs and pictures, the investigator, sometimes we'll just use Celebrite for PC or Physical Analyzer, and we'll just do advanced logical extraction for them. Most of the time, though, we always try to get a full file system because there's additional stuff we can see and look at besides just that surface level stuff. So if it's an iOS and Android, sometimes we'll use GrayKey. If it's one of the other ones, sometimes we'll reach out to the Secret Service if we're not able to and use Celebrite Premium.
And we'll talk in more detail about each phone later, but in terms of your testimony today, we're going to focus on 3 different phones. And that's Maggie's, Alex's, and Paul's. And you've been able to process all those phones in your lab, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I was.
Just for Maggie's phone, what types of software did you use to process her phone?
For Maggie's phone, I used several different softwares. I did the extraction with GrayKey in order to get the full file system, like I described. That way it gets more of the databases, more of the surface level stuff. From that, I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go in and do the decoding and to analyze.
I don't see how you can get file system access without overwriting files on the phone, especially an iPhone. So that is already kind of sus in how these programs work. And if I was a defense lawyer, I would familiarize myself with exactly how the tampering with the phones happens by these software to allow it to happen. Because again, it overwrites files on the phone, and it's unavoidable for that it does that. And if it does that, then it's, again, you're tampering with the evidence. You're not just unlocking a phone without touching it, without changing it in any way. You're physically changing, well, you're software-wise, physically changing the phone, the files of the phone, who has access, who has what access.
and look at the phone and the information on there. I also used Axon by Magnet Forensics. I used their tool to help validate what I was seeing with the Celebrite stuff.
And why do you use the three different types of software in this? Why did you use three different types of software on Maggie's phone?
Gray Key is primarily just an extraction device. It's a piece of hardware like a box that you would connect to, and it helps to extract the information. It doesn't do any of the decoding or any of the analyzing of it. I use Celebrite Physical Analyzer to go through to decode and do the analyzing. What I was finding on that, I want to validate that what I was seeing was being decoded properly and was right, so I ran through a separate piece of software so that I could see, and if it's getting the same information, then I know that both are decoding properly.
So, for example, if you find a particular text or photo that has a certain timestamp on using Cellbrite, you want to check on Axiom to see if it has the same timestamp. Is that something you'd look for?
Yes, sir, correct.
And what would that tell you if you saw they had the same timestamp?
If it told me it had the same thing, they would have validated each other, that both were working properly and decoding the information properly.
What do you do when, in
you
cases of
received a
conflict?
phone, that's been identified, that you identified as Alex's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And we'll get into the details of you receiving it a little later. But what pieces of software did you use to analyze Alex's phone?
Alex's phone, I used Graykey to do the full file system extraction. At first, I didn't have the password for that phone, and then I was able to obtain that password. So I used it to the full file system, and then I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and then turned around and used Axon to validate my results to make sure they were decoding properly.
Okay. And Paul's phone, which you've had an opportunity to process as well, correct?
When I received Paul's phone, it had a locked passcode that I was not able to bypass with Graykey.
Did he ask him for the pass? Did he ask him for it?
The model of phone, it would not get a full file system and would not obtain the passcode. So I reached out to the Secret Service.
Did you ask him for it?
Resources.
Did you ask him for the password?
Resources to obtain the passcode and the extraction.
And ultimately that was successful, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And that was John Van Ouden with the Secret Service?
Yes, sir. That was my point of contact. That's who I took the phone to and signed over to. And then I received the phone back along with a hard drive containing the extraction he performed.
All right. And circling back to Maggie and Alex's phone, you provided passcodes for those two phones, is that correct?
Originally, I was provided a passcode for Maggie's phone. For Alex's phone, I received two phones at the same time on that case, or within a day or two apart. One was from him, had a passcode. The other one did not have a passcode with it. But I attempted, because we were creatures of habit, to use the same passcode on both, and it worked.
Okay. All right. Let's. You've already referenced this, but let's go back and talk about the kinds of information you pull off these phones. And there's user accessible information that would normally be accessible by a user of the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And let's run through real quick again. What are some examples of that type of information?
That would be call logs, voicemails, photos. If you wanted to pull up and see things you had saved, like your alarms that you had on your clock setting, if you'd set any of those kind of things you would see on there.
All right. And in a nutshell, that kind of information, if you just open up the phone itself, that's kind of the information you could go and see for yourself if you just went through the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But there's other types of information on the phone as well.
Yes, sir, there is.
And that's information that a simple user can't necessarily access. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
All right. And tell us more about...
A regular user does not have file system access at all. Basically, you need to have root access for that. Normal users, if you have an iPhone, especially an iPhone, you are only allowed to touch the surface level of what's going on your phone, nothing more. Apple doesn't trust you with any more access than that. Keep that in mind when you buy Apple products whatsoever. It's true for their computers too.
That information. First of all, where is it stored, how is it stored, and how is it accessed by in your lab?
Phones use many times SQLite databases to store information. They will go in, and inside those SQLite databases are things we're able to obtain by doing the full file system extraction. And things you may see in that from a big one's called Knowledge C database. You can see if the phone has been turned, if it's in portrait mode straight up and down, or it's been turned to vertical in landscape mode. You can see if the power goes out on the phone from the power log database and what kind of battery percentage you may have. It also will have things in there in the encrypted databases. It'll have geolocation stuff from GPS stuff. It'll contain things like Bluetooth connections, where you can see if your phone connected to a Bluetooth device previously and when was the last time it connected to it. And those are some of the things you can find in the different databases.
All right, you just used a few words there. First of all, I think you said SQLite.
Please don't explain SQL, and please don't explain databases. The jury are probably already falling asleep. You don't need to bore them with more technical details, please.
Right.
Yes, sir.
What is that, and what does that mean?
The SQLite database is a database that's contained.
No.
The best way to think of it is think of just one solid file. All the information is contained inside that file. That file will go through, and once it fills up, it will delete out the oldest stuff and keep the newest stuff. If you think about your phones, you use your phones a lot. Usually what's going to start filling up on your phones are photos, videos,
That's not what a database is.
apps when you put those on there, those kind of things. And you'll start losing size on your phone. Well, the SQLite database, because it's a file, it's not going to continuously grow and eat into all of that space. It's going to take up a certain amount to begin with because it's an operating system, but it stays within that contained file, and that's where the information is. And it's also set up.
This is a terrible
So
explanation.
you would have to go in and look at the different.
Yeah, the tables are the main point of all of this explanation. Nothing else that he said is actually relevant in any case, in any way to explaining what a database is.
Tables to be able to interpret the information.
Okay. Now, those types of databases, I think you just said they're typically self-contained.
Yes, sir.
And they don't just keep writing to cover the entire phone memory, do they?
No, sir. If you had a SQLite database like Knowledge C, for example,
They could.
It's not. If you just continuously took your phone and went and changed the orientation of it, or you went and started doing things like plugging it into an outlet to charge up, or unplugging it, doing different things like that, it's not going to eat up all your memory in the phone.
But it could. I mean, there's an arbitrary limit. That's not like there's. It's an arbitrary limit that people decided on of how many rows that database can actually contain, and it will not go over that number of rows, and it will start deleting the older stuff automatically. But it's automatically because it's coded to do that automatically after every, I don't know, let's say 200,000 lines of code. It's going to start deleting the older stuff. Well, that's something that somebody decided. You could configure it differently so that it could write down, I don't know, 700 trillion lines of code, and in that case, it could very easily fill up your entire phone. So again, what he's saying isn't entirely accurate. It's not an accurate description of databases, at least.
Your memory is going to be mainly eaten up usually by photos, videos, apps that you download, things like that.
Is there a shelf life of this type of database information on a phone? Does it overwrite itself after a period of time?
Yes, sir, it does.
Okay. And just generally speaking, how often is that type of database stored on a phone? How long is this for, I should say?
It
Depends on usage.
Depends on how much you're using that database. Some databases will do, it may overwrite information if you're using a lot within 2 days. If it's a location, like an encrypted cache database, it may hold it for 45 days. It's just going to depend how much, because it's self-contained, it needs that room. So it's always the newest in, the oldest out on that database, and it goes through constantly doing that. So it depends. It really depends on how much you're using that database. Whether you may see something that's 45 days old in there, or you may see something that's 2 days old or 2 weeks old.
But again, if
you mentioned a Knowledge C database, is that a type?
But if you have root access to your phone, you could arbitrarily change this. There's no problem with you making your database larger or smaller on the fly. It really isn't that big of a problem if you have root access to your phone and you know Linux, which I don't happen to.
SQLite database?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what are some of the things you would expect to find in a Knowledge C database?
Many times in the Knowledge C database, you'll see different things where you may see orientation changes. You may see if somebody pushes a button on their phone, like a power button, or it used to be a home button in the older model of iPhones. You could see different things like that. You can also see things that will talk with the power log database where it'll show you the percent of battery life you have left. If you plug it in, you start charging it. It'll go through and look at all those kind of different things to see, or just a few of the things it'll look at.
So what they did is basically extracted, oh, this is a pretty awkward frame. But I suppose what they're going to try ask him is like, okay, so based on this information, you could track the actions done on the phone, like what the last sequence of actions done on the phone was, which does make sense because if it's the newer stuff that's kept, then it's going to be the power button being pressed to shut the phone down, and before that it's going to be the last few phone calls, it's going to be the last few phone presses, turning up the volume, lowering the volume, whatever, but it's going to be only like so and so amount of the last actions done on the phone before it stopped working entirely. But wouldn't they have to turn on the phone again, first of all, to charge it, which would then modify those tables, or they would have to connect it to a computer to try to use software on the phone, which charges it again and also accesses the file system, so they could again manipulate those tables after the fact. So again, nothing is preserved. I don't know if you can actually access the phone without tampering with those SQL tables. And if I'm a defense lawyer, I would probably hire an expert to say what I basically just said in more detail and not as a layman like I am.
Location storage, and that's a type of Knowledge C database, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's not unlimited storage for location points on the phone, correct?
Well, let me correct that. Actually, Knowledge C, you have separate databases that do location.
Okay.
You have the cache database, you have the cache encrypted database, or just to name a few that will save location information.
All right. And so phones, depending on how the user has their settings, will store location data, correct?
Yes, sir. A user can make a selection on their phones whether they want to always give out their location only while using an app or never.
Never.
It's something that a user gets to choose if they want. Or
Mine.
Sorry. And what are the different types of location data that a phone?
My location is off.
A
I don't know
phone
if you guys
store
can
many
see.
things.
Location
It
is
can
off
store
always.
Cell towers.
If I need to look something up that requires my location, I turn it on. I search for the thing if I really need to, like find myself on a map or go to some burger place or whatever, and I need to find something on the map relative to where I am. I'll turn it on and immediately turn it back off again. It's nobody's business, not even my mobile carrier, where I am and what I'm doing at any time. Not even Google.
That it's seen, depending on the database it comes out of, if it's the encrypted cache database, a lot of times it'll tell you what networks it's seen, but will not tell you the exact date and time that it has seen those networks. But it will tell you it's at some point in its life it's seen this network at this location. You have the cache database, many times it'll go through, and that'll be pulling GPS information. You'll have also databases that'll pull cell phone tower information if it's available.
And just, again, generally speaking, would GPS location information be more accurate than something like a cell phone tower location information?
Yes, obviously.
Yes, sir, it would be.
All right. And
But more accurate doesn't mean 100% guaranteed accuracy. GPS has its own set of hiccups.
again, speaking generally, Lieutenant Dove, when you do a phone extraction, are you altering the data that you're pulling off the phone?
Yes. Ooh, he's actually preempting the question that I said if I was a defense lawyer I would ask. And the answer, he's going to answer no, but the honest answer would be yes.
And no, sir, we're not.
The honest answer is probably yes.
And how do you tell that? How can you know that for sure?
Actually, the better question would be, how can you possibly overwrite the file system as to give yourself file system access without overwriting any files on the phone?
For example, if we use a phone and you use Great Key to do the extraction on it, it'll produce a report, and in the report it'll tell us if it was successfully pulling it. It also will give...
Yeah, but if it's encrypted and you don't know the password and you're trying to extract all the information, unless you knew the password to unlock the phone, in which case it's no longer encrypted, no problem, okay. But if it is encrypted, you'll need to give yourself access to get around the encryption, and that requires in some way tampering with the phone.
Give us an MD5 hash value at the end, which is a mathematical algorithm that goes through and computes a very long number with letters and numbers. We can then take the extraction and run our own hash against it for an MD5 and compare it with another tool to make sure those two numbers match, and that means that no data has been altered.
Okay. And have you performed these MD5 comparisons for the three phones? Phones we're going to talk about today?
Yes, sir.
And you're confident in telling this jury that nothing you did significantly any of the data that you're going to tell them about today?
Correct.
Let me ask you real quick, what is a Faraday bag?
A Faraday bag is a bag that's used to put items in that can receive cell phone, Bluetooth connections, Wi-Fi connections. GPS things. It helps to block those items from being received on the device.
Okay. And are there other ways to block a cell phone from receiving those types of signals?
Yes, sir.
And what are some of those ways?
You can also place the phone in airplane mode. In airplane mode, when you set your phone to that, you will not be able to receive any Wi-Fi connectivity or cell phone connectivity from the cell towers. You can also remove the SIM card. It's another way of ensuring that you're not receiving those things. The The difference in airplane mode versus a Faraday bag is the phone will still be able to receive GPS coordinates.
Okay. All right. And what danger are we concerned about when we talk about putting a phone in a Faraday bag or in airplane mode?
That somebody could wipe the phone remotely.
Okay. And specifically, when you say somebody, who?
Anybody that would have, take an iPhone for instance, if somebody knows a user's iCloud name and password, they could get on, say the iPhone is lost or stolen, and it will wipe that phone.
And so if somebody has to have the Apple credentials, if it's an iPhone, it would have to be that person who could wipe that phone remotely, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Well, let me ask you this. Is there a way for someone to remotely alter the phone in any way short than just a full wipe?
You could do it by connecting a phone and doing an iCloud backup, for instance, with an iPhone. And then you would have to go through and remove whatever you wanted to, and then you would restore that phone to the previous iCloud backup you did. And then that way the phone would only go back to that previous state, and that's what it would show you.
Okay. But is there a way to remotely, other than the process you just talked about, is there a way to remotely access a phone and, say, alter a call log, for instance?
No, sir, not that I'm aware of.
Or any other piece of singular...
Oh, crap. Was I muted this whole time? God damn it.
Alter it remotely.
Maybe better that way.
Not that I'm aware of.
And in terms of policy, is for SLED, is a SLED policy to collect phones and put them in...
Basically, I'll summarize what I said. I was going into a little bit of extraneous detail about the stuff that he's testifying about. And what he's saying is not entirely accurate. As far as databases go, what he's saying, his description of databases is not really accurate. There are exceptions. The stuff he's talking about, basically what he's saying is only true to an extent. There's exceptions to everything he's saying, which makes what he's saying not entirely accurate.
Faraday bag?
No, sir.
Right. Is there a SLED policy that governs how to collect cell phones from a crime scene or otherwhere, or from elsewhere?
The manual for evidence collection through the forensic lab discusses taking a phone and place it into airplane mode if available and removing the SIM card.
Yeah, so for example, what I was saying is removing the SIM card, he said it's as effective, but it's clearly not as effective because removing the SIM card doesn't stop any Wi-Fi signal from reaching your phone. So your phone could still be connected to a Wi-Fi network or even be accessed with Bluetooth without any SIM card whatsoever, meaning that the only thing that removing the SIM card does primarily is stopping cell tower signals in particular. So he's not very accurate in what he's saying.
Let's talk about time real quick. How does a cell phone time, how is it set? Let me ask you that. The time you see on a cell phone, how is it set?
Cell phone time is set through the provider.
Wrong. Wrong. That is absolutely wrong. You could have it either through the provider or set manually, and you can change between the two which one of them is the one you prefer the phone to use. So what he's saying now is absolutely incorrect. I hope he doesn't just lie on the stand and that he actually elaborates and explains that it's possible for the phone to keep time manually. Of course, the provider know at which time you did certain things on your phone, But the way your phone logs are going to store the time are not going to reflect that. They're going to show the local time of the phone, which could be completely arbitrary, and you don't have to get them from the provider. Most people do because the provider keep updating the time on your phone so that you don't have to manually change it for, let's say, when you change it for savings time and stuff like that, it accounts for that automatically. So most people just keep it that way. But it's not necessarily the case. A lot of people might have it, especially if the phone is on airplane mode, for example, they might have it set to manual so that their phone is going to accurately reflect the time whether or not they're connected to the internet or to their provider or anything like that.
Sometimes the phones will come default. They will auto set to whatever time zone you're in, along with your provider, whether it be T-Mobile, Verizon. It sets through their servers.
By
That way
default,
they know
yes.
how to bill people, and they can also check it for usage time too.
Okay. And is a cell phone kind of like my oven where I set the time and a year later it's like 10 minutes off?
It could be.
No, sir, not usually, unless you went in and removed the auto times on it.
So you can remove the auto times on it. Interesting. Well, that could have been good to bring up during the previous question when he asked you, when you just said that providers do it for billing, implying that you can't really change it to manual because then the providers are going to get totally confused about the billing. They'll not be able to charge me if I manually change it, and apparently it's super easy to do, which in fact it is. It's super easy to change it to manual. So again, he's bringing up the exception now, and I hope the jury are paying attention to the fact that there are exceptions. This is super important, especially when you're going to look at the phone logs, at the extracted phone logs, and if those logs are on the phone's local time. And I hope the defense touches on this because this is super important.
You would see traces of that when you look at it, that somebody's changed the time zone.
Yes, that's true.
It will go back to the original time zone. Whereas if you drove from South Carolina to Alabama, for instance, right after you cross that state line, within a minute, your phone's going to update to that current time zone.
And again, it's not within a minute. It's maybe within a minute by default, but that can change as well. I've changed the frequency at which my auto time update happens because it drains a ton of battery when it keeps getting pings just to update the time every minute. That, yes, they're basically setting my clock every minute, which is completely pointless. So I made it do it, I think, once every 30 minutes or once every 15 minutes, whatever the maximum time they let me do it is. So again, what he's saying is not entirely accurate.
Which is an hour behind us automatically.
All right, and so
the
when we
frequency of
compare two
updates
phones,
can be changed.
and we compare events on two different phones that occur, either at the same or similar times. Are those time references the same?
Yes.
And how are those time references synced?
They're synced through the server. Each phone's going to be synced through the server individually, and then when you look at them, you can see what time zone they were set in, along with the reports, along with looking to see, and then you can always confirm if you needed to through like call detail records or something else if you want to go another step into validating the call logs versus what it's seeing from the cell phone provider.
Okay. I'm going to show you, it's in evidence in States Exhibit 204. 204.
I mean, as a witness giving explanations to lay people, I can understand that he's giving just the oversimplification of what's actually happening, but there are exceptions to everything he's saying.
Show you, this is in evidence, it states Exhibit 204. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that item?
This is an iPhone that we received in case 7021-0204. It was item 1 that, when after being processed, belonged to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And you received that phone. You recall when you received that phone?
I would have to check my notes on the actual date. It was in June, I believe it was June of 2021. I received the phone from our evidence intake at SLED.
Okay. And what did you do when you first received the phone and you went to examine it?
When I received the phone, I returned to our unit where our evidence vault is held. I logged the item in to evidence. One of the processes we have when we log items in is we take photos of the item as it comes in. If it's got a cracked screen to it, we'll photograph that. If it doesn't have it, we'll photograph that. Once the item then is photographed, we'll go through, we'll process the phone as far as for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card out if it hadn't been pulled out, we'll check the IMEI number, we'll log it into our system, we'll place stickers on the phone and on the bag itself. Once that's done, then we'll take it to our evidence vault and sign it into a shelf in our evidence vault.
Okay.
I'll be right back.
It's been marked.
What the hell?
To establish the chain.
Investigation progressed, right?
Wait, we were about an hour behind, so let's
We
say
had-
an hour and 20 minutes. God damn it, you stupid mosquito got you.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right. And what is that item?
This is an iPhone that we received, and
See a missed call from Buster, correct?
yes, sir, correct.
And
Okay, he's
two
going
missed
into details
Left-hand
here, so.
side, you see the time of 12:30, that the Wi-Fi connection is off. The phone for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card out if it hadn't been, where
calls. You recall when you received that phone? Received that. What is that item?
this is an iPhone that we received in case 70210204. It was item 1 that, when after being processed, belonged to Maggie Murdaugh.
Okay. And you received that phone. You recall when you received that phone?
I would have to check my notes on the actual date. It was in June, I believe it was June of 2021. I received the phone from our evidence intake at SLED.
Okay. And what did you do when you first received the phone and you went to examine it?
When I received the phone, I returned to our unit where our evidence vault is held. I logged the item in to evidence. One of the processes we have when we log items in is we take photos of the item as it comes in. If it's got a cracked screen to it, we'll photograph that. If it doesn't,
There we are.
we'll photograph that. Once the item then is photographed, we'll go through, we'll process the phone as far as for evidence, where we'll go in, we'll look at the phone, we'll pull the SIM card out if it hadn't been pulled out, we'll check the IMEI number, we'll log it into our system, we'll place stickers on the phone and on the bag itself. Once that's done, then we'll take it to our evidence vault and sign it into a shelf in our evidence vault.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 277. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir. This is a photo I took when I examined this item.
All right. And that item being?
Item 1, the iPhone belonging to Maggie Murdaugh.
And at this time, State would move to introduce Exhibit 277 to evidence.
Admitted.
I'm not going to show this. We have on the Okay, what is this picture of? What do we see on this picture?
This is a picture of her settings on her iPhone. I opened the settings. I went in and pulled up. It shows the name of Maggie Murdaugh has been entered as a name for the phone. It also shows that the phone has been placed in airplane mode, that the Wi-Fi connection is off, Bluetooth connection is on, cell connection is placed in airplane mode.
Okay. So this is a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And did you alter any of these settings yourself?
No,
when
sir.
you access this phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And we see the phone's in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
And is that the condition you received the phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
Wait a minute.
Do you recall?
But didn't they testify that they, instead of putting it in a Faraday bag, they put it in airplane mode? So isn't that the procedure? So couldn't it have been in airplane mode? Maybe that's what the defense were trying to get at with the chain of custody stuff. Who put it in airplane mode and when? That's an interesting thing to touch upon.
Recall if it was powered off when you received it?
It was powered on when I received it.
But it was in airplane mode, correct?
Yes, sir.
Well, you received it after people previously were trying to try various passwords on it, so I would assume they would need the phone to be on for that. So it could very well have been off, and then the cops turned it on and turned it on into him on, or even have put it themselves in airplane mode. so that it will prevent tampering, and then they passed it on to him in airplane mode to prevent tampering the entire way. Of course, airplane mode has a bunch of other reasons to use it instead of just preventing
I'll show
tampering.
you States Exhibit 276. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And is that a picture you took?
Yes, sir, it is. It's one I took during our examination of the phone.
All right. And that's, again, Maggie's phone?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right. And at this time, State would move to introduce States Exhibit 276 in evidence.
No objection.
Did it without objection.
All right. And real briefly, what is that picture of?
This is a picture of one of the screens on the phone that show the different apps on there. It also shows on there that there has been notifications received to those apps, such as CVS Pharmacy. It shows the little number 1 there that has been received a notification to that app.
All right. And when you see a notification like that, what does that mean to you? What does that tell you?
That they have been, one, that they had their notifications turned on, because if you go through and set your apps not to notify you, then you won't receive them or see them. That a notification's been turned on for that CVS app, for instance.
No, not necessarily. It could very well be that she turns them off individually for each app, and that she has just recently installed the CVS app, so she didn't have the opportunity to go and disable notifications for that particular app. Also, not everybody checks their notifications every single time. I'm not even sure I've checked notifications today at all. I have 2 notifications on my phone that I didn't even bother checking.
And that she has received a notification on there.
All right. I'm going to show you it's been marked as States Exhibit 275. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is the location service from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. During my examination, I pulled this up. And
making sure I didn't dox anybody.
Apps and different things. If one
I think
location
we're
service
fine.
was turned on, but then 2, if it was always running, if it was only while the app was being used, or it was set to never.
And at this time, State would move to introduce Exhibit 275 in evidence.
Did it without objection.
Okay. Can you read that, Lieutenant Dove, on the screen?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And at the top, what is that? What do we see there?
At the top of it, on the left-hand side, you see the time of 12:30 with a little triangle next to it for location services. Then on the right-hand side, you see the little airplane to indicate the phone's in airplane mode. Then you see the battery, and it's hard to tell on the screen, but I believe it's yellow, it looks like, on there, that it's a low battery. Then it's the location services. It shows that
Yellow is low? Okay.
location services are turned on. Then it goes down through several different apps, not all of them, but then shows like AccuWeather is set to never record locations. You got Amazon, Alexa, that's always, the App Store only while using the app, the Apple Store while using the app.
Okay, so she set them all up individually, meaning she could have just recently installed the CVS app. By default, all apps are allowed to give notifications. If you just click when you install the app, you just click next, 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 and allow and whatever. You don't pay attention to it too much, to the permissions that they're asking. And then you just get notifications because you just didn't manage to disable it yet. You forgot. You're intending to do that, but you don't. I mean, there could be a lot of different reasons why you would get notifications from CVS, but not from individual apps that you set to not receive notifications ever from.
Apple Watch faces while using, Apple Watch workout while using, and BCBS toolkit while using.
Okay. So these are user settings that presumably the owner of the phone would have set, correct?
Yes, sir. Majority of the time when you add a new app to your phone, it asks you, do you want to allow location services? Do you want to allow it all the times, only while using the app, or never? You can also go into your own settings and change those location services.
Okay. And for most of these apps we see on here, it seems to say that location services only be used while using. What does while using mean?
Only when the app is open.
It indicates when you pull the app up and the app is in use, that's when it's recording the location that you're at. Whether it's running in the background or you pull it up and then close it completely out.
So if no one is actively using a particular app, the phone's not going to record location data, correct?
Not necessarily true.
Yes, sir.
For those settings where it says
It could have background operation that it does that requires the location to be active. So, for example, if you're using a navigation app like Waze or something, even if you minimize it, it's still gonna be recording your GPS data very likely, because it's tracking your location. It needs to track your location to see what your path is. So even when it's minimized, it would still be using location data. It depends on a lot of things.
while using, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to approach and show you Exhibit 278. You recognize that, sir?
I'll be right back. My food is ready.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of Maggie Murdaugh's phone I took while I was doing the examination of it, and it shows the recent call log.
So that, at this time, I would move to introduce State Exhibit 278.
Submit it.
And this is the recent call log from Maggie Murdaugh's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And we see some entries that are red and some are black. What does that mean?
The red entries on there indicate missed calls, calls that have been received by the phone but were not answered.
And we see the word Alex followed by a numeral 5. What does that mean?
That would indicate the phone is recorded that there were 5 missed calls from the person identified as Alex in that contact list.
So far, that goes to...
And in addition, we see a missed call from Buster, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And 2 missed calls from John Marvin. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Consistent with him just being worried about his wife so far.
And can we see the times or dates on this screen right now?
It shows the date on there as far as the day of the week. It does not show the calendar date or the times.
Okay. And finally, I'm going to show you Exhibit 279. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a photo of Maggie Murdaugh's phone. When I was doing the examination, one of the other things I did was open the messages to look at it and take a photo of that.
And that's a picture you took, correct?
Yes, sir, I took that photo.
And so at this time, State would move to introduce State's Exhibit 279 into evidence.
Okay.
Submit it.
All right. And this is those recent messages for Maggie, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
All And what types of messages would show up in this inbox?
In this inbox, you would receive SMS messages, a regular text message, and also MMS messages, which ones may also have a photo attached to them.
Or a video.
Okay. All right. And I see to the left of most of these a dot. What does that dot indicate?
That dot indicates messages that have not been read or opened.
Okay.
Just show us the timeline. That's it.
Okay. So after you took those processing pictures of Maggie's phone, what did you do?
I continued to process the phone. I took the gray key extraction I did with the phone. I ran it through Celebrite Physical Analyzer, went through it, looked for information relevant that may help the investigators, also to see what kind of things were going on the day of June 7th, 2021. And then from there, after I finished that one, that's when I ran the extraction through Axon to try to see if I could validate what I was seeing.
Okay. And you mentioned it, but this was a full physical extraction on Maggie's phone?
It was a full file system extraction.
Okay, full file system. Okay. And you processed it in Cellbrite?
Yes, sir.
And does Cellbrite produce a full file system report?
Yes, sir, it will.
All right. And explain to the jury what that is and what it does.
A full file system report from Celebrite is going to have everything that it can decode and then put in a readable format for you.
Interesting.
It's going to give you things like your health database stuff, like to show you your steps that you're taking, your calls that you've made or missed or received, your emails, your text messages. It's going to tell you if you connect to a Bluetooth device. It's going to tell you if you went and were in a certain area, you have geolocation information.
It's not going to tell you your emails whatsoever unless you receive your emails directly to your phone through the phone email app rather than just going to the Gmail website and looking at your emails online, in which case your phone has no clue what's inside your email.
Information, such as GPS information. It's also going to tell you if you have mobile payments in there, where you can look and see what cards you had in your mobile payments. Just to name a few, it will pull thousands of pages of information if you ran a full one and pulled it. It'll also give you the configurations of apps. Also give you the databases too in that report.
Okay. And you just mentioned it, but a full Cellbrite report is rather large, correct?
Yes, sir. Depending on the size of the phone,
could be a few
how much
gigs.
information is on the phone. I have seen them run over 148 gigs in size for one report.
What is a gig?
A gig is a measurement that is used for data. Most phones nowadays, when you get them.
So even if you have a phone with 64 gigs of internal storage and you add on another 64 gigs on an external SD card, which many phones do have a way to add more memory, still the report would have to be even heavier than that in terms of memory usage, because it includes all of the files that waste memory by definition, but also a bunch of other settings and stuff like that, and a bunch of other metadata about everything. So it's going to contain a full copy of all the information and all the information about that information.
Are going to go 64 gigs as your smaller end, and they go up from there to 128 or 256 or even a terabyte now. It's how much data it'll hold.
And phones, let's say just new models that the phones that Apple's selling, what's a common size that's sold by Apple today?
Most of the time, people
probably
will acquire a 126 or 128 gig size. Then the next size up is the 256.
This full size Cellbrite report that you produced for Maggie's phone, do you recall how large it is?
No, sir, not the full file system. I don't.
All right, but it's large, correct?
Yes, sir. It's if I remember correctly, it's probably about 68 gigs in total size.
And if you wanted to print everything in that report, could you approximate how many pages it would take?
No.
What does that question even mean? How would you print out the entire contents of a phone on paper? That's ridiculous.
Sir, I would be venturing to guess. Looking at the timeline, for instance, in a report like that, you're probably talking about 9,000 pages just for the timeline section of that report.
All right, I'm going to show you a box. I think the marker's on the inside, so you might need to open it up, but it's State's Exhibit 280. You can open it up and take a look at it.
Is this court on a highway?
All right, and what is the contents of that box, sir?
The contents of this box is a portable, solid-state external hard drive.
Okay. And is that something you've had access to before?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with that external hard drive?
On this external hard drive, I provided a copy of the file system report from Celebrite. I placed it on this hard drive.
So this hard drive contains a copy of her phone.
For whose phone?
This is for Maggie Murdaugh's phone.
And you estimated it was in the neighborhood of about 60 gigabytes, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Plus or minus?
Yes, sir. It could be plus, probably plus that.
It doesn't matter.
And that represents the full file system that you pulled off of Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, in a report format.
And the phone's in evidence sitting right there in front of you. Is there any significant difference in the data that's contained on that
Significant difference.
phone and contained on that hard drive, other than the ability to access it?
That's the only difference.
No, it's not.
Your Honor, at this time, State would move to introduce.
He just said one of them is a report, the other one is an actual phone.
State's Exhibit 280 into evidence. All right, Lieutenant Dove, we just talked about if we printed all that, it would be thousands of pages, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so for today, you've printed shorter reports that we can look at and discuss for Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
But those reports are pulled from that full Celebrite report on that hard drive?
Yes, sir.
So for example, just her photos, a report for just her videos, a report for just her incoming calls, stuff like that probably.
Okay, I'm going to show you something that's marked as State's Exhibit 281. Take a look at that, sir. And do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a report, a Celebrite report from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that was pulled just for call logs with a filter established for just June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 as parameters for this.
Wait, from when?
With a filter established for just June 5th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021.
So 2 full days.
As parameters for this phone.
And so those are call logs that were stored on Maggie's phone, is that correct?
Yes, sir, they were.
And
maybe even 3 full days if you can consider, if the parameters consider all calls on the 5th, the 6th, and the 7th.
explain to the jury real quick, they heard from a Verizon representative this morning, what's the difference between call logs stored on that phone and call logs that might be stored by a company like Verizon?
When call logs are stored on the phone, one of the things on this report, for instance, it'll have network unknown. It's not pulling network information, so it doesn't matter whether you're using T-Mobile or Verizon for your phone. It's still going to pull the call logs. Even if you were to go and switch carriers from Verizon to T-Mobile, it would still pull the call logs from the database. One of the other things it'll do.
But the call logs that he's talking about right now could be deleted by the user easily. And people often do that.
It'll record times that the phone's receiving the call along with the amount of time that you spend on the call. It'll show if it was answered or missed. on there.
Okay.
Conrad, we're going to take a break.
Yes, sir.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go to the jury room, we'll take a 15-minute break.
Okay, so let's shrink our time for how much we are behind. I guess that's when we're back.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Judge Dove, I believe we were discussing State's Exhibit 281 before the break. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what was that again?
This is a Celebrate report from Maggie Murdaugh's iPhone extraction. It has just call logs for the date range of 6/5/2021 to 6/7/2021.
Okay. And I believe you said it contains information, the date and time a call was made, correct?
Yes, sir, it does.
Whether it was outgoing or ingoing call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And whether a call was answered or not, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And at this time, State will move to introduce State's Exhibit 281 into evidence.
Objection.
Submitted.
All right. This report is 20 pages long, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go through line by line every call, but I'm going to focus on, can I have the Elmo, please? Okay. Let's take a look at Maggie's call log from the night of June 7th.
When did the murders actually happen? I'm not really sure about that.
All right. Can you read that from your screen up there, sir?
Yes, sir. I can read down to item 8 on that.
Okay. And actually, we're going to go back a little bit more in time. And let's look at line 14 on this report. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
All right. And first of all, when I say line 14, what am I referring to on there?
On the left-hand side of the picture, there's a column, and when you build a report, it adds the numbers just to make it easier to keep track of in that report. If you added this report with another piece of item, whether it's text messaging or voicemails, it would change the numbers.
Okay. And on line 14, what is that data entry? What does that represent?
It represents a call that was outgoing on this phone.
When?
All right. And we see a number. Don't read the number, but we see a number and a name below it in the second column there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And what's that name?
Barbara.
Okay. And did you say that this is an outgoing call or an ingoing call?
It shows the direction as an outgoing call.
Okay. Now, I look at line 13, and I see another entry that says Barbara. What is that?
That is the same call. It's entered in 2 different databases, and it pulls from both databases because it's both call logs.
All right. And so there's 2 databases for call logs on this?
There could be more than 2.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
And just briefly, what does that mean?
No.
There's 2 different logs.
There's several different SQLite databases in a phone, and it's going to contain the information different.
Both databases are pulling from the exact same logs, but they give 2 different entries because for some reason this report lists both databases.
Places. One may be recent calls. One may be calls that are considered past the recent step that's set in the database, so that it's going to be in the call logs, but it's not going to be in the recent. Sometimes you'll see them in both databases, recent and the call logs.
Okay. All right. And so that, what time is that call that you see on the entry there, lines 13 and line 14?
At line 13, it's on 6/7/2021 at 7:50, 19 seconds p.m. -4 UTC.
Okay, so that's 7:50 p.m. Eastern time, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And in the next column, we see a number, and it says 246. What does that mean?
That is the duration of the call.
Okay. So at 7:50 p.m., Maggie placed a call to Barbara. Is that correct? That lasted 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And we see a slight time difference between line 13 and line 14. It's about 4 seconds. And that's just as simply the different way the different logs record the data?
Yes, sir, it's because they're going into different databases, so there is a lag in that.
But your testimony today is, what is the exact time that call was placed to Barbara?
That call was placed to Barbara at 6/7/2021 at 7:50:19 p.m.
Okay.
7:50 was her last outgoing message then.
In your review of
So okay, here's the timeline. At I believe that at 7:50 was her last outgoing call, meaning at 7:50 she was alive. So the time of death could have only been after 7:50. We know that the cops were there at around midnight. Not only that, but midnight was well into when the officers were there, meaning that, and we also know that it took at least 20 minutes for the cops to get there from when he placed the call. So, again, at least we're giving the minimums here. So the first officer arrived after he placed the call. When did he place the call? I don't really remember, and I wish I did. But that could give us a rough timeline of, let's say, we do have a rough timeline of, let's say, 4 hours during which he had to clean up the crime scene in an unprecedented way to get rid of all of the evidence to the point that we have the lack of evidence that we do right now. He would have to clean his clothes, get rid of his bloody clothes entirely. He would have to gotten rid of both murder weapons and every trace of ammo for those murder weapons from his property, because again, no actual ammo that fits the ones that shot Paul, for example, were found. They suppose that for her, they did find that precise SMB 300 blackout ammo, but for the specific type of 12-gauge shotgun ammo that killed Paul, they could not find any of that ammo on the property. So during those 4 hours, he had a lot of stuff to do to basically cover up his tracks. And if he managed to do that in 4 hours, he's a super genius. And yeah, again, all of this goes to my assumption of not guilty for him.
Maggie's call was, was this the last answer, or excuse me, the last phone call that was either dialed or answered by someone on Maggie's phone?
I would have to check the logs again,
Sure.
but I believe so.
I'll let you know that. Look.
They really want to confirm that. But again, we do need a time of death, or a likely time of death.
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's the last answered call, or one that was shown in the direction of outgoing.
All right. No more outgoing calls that night, correct?
No, sir, correct.
And no more answered calls the night of June 2nd. Is that correct?
Correct.
What about texts? Why do they always talk about only calls and not about texts? That's curious.
Okay.
What about other activities? Like, doesn't this report also show activity inside of apps? When was the last time an app has been interacted with by using the controls of the phone, like like external buttons if there are any, or by the touch screen? Or when was the last time the screen went on and off and stuff like that? How about that kind of information? That would be even better than just based on phone calls, because even if you're an avid phone user, you can likely resolve a lot of the back and forth in text, so you don't really need to use phone calls. That could place the time of death way later than 8 p.m.
Okay, we're going to look at lines 9 and 10. I don't know if you can see that on your... I got it reversed, my bad. Okay, let's look at lines 9. You can't quite see the line. You can see line 10, correct?
Yes, sir, I can.
And there's a staple there, but above that should be line 9, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then we also see lines 11 and 12, correct?
Yes, sir, we do.
All right. And what do lines 11 and 12 show?
They show that the phone from Maggie Murdaugh received a phone call from 1-803.
Why are you giving the phone number?
1227. On line 11, it has the name Alex associated with it.
You just gave everybody his phone number. Come on, man.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
Okay. And again, we see 2 line entries for the same call. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
However, there's a difference. One line 11 says Alex, and line 12 says PA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But they're the same number, though, correct?
Yes, sir, they are.
And again, briefly explain why we see a Alex and a PA between those 2 lines.
Because they're 2 separate databases that these were entered into.
I suppose one of them could be the Google contacts, and the other one could be the phone contacts app.
And when you set up your contact list, you can go through, and if you wanted to set a name for either a spouse, a child, or a good friend, you can set it how you want it to be. And that's going to show up from the contact side of it.
Okay. But it's the same call, correct?
Yes, there's the same call, same phone number that it was received from.
Okay, let's look at line 10 and 9 directly above that. Again, the 9 is slightly obscured. But what do we see there? What activity do those 2 lines represent?
Those 2 lines show calls from 1-803-942-1227. Line 10 has it as PA. Direction shows an incoming call, and it shows it as a missed call.
Okay. And again, it's Alex and PA, but it's the same number ending in 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
And you've had an opportunity to examine a phone associated with 1227, correct?
Yes, sir, I have.
And whose phone is that?
That was Alex Murdaugh's.
And again, that time is what?
Jesus Christ, man. Oh, the sirens really ruined his momentum right now.
2 times you see in line 10 and 9. Can you read those times in those two blocks? And are they the same?
Yes, sir, they are the same. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:06:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. And that's local time, 9:06, correct?
Yes, sir, that's local time.
And 14 seconds, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And let's read the times for line 11, 12. That's the first call from Alex. What are the times for the call that's associated with lines 11 and 12?
They are the same time. It is 6/7/2021 at 9:04:23 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, we're going to talk about a few more lines here. Let's talk about lines 7 and 8 on this report. I mean, what does this information show?
It shows a phone call of 1-803-942-1227. On line 7, it has the name of Alex. Direction shows incoming, and it shows that it was a missed call received on 6/7/2021 at 9:06:51 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And again, those are two lines associated with the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so just reviewing, within the space of about 2 minutes, you see 3 separate calls from Alex's phone incoming into Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Consistent with somebody who's trying to reach his wife. Possibly his son too, if he's noticing that both of them aren't answering.
All right. And after that 9:06:51 call on line 7 and 8, what's the next call you see on this log?
Moving up the call log, the next call I see is from 1-803-942-1227. On line 5, it has the name of Alex. The time received on that call is at 9:45:32 p.m. UTC -4.
All right. And that's lines 5 and 6, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the same call, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And finally, let's talk about lines 3 and 4. What information do you see there?
On lines 3 and 4, they're the same call from 1-803-942-1227. On line 4, it shows it as PA. Direction is an incoming call, and it was received at 10:03:58 p.m. UTC -4 as a missed call.
All right. And to clarify, these last 5 calls from Alex, were any of them answered?
No, sir.
And previously, we looked at when you took pictures of Maggie's phone, you took a picture of her call log, correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. And I'm showing you again. I'm going to put it up on the screen. It's been admitted, Exhibit 278. And we saw that numeral 5 next to Alex's name, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And that represents 5 missed calls.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And I don't know if you're doing math while we went through that, and we can look at it again if you'd like, Lieutenant Dove. But did you count the calls from Alex that were missed in a row as we went through that call log?
Yes, sir, I came up with 5.
Okay. And since I had that picture up there, when you access Maggie's phone to take these pictures and to go through some of these screens, did you change any settings?
No, sir. The extraction had already been done at the point I took these photos.
Okay, so the extraction actually was done before these pictures.
Yes, sir.
All right. But even after, did you change any settings or open up any calls to make anything difference on the phone?
No, sir, I did not.
And just looking at Maggie's call log on the phone itself again, this is still 278. We talked about calls with Barbara that were 7:50 p.m. on the call log, correct?
Yes, sir.
And looking at this screen, we see a call before that, before Barbara. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And who is that name on that call?
Marianne?
Okay. And was that a completed call?
Yes, sir. It shows as a completed call, not a missed call.
Okay. And can you look at the screen, and maybe you can't, can you tell from this screen itself whether it was an incoming or outcoming call?
No, sir. I cannot tell for sure from the screen.
If we looked at it on the call log we just talked about on Exhibit 281, you'd be able to tell that information, though, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so let's move on. Let's talk about Maggie's text message report.
Finally,
I'm going to show you something that's marked as Exhibit 282. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone that has text messages with a report filter that was set from June 7th, 2021 to June 7th, 2021 for just a daytime, 1 day's worth of text messaging.
And what kind of information does that report have on it?
General information it has on the beginning of the report is going to have information about the device as far as the Apple ID and what the name is that's associated with the phone, the type of phone, just general data as far as device information. On the other pages, you'll see text messaging that's on the phone, who they were from, the text message, the dates, and it'll also show the status if it was read or an unread message.
And when you look to see if it was read or unread, if a message had been read, would the phone record that time and date the message was read?
Yes, sir, it does.
At this point, the state's going to move to introduce State's Exhibit 282.
Submitted.
Thank you. All right. Now, let's talk a little bit about how the text messages are organized in this report. Is it strictly chronological through?
No, sir, not always. Sometimes they can get a little out of order, depending on when the text messaging and the filters you set on the report.
Okay, and how did you set that up on this form? I can get back to you to look at.
On this report, it appears to have pulled chronologically, but it's also pulling instant messages versus chat messages, and they are coming from different databases.
Okay. So if it came from a different database, it's separate, but all the SMSs should be in chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
So let's look at a few texts here.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. This is page 31 of this report. All right. Can you read that at the bottom then? Is that readable?
Just part of the bottom is readable.
Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Okay. And what is this?
This is appears to be a group text message that was received on this phone from one individual to several other individuals.
Let's not read numbers, but there's most of these had names next to them. So who sent this message?
It appears it has it down as John Marvin.
Okay. And who else is in this text group?
Maggie Murdaugh appears in this, but it has her user account name, which is a Yahoo email address.
Okay.
It has Alex, Christy, Lynn, Alan, Liz, and it has one phone number that does not have a name associated with it.
Okay. All right. And what time did this text message arrive on Maggie's phone?
It appears that the text message was received 6/7/2021 at 8:31 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay, 8:30. Did she respond at 8:30? Did she have any outgoing text communication from her at 8:30?
I think without defense objection, the state's going to move to seal this as per the evidence per the previous protocol.
Your Honor, I understand that's just protect the phone numbers and email addresses of the other folks on here. We have no objection.
Okay.
No objection to sealing the phone numbers, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Now, look, real quick, again, what time did that text arrive on Maggie's phone?
8:30.
It shows at the bottom of it at 6/7/2021 at 8:31 p.m. UTC -4.
Okay. All right. And was that text message read?
Yes, it shows it as read.
Okay. And what time was it read?
It shows it as read on
So she was alive at 8:30. That shrinks his time to 3.5 hours to do everything.
6/7/2021 at 8:31:16 p.m. UTC -4.
So about 16 seconds later. Correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can you read this text message, please?
Yes, sir. It says, I plan to go over to visit Dad tomorrow afternoon. Is anyone else planning to go?
All right. And that's from John Marvin, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we're not going to go back and look at the previous text in this thread, but what is the general topic that they're discussing, just for context for the jury?
It
Family meetings?
appears that they are talking about going to visit Dad tomorrow and trying to find out if anybody else plans to go over with them at any time.
And this is a response to a series of texts about Randolph, Alex's dad, and his health, correct?
Yes,
Oh,
sir.
interesting.
I'm going to turn over to page 32, and we see another text. And this is that same text group, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And this is another text that arrived on Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it did.
Who sent that text?
It looks like Lynn G.
All right. And what does it say?
It says, I'm in court all week with an emoji.
Okay. All right. Was this text read?
Yes, sir. It shows it as read at 8:49:27 p.m. UTC -4 on 6/7/2021.
Didn't he lose his father shortly after that? Damn it. Imagine a family member going like, oh yeah, I'm going to be busy in court all
Have you
week.
helped me find?
And not showing up for the death of their father or father-in-law or something like that.
I believe Maggie receives a text later, and it might be from Rogan. Could you find that text in there for me, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I've located it.
Okay. What time did that text arrive on her phone?
That text arrived on 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 p.m. UTC -4.
Let me see.
So, I don't remember, but did the prosecution say that whoever killed them then shut down their phones, and basically their phones have been like that nobody has been able to contact their phones in any way after a certain point, basically them either shutting the phones, the killer either shutting phones down or putting them on airplane mode? Because if so, that would mean that at 9:30 something she was still alive, giving him only 2.5 hours, not even 2.5 hours, because if she died 9:30, and he discovered her corpse even shortly after, almost even immediately after, then it takes 20 minutes for the cops to show up. That's 10. And if I'm not mistaken, I was told that the cops that were there at midnight, at 12:30, doing something, they started doing that something that I don't remember only 2 hours after the call was initiated, that they started doing that thing that they did at midnight. I could be wrong about this, so again, I could be wrong, I could be off by 2 hours here. But if indeed that is the case, then so far the timeline is almost perfect. Give or take the time it would take him to discover the corpses and initiate a call to the cops and stuff like that.
All right, and that's text is from who?
That text, it says it's from Rogan.
And that's at least what the call or the apps, or excuse me, the contact list says.
Yes, sir. That's the name that was entered in the contact list associated with that phone number.
And that arrived on Maggie's phone when?
On 6/7/2021 at 9:34:14 p.m. UTC -4.
And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It appears as a status of unread.
That doesn't mean much, though. It could be that she died.
About something, Lieutenant Dove.
It could be then that she died between 8:30 to 9:30 p.m. It could also mean that she died sometime after 9:30 p.m. but happened to not be able to check her messages before she was killed.
When we say a text is read or a call was answered, can you know for certain from your forensic analysis of who the actual person was who answered a call?
No.
Made a call or read a text?
Well, didn't they testify that the phone was pin locked? And if the phone was pin locked, then only somebody who had the pin code could access the phone, which would then leave fingerprints, etc.
No, sir. I cannot tell you who did it. I can tell you that the phone has the information. The phone recorded certain information, but I can't tell you who's actually touching the screen or pushing the buttons on it.
That is in the case that the phone is unlocked, you wouldn't be able to tell. But if the phone is locked, then you could at the very least tell that whoever did anything to the phone, like, well, it wasn't shut off because obviously there was an incoming message that was received but not answered. So it was active during that time. Actually, you know what? Yeah, at 9:30, the message was received. So the phone was not yet in airplane mode and was not yet shut down or anything of the sort. So at 9:30, it's likely she was still alive, actually. Or if she was killed, then whoever did it did not touch her phone until 9:30, at least.
Okay. But in order to place a call, or to place a text, or to read a text, what condition has to be satisfied?
God damn it, you guys. You stepped on a cable? There you go.
All right, we'll continue for now. Where was I? What condition has to be satisfied
He disrupted his own flow.
In order for someone to make a
Or maybe it was the defense lawyer doing it with telekinesis just to fuck with him. That would be kind of funny.
call on a phone?
Unless you're making an emergency call, like a 911 call, you would need to know the passcode to be able to unlock the phone to get to it, to the contact list or either to the number pad.
No, that is completely false. Even when phones are locked, emergency number dialing is still activated on the vast majority of phones, if not all of them. I don't know about any exceptions to this. But maybe there are exceptions that I'm not aware of. But as far as I know, you could still dial emergency numbers even from a locked phone.
To dial the number.
All right. So you need to know A, the passcode, correct?
Yes, sir.
To unlock
Incorrect.
the phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Incorrect.
Are there other ways to lock these phones or unlock these phones?
There's also, too, with iPhones, which this one was, there's the biometric way of doing it. If you set a face unlock, where instead of having to enter your passcode every time, you can look at it, the camera will activate, and it'll unlock via your face.
1 second. I think my dog is telling me he wants to go on a walk. 1 second, I'm gonna go check on my dog. If I might have to go on a walk for a few minutes with him. Let me just check on him. Well, I guess not. He's just chilling.
All right. So that was 282. Can I see 282 again? I'm going to show you, I believe there's some texts from Alex that Maggie received that night. Can you find those in that report, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming it's sometimes after 9:30. Oh, he actually has them color printed.
Yes, sir. I found the text thread. What's the beginning?
All right, let's look at page 16. And can you read that, sir?
Are you referring to the bottom text on that one?
Yes.
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. All right, and who's that text from?
It's from Alex.
All right, and it was sent to Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
That's exactly what you asked for. You asked him in particular to look for the thread of messages from Alex to Maggie. Then why did you need these two extra qualifying questions? That is it from Alex? Yes. Is it to Maggie? Yes. Of course it is. That's exactly what you asked him to look for in particular.
At what time did that arrive on Maggie's phone?
It shows 6/7/2021 at 9:08:58 p.m. UTC -4.
9:08. Then why wasn't it in his report? Because he just said that there was one message at 8:30 something, and then there's another message at 9:30. So why wasn't this one in between?
Okay. And was that text ever read?
No, sir. It shows the status is unread.
All right.
Unless the previous two he was talking about
And
were
I can hand you
specifically
that
group
report if you need to refer to it
texts.
again. But we previously discussed a text at 8:49 and 27 that from Lynn G, I believe, that was read, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any texts that arrived on Maggie's phone after that time that were read?
No, sir, there was not.
So it could have been even more narrowly between 8:50 and 9:08.
I'm going to hand you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 282. And I'm going to ask.
if she was indeed the type of person that would answer any text immediately, without exceptions, then this leaves us with an 18-minute window during which the killing must have happened.
If you recognize that, sir.
Yes, sir, I do.
What is that?
This is a Celebrate report that I produced from Maggie Murdaugh's phone. It has on there device events from her phone with a date range filter placed on it for the day of 6/7/2021.
All right. And what kind of information is contained in that report?
In this report, it's going to have different information in there as far as activity. It'll have location information in there. It'll also have whether the phone was unlocked, if it was locked, if there's orientation changes. It'll also pull if it was plugged in, whether to a car or to the wall to charge.
And most of this is information that's stored in those databases we discussed previously, correct?
Yes, sir. Most of this information is in the Knowledge C database.
Okay. The court's indulgence. And how many pages is this report?
I don't remember offhand. I think it could be 87. I can't remember if that's the 87-page report that I produced for that one.
Okay. I'm going to direct your attention, if you can read that, to line 4336. Do you see that at the bottom, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what information is contained on line 4336?
It has the first column has the number, then it has device events. The next column that's populated has a date of 6/7/2021, 8:17:15 p.m. UTC -4 start time. Then the column, 2 columns over, it has unplugged, and this information was obtained from the Knowledge C database.
What does unplugged mean?
It would indicate that the phone was unplugged, whether from a vehicle or from a wall, or a computer that it was charging.
And I'm going to show you again, states 283. And you previously explained that as a report you prepared off of Maggie's Cellbrite phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it's a timeline report, correct?
Yes, sir, the device events.
All right. And at this time, state would move to introduce Exhibit 283 into evidence.
Did it?
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention to line 4354. Can you see line 4534?
Yes, sir, I can see 4354.
And what's the date and time associated with that log?
4354, the date associated is 6/7/2021 at 8:30:23 p.m. UTC -4.
And what is that data entry?
That entry shows Poshmark buy and sell fashions.
Would that be a website?
Yes, sir.
And what does that indicate to you was occurring on his phone at that time?
That it was possibly running in the background.
Okay. Would this be a website that had been previously accessed on his phone?
Yes, sir.
I don't get it. Why are we asking these stupid questions, though?
Okay, I'm going to show you a series of entries starting at 4404 here. I want to see if you can read that up there. Can you read 4404?
Yes, sir.
All right. And above that is 4403, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what is that line entry we see at 4403?
It shows that the display was on, and that was obtained from the knowledge seed database.
Okay. And then, and that, this is all June 7, 2021, correct?
Yes, sir. And the time on that one is at 8:49:20 p.m. UTC -4. It shows as a start time.
Well, let's talk about that for a minute. Display on, what does that mean?
It's when your screen lights up. It's the easiest way I can describe it. And there can be a variety of reasons why it would light up.
All right. Well, let's talk about some reasons. Why don't you list some, please?
If you receive a notification, whether it's a call, a text message, if you have it set to receive notifications from an app, like the CBS app that was previously on there, you receive those notifications, your screen, if it's your phone sitting down and not being used, it'll light up to let you know that you received the notification. It can also it can light up if you have too much vibration sometimes. If you're walking around tossing your phone up and down, sometimes it can light up. There's various reasons what could cause it to light up.
Could bumping the phone light up the screen?
Yes, sir, it could.
Could picking a phone up light up the screen?
Yes, sir.
So,
Not
of those
necessarily.
reasons you
What do you
gave,
mean?
some of them sound like there could be human caused, correct?
Yes, sir.
And some of them sound like could be processes that are on the phone itself and requires no external human interaction, correct?
Correct.
All right. So bumping a phone, that's a human interaction. If someone physically bumps a phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
But if a notification comes in and the screen lights up, is that something necessarily the user caused?
No, sir.
So it could just happen on its own?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's look at line 4404.
Where were they
line
going
below
with
that.
this?
And I think we've got the date established, but what time is that line at on line 4404?
It shows a time of 8:49:26 p.m. UTC -4 as a start time.
And what kind of data entry is that?
It appears to be an SMS or a text message that the phone was processing.
Okay. And then below that, on line 4405, we see a device event, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at the same time.
When did he
correct?
say?
Below that, on line 4405, we see a device event, correct?
Oh, he said the line, not the time.
Yes, sir.
And at the same time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does it say?
It says that was the 8:49:26 p.m. is an end time, and it shows device locked.
Okay, well, let's look at 4406 below it. What kind of event is that?
That shows an event of the device unlocked.
Okay, so the phone's unlocked at 8:49:26, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then at line below that, 4407, we see the display is back on, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows display on.
Well, what did we just previously talk about that happened at 8:49:27?
That's when a text message was received.
Okay.
Was it received or read at that point?
I would have to go back and look at the report. I believe it was read.
Okay. It was read?
Yes, sir.
And so when you see this sequence of events on this timeline log, what would you associate that with, knowing the fact that there was a text message read at that time?
That a text message was received on the phone, that the phone was unlocked to read the text message.
Okay. And I think I might find that report again, which is, just to refresh your memory, 279. That's the wrong one, sorry. 282, my apologies, 282. Just to refresh your memory, why don't you go back and look at that event.
This should be the establishment of the timeline of events at the exact time of the murder. How is the prosecution making this so fucking boring that I'm falling asleep despite basically filling up my coffee fuel tank every couple of minutes now, and I'm getting bored out of my ass. I'm about to fall asleep.
At 8:49:27, I believe it was the text thread from the family members.
Yes, sir, I found it.
And what time did that text message arrive on the phone?
It arrived at 8:31:47 p.m.
All right. And what time is it read?
It's read at 8:49:27 p.m.
Okay. And so just so we don't get things confused or mixed up, that text message had been on the phone for a few minutes anyway by that point, correct?
Actually, that means this establishes that she doesn't read messages automatically, or that she was killed between 8:31 or 8:49. Now the timeline changes a little bit again. But considering that she died after 8:49, that means that it could take her roughly 20 minutes to answer messages sometimes. So that means that it could possibly take even longer than that for her to answer messages sometime. Meaning it's going to be a lot more difficult to establish a precise timeline on the basis of when she got messages or phone calls if she doesn't answer them.
Yes, sir.
But it wasn't read until 8:49:27, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's keep going here for a minute.
Yeah, let's
look at line 4409. Do you see that line on your screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is this line? What does this represent?
This is a line that indicates the start of an orientation change of the phone.
Okay. And what is an orientation change?
An orientation change would be if you take your phone, it's considered portrait if you're holding it straight up. If you turn it to the side, it's considered landscape, and that would be changing the orientation of it from straight up to sideways.
So what can cause an orientation change?
The person
It
changes.
would have to be
orientation
somebody
of the phone.
moving the phone. As far
Not necessarily. When my phone lies flat on the table so that the phone doesn't know. Okay. Basically, here's what I'm trying to say. If I'm holding my phone in landscape mode, or if I'm holding my phone, or if I'm doing a rotation, a translation on this axis to make it in portrait mode, in both of these cases, the phone can easily tell which one it is, because in one of them, the gyroscopic component in there picks up that it's in this orientation, and the other one it's in this orientation. But when your phone is lying flat, the phone has no way to know what the screen orientation is relative to your eyeballs. So if I'm looking at my screen at this orientation or at this orientation, the phone will have absolutely no way of figuring out which orientation I'm looking at it, because again, it doesn't know where my eyes are. The only way it can know which orientation it is in is if I change the axis of orientation from flat on its back or on its face. Because in either case, either if it's on its back or on its face, it doesn't know whether if it's in portrait or in landscape mode. So sometimes when you have auto rotate on and the phone is lying flat on the table, just bumping the phone a little bit will shift it from one to the other while the screen is on, and for no reason whatsoever. It's just that the phone, maybe because of a slight tilt in some random direction on the y-axis, is going to give him the misperception that he's supposed to be in landscape mode, or that he's supposed to be in portrait mode, and then he switches. But in both cases, it's just randomly the phone trying to figure out which one of them it's supposed to be in, and it doesn't know because it's lying flat, so it's going to switch between the two randomly almost.
Or as if I'm holding my phone up to...
Or at the very least, it's a matter of luck which one of them the phone's going to be on at any given moment.
talk to somebody or to look at something on the scrolling, and then I hold it down by my side, it's going to cause it to change orientation. Or if I rotate it in my hand to watch a video, it's going to cause an orientation change.
So could picking up a phone to read a text message cause an orientation change?
Yes, sir, depending on where you're holding it to start with.
And can you think of any process on a phone that will cause an orientation change to log?
Why aren't you explaining specifically before we get into which process can do that? What was the orientation change? Did it change from landscape to portrait or from portrait to landscape? Because if you're reading text, most people don't read text in landscape mode, right? So it would be kind of weird if the murderer picked up the phone and then flipped it to landscape mode to change the orientation, and then it registered that orientation and all he was doing is going through text or something. That would be weird. So what was the orientation change? I mean, that could play into what was going on at the time of the murder, if this at all ties into the murder.
Other than a human holding the phone?
No, sir, not that I've seen.
Okay. Well, one possibility I'm going to ask you about is, if, say, a phone's dropped, could that cause an orientation change?
It would have to tumble end over end, like down steps, for instance, and it would have to be on to be able to record that orientation change.
Okay.
Yeah, we're done shortly. And by shortly, I mean 40 minutes.
Let's go down to line 4412. Do you see that, sir? I'll screw you up.
Yes, sir, I do.
And what does that line show?
That line shows the start time of the device being locked.
Okay, and what time is that?
It's at 8:49:31 p.m. UTC -4.
All right, and I can hand this phone to you, or excuse me, this report back to you. We'll come back to this, that line again in a minute. But I'm having you look through this report. So the phone was locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you look in that report and determine if at any point later that night the phone was unlocked?
Yes, you can. Hey, don't you know this? Seems like something pretty crucial to know. Like off the top of your head.
I do see on here where it does show that the lock stage ended on 6/8/2021 at 1:10:35 p.m.
That's
UTC
well
-4.
After the officers
And that's
arrived.
the next day, correct?
Yes, sir. That's the next afternoon at 1:10 p.m.
Oh, the afternoon.
That phone was
Holy
locked
shit.
Between 8:49:31 and 1:10 p.m. the next day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Where was the phone? Where was it found? Now I'm curious because why did it take the cops so long to find it?
Right back to look at line 4414. Excuse me, 4413. We just discussed 4412, which is the phone being locked at 8:49:31, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you see any entries? What time is the next entry on this report?
Could you repeat which number you're looking at?
On line 4412, we see the phone is locked at 8:49:31, which is what you just testified to, correct?
Yes, sir.
What time is the next event on this log?
The next event on the log shows a display off at 8:53:08 p.m.
Okay. Is there anything that occurred on this report between those two times on this phone?
Not on the device activities report or the device event report.
Okay. And at 8:53:08, what do we see?
We see that it's the end time for the display off.
Okay. And that's line 4413.
Yes, sir.
And then we see at 4414, what happened?
It's an orientation change.
Okay. And at 4415, what happens?
The display comes on.
Okay. You just said it was an orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And what does that, from your expert opinion, tell you is going on with this phone?
It's being moved.
It's an end time for an orientation change from landscape. In my opinion, the phone's going from being landscaped, being held like this, in a position like this, to going into the portrait position, which is up.
And you previously testified that there's only a very small number of things that can cause an orientation change, correct?
Correct.
And it's most likely that that's a human-caused event, correct?
Correct.
However, you can't testify to today as to who held that phone at that time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And let's keep going here for a little bit. We're at 8:53:12, and excuse me, 8:53:24. That's line 4417. What do you see again?
It shows an end time for orientation change from portrait.
Okay. And then we see lines 4418 and 4419. We see the display come on and off, correct?
Yes, sir. It shows the end time of display on, and then it shows the start time of display off.
We'll go to the bottom of that page and we'll look at lines 4428 and 4427. What do you see there, sir?
On 4428, it shows the start time at 8:54:40 p.m. of the orientation change to landscape. At 4429, it shows the end time, which is at 8:54:44 p.m. orientation change from landscape.
So, okay, now the prosecutors are trying to leave the implication that you can't tell whose hands it was in when it changed orientation. Meaning that what he's implying is that the killer already had her phone at this point, at least according to what I can deduce from the prosecutor's theory. If that's the case, we now have a 5-minute time frame from 8:49 when the last read message happened, to 8:54 when supposedly the murderer already changed her into landscape mode for some reason and that it couldn't be her.
And my apologies, I meant to direct you to lines 4426 and 4427. What do you see in those lines?
On those lines, it shows at 8:54:34 p.m. It shows the start time of the camera and the phone.
Camera, okay.
And how long is that camera on for, that you can tell?
It appears to be on for 59 seconds. Or, yes, 59 seconds. I'm sorry.
So what was that, a voice call, a video, or what exactly? And if that's the case, okay, she was probably still alive. I doubt that the murderer changed it to landscape mode to take a selfie in landscape mode. Nobody takes a selfie in landscape mode. No, I'm just kidding.
Sorry, 1 second.
1 second.
I'm sorry, doing math sometimes gets me.
It's okay. All right, so that camera's on for 1 second. In your opinion, what does that tell you is happening on this phone?
It appears the phone's being moved and the camera's activating in the background to see if it would recognize somebody's face that would unlock it.
I forgot about that possibility.
So the phone is attempting to face unlock, correct?
Yes, sir, that's what it appears.
But you just testified that after 8:49:31, the phone never unlocked, correct?
Correct.
So with this camera entry, does the phone successfully unlock?
No, sir.
Now, can you tell us what that camera was looking at? Do you have any data that would suggest specifically what the camera was looking at?
No, sir, I don't know what the camera was being pointed at.
So it could be looking at the ground,
Yes, sir.
the sky,
Yes, sir.
somebody's face other than Maggie Murdaugh?
We know that it looked at something that wasn't Maggie's face.
Yes, sir.
But if that camera had seen Maggie Murdaugh's face, what would you expect to happen?
I would expect for it to unlock.
Not in all circumstances, but yeah, I mean, it's not perfect technology. It's pretty decent, though.
Okay, let's keep going.
Thank you, please.
All right, let's look at line 4434, and this is at time 8:55:32. What do you see there, sir?
It shows the end time for orientation portrait, which means it was ending in that orientation.
Okay. So again, at that time, would it be your opinion that phone was held in somebody's hand?
Yes, sir.
You could not know that in any fucking way whatsoever. That is pure conjecture on your part. I would object as the defense. He has no way of knowing that based only on the orientation change. This is stupid.
Okay, and let's look real quick at the bottom of that page, and that's line 4441. And what is that information there?
And 4441 comes from the activity sensor data, and that's at 9 o'clock even p.m. and it shows steps. It also shows distance traveled.
Okay. And let's talk about the steps for a minute. You've produced another report that specifically focused on steps that you pulled from this phone, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right. And that shows more granular data of when steps occurred than this report shows, correct?
Correct.
And so just because we see 9 o'clock on this report, does that mean that steps occurred exactly at 9 o'clock on this phone?
No, sir. It's the 2 after the 9 o'clock on that, which means it would be a range.
Okay.
As far as example would be like 9 to 10 for the total steps.
And you prepared another report that would show specific steps during a specific time range, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
This is very flimsy data because the phone doesn't know when you're actually taking steps. It only knows probably when it gets jostled around, right? The phone doesn't really know what a step is. It has no fucking idea what a step is. So this is already very pseudoscientific, or at least we're starting to get into that kind of territory.
Keep going. All right, let's look at line 4447. What do you see there?
4447 shows from the call log database an incoming call at 9:04:23 p.m.
Okay, and who's that call from?
It's from phone number 1-803-942-1227
And
So
that's
that's
the
Alex.
call that we discussed in Maggie's specific call log, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's at 9:04:23, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's see how prepared Alex's lawyers
And was
are
that call answered?
No, sir, it showed no time that that call was answered.
as far as cell phone data is concerned.
All right, let's look at the bottom of that page, line 4454. At 9:06:12, what do we see there?
At 9:06:12 shows the start time of an orientation change to portrait.
Okay. And again, in your opinion, what does that tell you about whether this phone is in someone's hand?
In my opinion, it would be in somebody's hand that was changing it from landscape up to portrait, lifting it.
And that's at 9:06:12, correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to line 4456. Can you read that, sir?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay. And line 4457. What
Yes,
is
sir.
line 4456 and 57 associated with?
They're associated with a phone call that was incoming to Maggie's phone.
Okay. And what is the time on that call?
It's at 9:06:14 p.m.
2 seconds after that orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that call came after the orientation change, correct?
Yes, sir.
And again, you can't tell us whose phone, or your digital forensics can't tell us whose hand that phone was in at that point.
Correct.
All you could tell us was the phone was locked at that point, correct?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand this back to you, and I want you to review this report. And I want to have you tell us if that is the final orientation change in 9:06:12 or not. See if you see any further orientation changes after that point.
I do see the end time for the orientation of portrait that it recorded.
Okay, what time was that?
It was at 9:06:20 p.m.
Okay. And when you say end time, what do you mean?
It's just the time that it recorded that it stopped in recording that portrait mode. It
So you
does
saw
not.
the excuse me, I don't mean to interrupt. Please finish.
I'm sorry. I was going to say I don't see any orientation change to landscape after that in this report.
Okay. So at 9:06:12, the orientation change starts, correct?
Yes, sir.
At 9:06:14, there's an incoming call from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
And after that point, you do not see any more orientation changes, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let me direct your attention. Excuse me. You talked about the 9:06:20 orientation change in time, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we see at line 4461 another incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir. That was at 9:06:51 p.m. and that was from 1-803-942 1227 PA.
And that's Alex's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's the third phone call within about 2 minutes from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And I see an entry at line 4464 at 907. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
And that's a display on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've already discussed there could be a number of reasons for that display coming on and off, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the data you see on the phone is not going to be able to tell you exactly why that screen came on, will it?
Correct.
All right, line 4466. What is this?
4466 shows a text message received incoming at 9:08:58 p.m. From the phone number 1-803-942-1227, Alex, to Maggie Murdaugh.
What does that text say?
It says, going to check on M, be right back.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. That call occurred at the last call from Alex occurred at 9:06:51, correct?
Yes.
And the text came from Alex at 9:08:58, correct?
Yes.
And this was a text that was never read, I believe you testified to in the previous report, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Can you calculate the time between 9:06:51 and 9:08:58, please? Take your time. If you need a pen, we can get you.
It appears to be 2 minutes and 7 seconds.
There's 2 minutes and 7 seconds between that call from Alex to that text from Alex, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
Thank you. Let's look at lines 4465 and above it, 4468, and above that's obscure because it's stapled to 4467. Do you see those two entries?
Yes, sir.
We see that's, mobile SMS at 9:08:58. Is that a data entry associated with that incoming text from Alex we just talked about?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what time is that again?
It's 9:08:58 p.m.
Okay. What's the next entry on that log?
The next entry on the log is at 9:31:44 p.m. Shows an end time of display off.
And I'm not going to ask you to do the precise math this time, but roughly how many minutes is that between 9:08:58 and 9:31:44?
Approximately 22 minutes.
For 22 minutes, nothing happens on that phone, correct?
Correct.
There's no orientation changes, the phone's not unlocked, there's no incoming calls, nothing outgoing, correct?
Correct.
The phone just sits there for approximately 22 minutes.
Correct.
All right. And what do we see start happening at 9:31:44?
We see that the display comes on is the start time of that.
Okay. And we've talked about this already. We see the display come on and off a few times in that short span of time at about 9:31 p.m., correct?
Yes, sir.
But it's just a display coming on. Do you see anything associated with that display coming on?
No, sir, not until approximately the 9:34:14 p.m.
Right. We'll get to that in a second. But at least for this display coming on, there seems to be no cause for that, correct?
Correct.
And you previously testified, the screen coming on doesn't tell you a whole lot, does it?
No, sir.
It could be the phone is being bumped or moved in some way, correct?
Yes, sir.
It could be the phone's just sitting there. There's some sort of automatic process that causes that phone to light up, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about, you start talking about it, but we see a instant message on line 4477, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's at what time?
That's at 9:34:14 p.m.
And which contact is that from?
It shows the contact of Rogan.
And what does that text message say?
It says, "Tell Paul to call me."
All right, and you previously testified about this in her text message log. Was that text message ever read?
No, sir.
Skip down a little bit. And I'm on line 4498. Yeah, 98. And we see there, it looks like an incoming call, correct?
Yes, sir.
And who's that from?
It is from PA with the phone number of 1-803-942-1227.
And was that call answered?
No, sir.
And line 4503, what time is that entry?
That entry is at 9:47:23 p.m.
And what is that?
It is a text message that was received on that from Alex. It says, "Call me, babe."
And was that text ever read? I know that's referencing the previous report.
No, sir, that text was not read.
I'm going to hand this report back to you. And I want to have you look at the next few pages. I want you to tell this jury whether you see anything in your expert opinion that would indicate that anybody actively used that phone after that last text call.
Not on 6/7/2021.
Okay, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 284. Take a look at that and tell us what it is, please.
This is an Axiom report by Magnet Forensics that I prepared from Maggie's phone with health data information and steps.
Okay. So they include steps from Maggie's phone, correct?
Yes, sir.
At this time, State will move into
It's admitted.
I think I'm going to direct you to record 22, if I'm looking at the right thing. Nope, record 23, excuse me. All right, record 23. What information does this record tell us?
This record tells us that 38 steps were recorded by this phone on 6/7/2021 at 8:17:41 p.m. was the start time, and the end time was 6/7/2021 at 8:18:29 p.m.
And how many steps were taken at that time?
38 steps.
And this is a report that shows the precise time when the steps, at least the phone recorded the steps started and when they stopped, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's talk about that for a minute. Steps on a phone. How does the phone record steps? How does it decide that there are steps taking place?
It's several different ways it can record. It's dependent on how the phone's carried as to how many steps it records. If you carry a phone in your hand and you walk, it's going to record more steps. If you carry it on your waist in a phone case, it's not going to record as many steps because it's not detecting the motion. It's not 100% accurate as far as the steps. There are ways that if you're trying to meet
not
your
100%
fitness goal, for instance, you can try to trick a
as
phone
far as the
or a
steps.
smartwatch into believing you did more activities and more steps than you actually
He's just shot the whole steps analysis thing in the foot.
But at a more fundamental level, what is the phone using to determine whether the steps are taking place?
It's a process running inside the phone that is recording the motion.
What does it use to record the motion?
As far as
would it be accelerometers?
It would, a lot of times it
Yeah.
would be. Some of the newer ones are recording actually more than that as far as recording strides and things like that, the newer versions.
But how? Without accelerometers?
In your opinion, the steps that a phone records, is it always 100% accurate?
No.
And so this says 38 steps. Does that necessarily mean that whoever was holding his phone actually moved exactly 38 steps?
No, sir.
But what does it tell you in a more general sense?
In a more general sense, it tells me that this phone, somebody was holding this phone, it took steps, and it recorded steps.
All right. And let me reference back to the previous report. I believe you testified that at 8:17, Maggie's phone was unplugged, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
All right. And then at 8:17, we start to see steps again, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's look at record 25. All right, and what does this show, record 25?
This shows that 43 steps were recorded by the phone. At 8:30:40 p.m. was the beginning, and it ended at 8:33:28 p.m.
Okay. All right, and let me point out something real quick. The entry above that, which is record I don't think there's a record number associated with it, but it says 8:10. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see an entry at 8:10:31, just above that record 25. What is that entry at 8:10:31? You see that?
At 8:10:31, it looks like it's part of a previous record. From the previous page, it shows the duration in minutes of 4.58.
Okay. And so some of these are a little bit out of chronological order, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. But the times that are recorded in each record is accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
Even if some of these entries seem to have gotten out of order, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain why that happened when you made this report?
I set it to produce in chronological order. Sometimes, though, when the report goes through, it will not do that. It's just an issue we've had with that report where it'll move it out of chronological order, but the information's still there and it's still accurate.
Okay. Let's look at record 26. What do you see in record 26?
In record 26, I see that 59 steps were recorded by the phone at 8:53:15 p.m. Begin and end at 8:55:32 p.m.
Okay. And again, how many steps was that?
It was 59 steps.
Okay. And I think you previously testified, we were looking at the timeline, and it looked like someone was manipulating with that phone, correct?
We
Correct.
saw some orientation changes, correct?
Yes, sir, correct.
We saw the camera come on at approximately that time, correct?
Correct.
But the phone's off, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to give this back to you, report, to have you look at it real quick. And you've also, I know, have studied this phone data in more detail than just in that report. Are you aware, after that 8:53 entry, of that phone ever recording any more steps?
No, sir. The next set of steps it shows it recorded was on 6/8/2021 at 3:12:22 p.m.
Okay. The next day?
The next day, yes, sir.
And let's circle back to that real quick. I know you were not present for the collection of Maggie's phone. Is that correct?
Correct.
But generally, the circumstances, as you understand them, are what and how it was collected?
The phone was collected from the side of the road. It was given to crime scene, who brought it back and logged it into our forensic lab, at which point I went over, logged it out of the forensic lab, and then took it over to our office to log it in.
And it was, but it was not collected till the next afternoon, correct? Or
Correct.
found until the next afternoon, excuse me.
Correct. My understanding is it was found on 6/8/2021.
All right. I think we're at a good stopping point.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn for the evening and start back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
That's great. This day has been a bit exhausting, in all honesty.